Welcome to the Ultimate Music Battleground, Remix Rumble 2! Keep up with the beat and engage in a gorgeous musical showdown! Let's give a warm welcome to the super popular Heartsteel! You cannot become a top band without persistent practice. Accumulate precious heart energy with each failure. Gather 10 Heartsteels to summon your greatest ride. Boom, boom, boom! Control the vehicle and let your heart rate soar! As the energy blasts through the roof, the stage becomes a gift box of Heartsteel that gathers and brings all your opponents under control. Next up is KDA. Under the dazzling spotlight, they gain unique buffs and excite everyone with their music. There are still many more groups that have left their mark in the musical history of the League of Legends universe. They're all rearing to go. Oh, who's that screaming? Punk, braving to the end. Your punk band becomes even more powerful each time you refresh the store. Unlock 4-star members for your entire band to obtain the ultimate form of the lead singer. Who dares take on the wrath of Ultimate Punk? You must miss country music too, don't you? The fearsome steed from hell shall make a powerful charge. Oh, there are also disco contestants. They take the stage with the most dazzling disco balls. Their strength significantly increases under the shine of the disco ball. With our utmost respect, let us welcome the legends of the music world, Maestro Gene. With his violin, he performs the greatest finale, legendary drummer Illaoi. The beat of her drum summons the god of the Serpendiles to assist her in battle. Creator of explosive beats, Ziggs. He throws musical bombs that shock all opponents. Now, let us welcome our DJ, Sona. She controls the atmosphere of the entire venue, switching between different music styles that can heal or excite. She grants different buffs to your band. She have arrived, ready to take up the challenge. Aurora. Whether it's blues, funk, or pop, she can pull off many different styles. No one can escape Elise's charm. She attracts many fanatical fans whenever she takes the stage. Gwen. She combines music with a hint of magic. She has only one item slot, but her magical scissors will absorb the abilities of every item. Work hard, trainees, and earn your very own spotlight. Under the spotlight, you will achieve new breakthroughs. Now, it's time to take the stage. Command the battle with KDA. All new battles of pop stars. Come and experience Remix Rumble 2 of Golden Spatula.
체크메이트. ต้อนรับสู่ Golden Spatula KO Coliseum Power Snack กลไกพิเศษ เพิ่มพลังสำหรับการแข่งขันนี้เท่านั้น เลือกใช้ดีๆล่ะ Shadow Clone สามารถสร้างร่างโครนหนึ่งตัวให้กับแชมเปี้ยนบนสนาม ยิ่งมีแชมเปี้ยนเยอะ ก็จะยิ่งแข็งแกร่งขึ้นมากเท่านั้น Hat-trick จะแข็งแกร่งขึ้นทุกครั้งที่ล้มศัตรูได้ แต่หากเสียชีวิตจะต้องแลกมากับความหายนะ มีเพียงผู้แข็งแกร่งตัวจริงเท่านั้นที่รับมือกับความเสี่ยงนี้ได้ มาดูกันดีกว่า ใครบ้างที่จะขึ้นลานประลอง ทีมแรกที่ลงสู่สนามคือเหล่า Mighty Mech ขอเชิญ The Mighty Mech ลงสู่สังเวียน โยเนคมดาบของเขาว่องไวเกินกว่าสายตา มองเงาของเขาได้ทันหรือเปล่า
Their fates sealed by my hand.
Soul Fighter ยิ่งถูกโจมตีจะยิ่งแข็งแกร่ง พลังที่แท้จริงจะถูกปลดปล่อย เวนสามารถตัดเกราะให้แหลก ทุกครั้งที่เธอไล่ลำแนวหน้าศัตรูจะพังทลาย
Another down. I'm getting good.
ลี่ซิน Dance Master กระบวนท่าพริ้วไหวดังสายน้ำ เปลี่ยนกระบวนท่า3แบบได้อย่างอิสระ ไม่ว่าจะเป็น Juggernaut Executioner และ Duelist เสริมด้วย Power Snack นี่แหละศิลปะการต่อสู้ขนาดแท้
Your skill against mine have not learned.
บรามและแฟนคลับโปโลของเขา จะสตันและเหวี่ยงศัตรูเหมือนเล่นโบว์ลิ่ง เมื่อชนะเหล่าแฟนคลับโปโลขนปุย จะกรูกันเข้ามาหา ลุย ออกศึกมาด้วยกันกับโปโลเลย
Show me your best.
คริสตัลแกมบิทสวยสง่าจากวิมานหนาม เปลี่ยนการแพ้ต่อเนื่องเป็นรางวัลล้ำค่า และพาคุณนำเกมไซราดอกพิฆาตกำแพงหนามกุหลาบงาม ย่อมมีหนามแหลมคม
None will escape my grasp.
ตาการเดียน พลังดวงดาวนำมาซึ่งความงามและหายนะ
There's nothing we can't do together.
Battle Academia มิตรภาพและสายสัมพันธ์คือพลัง ศัตรูอย่าหวังจะชนะ
Let's end this quick.
Monster Trainer เจ้ามอนสเตอร์ตัวน้อยจะถูกอัญเชิญเข้าสู่สนามรบ
They aren't gonna like this.
การแข่งกำลังเดือด เตรียมตัวให้พร้อม เวทีสุดท้าย มีเพียงผู้แข็งแกร่งที่สุดเท่านั้นที่จะยืนที่นี่ และเซอร์ไพรส์อีกเพียบ แมวเหมียวมาแล้ว ยินดีต้อนรับสู่บ้านแมวเหมียวหันษา มีทั้งคอนโดแมวให้ปีนเล่น และวงล้อให้วิ่งปล่อยพลัง นี่แหละ สวรรค์ของเจ้าแมวเหมียวชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจมริเวนดีไซเนอร์ขวดน้ำหอม น้ำหอมแต่ละขวดต่างมีรูปร่างรูปทรงที่แปลกตา แต่ยังคงความสง่างามไว้อย่างลงตัวชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจนจาน่าช่างปรุงน้ำหอมมือโปร ถ้าคุณพบเจอพืชที่ให้กลิ่นแปลกใหม่แล้วล่ะก็ อย่าลืมมาบอกเธอเชียวนะชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจนออริอานาผู้เชี่ยวชาญน้ำหอมและด้านหินทรัพยากร เธอคือสาวที่ปรึกษามากความสามารถที่ไว้ใจได้ที่สุดในโลก พร้อมเข้าสู่การต่อสู้แล้วหรือยัง ใครจะเป็นผู้ชนะคนสุดท้าย การต่อสู้สุดมัน เริ่มแล้วณบัดนี้
체크메이트.
Welcome to the Ultimate Music Battleground, Remix Rumble 2! Keep up with the beat and engage in a gorgeous musical showdown! Let's give a warm welcome to the super popular Heartsteel! You cannot become a top band without persistent practice. Accumulate precious heart energy with each failure. Gather 10 Heartsteels to summon your greatest ride. Boom, boom, boom! Control the vehicle and let your heart rate soar! As the energy blasts through the roof, the stage becomes a gift box of Heartsteel that gathers and brings all your opponents under control. Next up is KDA. Under the dazzling spotlight, they gain unique buffs and excite everyone with their music. There are still many more groups that have left their mark in the musical history of the League of Legends universe. They're all rearing to go. Oh, who's that screaming? Punk, raving to the end. Your punk band becomes even more powerful each time you refresh the store. Unlock 4-star members for your entire band to obtain the ultimate form of the lead singer. Who dares take on the wrath of Ultimate Punk? You must miss country music too, don't you?
The fearsome steed from hell shall make a powerful charge.
Oh, there are also disco contestants. They take the stage with the most dazzling disco balls. Their strength significantly increases under the shine of the disco ball. With our utmost respect, let us welcome the legends of the music world. Maestro Gene. With his violin, he performs the greatest finale. Legendary drummer Ilaoi. The beat of her drum summons the god of the Serpendiles to assist her in battle. Creator of explosive beats, Ziggs. He throws musical bombs that shock all opponents. Now, let us welcome our DJ, Sona. She controls the atmosphere of the entire venue, switching between different music styles that can heal or excite. She grants different buffs to your band. She have arrived, ready to take up the challenge. Aurora. Whether it's blues, funk, or pop, she can pull off many different styles. No one can escape Elise's charm. She attracts many fanatical fans whenever she takes the stage. Gwen. She combines music with a hint of magic. She has only one item slot, but her magical scissors will absorb the abilities of every item. Work hard, trainees, and earn your very own spotlight. Under the spotlight, you will achieve new breakthroughs. Now, it's time to take the stage. Command the battle with KDA. All new battles of pop stars. Come and experience.
เราต้องขอกล่าวสวัสดีนะคะ ทุกท่านค่ะที่กำลังอยู่กันภายในงาน Thailand Game Show 2025 ค่ะ และนี่คือช่วงเวลาของเกม Golden Spatula ค่ะ แน่นอนนะคะว่านี่คือวันสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะภายในงานของเราค่ะ อยู่กับดิฉันน้ำแคสเตอร์รับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรดำเนินกิจการต่างๆนะคะบนเวทีแห่งนี้ค่ะ และสำหรับเกม Golden Spatula นะคะนี่คือเกมแนวของ Auto Battler ซึ่งสามารถที่จะเล่นได้แล้วบนโทรศัพท์มือถือของทุกท่านนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นแพลตฟอร์มของ iOS หรือว่า Android ค่ะและเกมนี้เล่นได้สูงสุดพร้อมกันถึง 8 คนด้วยกันและเพียงแค่คุณเป็นท็อปโปรนะคะคุณก็ถือว่าได้รับชัยชนะแล้วใครที่ชอบเกมแนวการวางแผนแท็กติคอลต่างๆหรือว่าเกมแนวกระดานการซื้อตัวบริหารจัดการตัวละครแบบนี้เนี่ยแนะนำให้ลองค่ะเพราะว่าตัวละครของเรานั้นน่ารักแล้วก็มีชื่อเสียงมากๆนะเพราะว่าเราบรรดาแชมเปี้ยนทั้งหลายเนี่ยก็คือมาจาก LOL นั่นเองแล้วก็สำหรับนะคะกิจกรรมค่ะภายในบูธของเราอยากให้ทุกท่านนะคะแวะมาร่วมสนุกกันได้เลยค่ะฝั่งขวามือนี้นะคะของทุกท่านเรามีบูธนะคะสำหรับโซนของ Next Play by Oppo ให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยได้มาทดลองร่วมสนุกสัมผัสประสบการณ์นะคะความมันไปกับเกม Golden Spatula ด้วยโทรศัพท์มือถือของ Oppo ค่ะที่เน้นในเรื่องของความแรงความเร็วลื่นไหลและก็ภาพกราฟิกสวยคมชัดนะคะพอที่เรามาลองเล่นจบเกมปุ๊บเนี่ยก็จะได้รับสิทธิ์ลุ้นรับรางวัล2ต่อกันไปเลยต่อแรกจับฉลากรางวัลกำหนดดวงชะตาของตัวคุณเองค่ะว่าจะได้รับอะไรไม่ว่าจะเป็นเสื้อสุดลิมิเต็ดนะคะหรือว่าจะเป็นตะหลิวทองคำพวงกุญแจแล้วก็อื่นๆอีกมากมายนะคะของที่ระลึกจาก Oppo และนอกจากนั้นค่ะเรามีสิทธิ์ลุ้นนะคะในส่วนของรางวัลต่อที่2ค่ะซึ่งรางวัลต่อที่2ของเรานี้เนี่ยเป็นโทรศัพท์มือถือแล้วก็แท็บเล็ตจาก Oppo และเราก็จะมาจับแจกกันนะคะของรางวัลตรงนี้ในทุกๆ6โมงเย็นของทุกวันผ่านมา2วันออกไปแล้วทั้งหมด4เครื่องวันนี้วันสุดท้ายแล้วนะ6โมงเย็นนะคะเรามีนัดกันเงื่อนไขตรงนี้เนี่ยเราจะให้เฉพาะคนที่อยู่ในงานนะคะก็อย่าลืมมาร่วมสนุกกันเยอะๆก่อนอื่นก็คือไปลุยกันได้โซนของ Next Play by Oppo นั่นเองแต่ว่าตอนนี้ค่ะวันนี้ด้วยความที่เป็นวันสุดท้ายนะเรามาถึงอาหารจานหลักก็ว่าได้เป็นไฮไลท์ที่สุดละสำหรับ Golden Spatula เพราะเรามีการแข่งขันค่ะอย่างต่อเนื่องมาแล้วนะคะจริงๆต้องบอกว่าการแข่งขันนี้เกิดขึ้นเนี่ยร่วมเดือนหนึ่งละแล้ววันนี้เรามาถึงรอบไฟนอลแล้วนะคะสำหรับ Golden Spatula Open Tournament นั่นเองชิงเงินรางวัลรวมมูลค่ากว่า1 ล้านบาทนะคะในรายการนี้แล้วก็นักแข่งที่ได้แชมป์รวมถึงรองแชมป์ของรายการจะได้เดินทางไปแข่งขันต่อยังประเทศฝรั่งเศสและรวมถึงประเทศจีนอีกด้วยนะคะและแน่นอนว่าพอเรามีการแข่งขันเนี่ยเรามีการถ่ายทอดสดออนไลน์กันด้วยนะคะขออนุญาตทักทายแล้วกันสำหรับเพื่อนๆค่ะที่รับชมออนไลน์นะคะในทุกๆช่องทางกันเลยต้องขอสวัสดีด้วยนะคะแล้วก็ยินดีต้อนรับสู่การแข่งขันรอบไฟนอลของ Golden Spatula Open Tournament Set 15 KO Coliseum นะคะซึ่งการแข่งขันนี้ค่ะเราได้รับการสนับสนุนอย่างเป็นทางการจาก Oppo และก็มีเงินรางวัลรวมมูลค่ากว่า1 ล้านบาทกันเลยทีเดียวค่ะHello everyone who watching us live on live stream. Welcome to the Golden Spatula Open Tournament Set 15 KO Coliseum. Today's competition is officially sponsored by Oppo with a total prize to worth over 1 million baht. แล้วก็ต้องบอกว่าวันนี้พอเราเดินทางมาจนถึงรอบไฟนอลแล้วเนี่ย8 คนสุดท้ายของเราที่ผ่านการคัดเลือกมาจากผู้เล่นทั่วทั้ง Southeast Asia นะคะซึ่งการคัดเลือกของเราในรอบก่อนหน้านี้เป็นการคัดเลือกออนไลน์ในตัวเกมเท่ากับว่าฝ่าฟันมากว่านับพันคนนะคะ and today we have finally reached the final round the top 8 player you will see today have battled their way and here through a month for online qualification process and competing against challengers from all across Southeast Asia และตอนนี้เชื่อว่าเห็นหลายๆคนยืนกันอยู่เบื้องหลังนะคะในงานของเราเริ่มหนาแน่นกันแล้วอยากจะเห็นชมหน้าของพวกเขาหรือยังคะสำหรับท็อป 8 ของเราถ้าเกิดว่าพร้อมแล้วนะคะขอเชิญทุกท่านเตรียมตัวพบกับพวกเขากันเลยค่ะ and I'm sure everyone excited to meet our top 8 let's meet the player who have made it all way to the final round ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆต้อนรับพวกเขาค่ะคุณ Ashley FS Boom Hair เอกิ Back to December เจลโบชิแม็กซ์ซีวีและคุณไรพ่ายค่ะโอ้โหชมหน้าของ8ผู้เล่นใช้คำว่าเป็น8คนสุดท้ายนะคะที่ฝ่าฟันมาได้ถึงรอบนี้มีแค่บางท่านเท่านั้นที่คุณหน้าเคยเห็นกันมาก่อนในทัวร์นาเมนต์รอบก่อนหน้าและหลายๆท่านมากๆที่เป็นหน้าใหม่แล้วฝ่าฟันกันมายืนอยู่จุดนี้ได้หนึ่งในนี้นะคะจะเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ถ่ายรูปพวกเขากันไว้ได้เลยนะคะ and here they are the final eightโอเคถือว่าได้เห็นชมหน้ากันไปแล้วนะคะก็ต้องบอกว่าเดี๋ยวให้พวกเขาเนี่ยไปเตรียมตัวกันก่อนสำหรับการแข่งขันที่กำลังจะเริ่มต้นขึ้นในไม่ช้านะคะเดี๋ยวส่งทุกท่านนะคะเข้าประจำที่การแข่งขันกันได้เลยค่ะ Please prepare yourself on the battle station โอเคค่ะก่อนที่เราจะไปเริ่มต้นการแข่งขันกันนะคะต้องบอกว่าการแข่งขันในรอบไฟนอลของเราเนี่ยมีการใช้กฎที่ถ้าใครที่ติดตามการแข่งขันอยู่แล้วก็อาจจะคุ้นเคยกันดีเนาะแต่ว่าใครที่อาจจะเพิ่งผ่านมารับชมเป็นครั้งแรกนะคะนี่คือกฎที่ชื่อว่า 20 point climb สำหรับผู้เข้าแข่งขันที่ทำการแข่งขันนะคะเราจะมีแต้มสะสมในการจบแต่ละรอบแต่ละอันดับ 1-8 เนี่ยอันดับ 1 ในรอบนี้ 8 แต้มอันดับ 2 7 แต้มอันดับ 3 6 แต้มลดหลั่นกันลงมาเรื่อยๆแล้วก็การสะสมแต้มนั้นถ้าเกิดว่ามีผู้เล่นนะคะที่แตะอยู่ที่ 20 แต้มก่อน 20 หรือมากกว่า 20 จะเข้าสถานะคลาวน์ซึ่งสถานะนี้นะคะผู้เล่นคนนั้นเนี่ยจะยังไม่ได้แชมป์แต่ว่าจะได้ทันทีเมื่อผู้เล่นที่ติดสถานะคลามนั้นได้อันดับ 1อีก1ครั้งในการแข่งขันการแข่งขันจะจบลงและผู้เล่นคนนั้นจะเป็นแชมป์ของรายการทันทีค่ะอันนี้คือกฎกติกาคร่าวๆเบื้องต้นของการแข่งขันนะคะก็อยากจะให้สนุกไปกับการเชียร์การรับชมมาดูซิว่าวันนี้จะมีกันทั้งหมดเนี่ยกี่รอบกี่แมตช์กันแน่นะคะและก็นอกจากนั้นนะคะการแข่งขันบุคคลที่จะขาดไม่ได้เลยนั่นก็คือผู้บรรยายแล้วก็นักพากย์ของเรานะคะแน่นอนว่าทุกคนน่าจะคุ้นหน้าคุ้นตากับพวกเขากันเป็นอย่างดีอยู่แล้ววันนี้ค่ะพวกเขาจะมาให้ความรู้บทวิเคราะห์สาระและที่สำคัญที่สุดความมันในการแข่งขันวันนี้ขอส่งทุกท่านนะคะไปอยู่กับพวกเขากันเลยในนัดเปิดสนามของ Golden Spatula Open Tournament กับเพียโก้และซันวาวค่ะ
Spatula Open Tournament Grand Finals. While we started with over 50,000 entries, we are down to the top 8. My name is Holler, and I am honored to be sharing the desk with one of the best in Mr. Gideon here. How are you feeling about the Elite 8?
Honestly, I'm feeling really good about it because so far I've seen a little bit of the tournament and these players are ready to go. It's clearly stated that these professionals in this particular case are looking for that chance to go to the Paris Open and they've done the homework. They're looking at the best plays that they can make and they're looking for that consistency. But now that we're here at the Grand Finals, I think maybe the playstyle might just change ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly. And the biggest thing that we saw is like the evolution of these guys' play in yesterday's games. They were able to kind of consistently be good throughout. They were always just like being top 4. It was pretty much a, dare I say, misnomer for these guys to really make it. But the biggest surprise for me was Ashley, who was outside of the top 4, somehow managed to squeeze his way in by getting the win in the final game, securing that final slot in the Grand Finals. Really well played by Ashley's here.
And that brings us to the question of what this format's starting to look like now that we're going into the Grand Finals, because now we've unlocked that checkmate format. They're going to be looking to get those 20 points and then still look for a top 1 finish to close things out. Now, keep in mind, in the checkmate format, single game placements, we're keeping everything involved here because there is moments for tiebreakers, but not here in the checkmate format. A single point game, in first place, you're getting 8 and it will go down from that point onwards. After 20 points, you need that number 1 spot. And that's when I'm starting to look for the decisions that need to be made by these players if they want to make it all the way to Paris, or at the very least, see that show match in China.
This could be very interesting because the checkmate format, everybody is aware that that player could potentially win it out once he hits that 20-point threshold. So the other players might just be like, hey, we need to buy some time, continue to have more games, just deny him from winning as much as possible because, of course, he must win the game to be that eventual champion. But here's the prize pool. It's going to be a 30,000 USD prize pool. Champion will be coming home with 7,000 USD all the way down. Of course, we're only in the top 8 tier, so the minimum you can get is 1,000 USD. Actually, quite amazing here.
It's a lot of money to be playing for, especially for a tournament that allows you to go to the bigger stages afterwards. It's just a single stepping stone for these professional players to really take their game to the next level. And keep in mind, this was like a battle royale style of qualifications. There was no restrictions. Nobody was looking at the leaderboards. This is, you just come up, show up to the tournament, play your heart out, and beat 50,000 other players.
Actually insane if you're thinking about it, right? I mean, you might think that there's a little bit of luck involved in the game, and there is definitely, but it's all about that play style. It's about being consistent, and these guys have proven time and time again that they are some of the most consistent, really well-played players out there. They're some of the best in all of SEA, and we started with 3 regions, Thailand, Singapore, and Malaysia, and we're down to the final 8, and 3 of them happen to be Singaporean, while the other 5 are from Thailand.
Unfortunately, the Malaysian players could not make it all the way to the very top here. But then again, I mean, we've seen that Thailand has consistently been there, especially like trying to qualify for these types of Golden Spatula tournaments and going for the bigger ones. Same goes for Singapore as well, also having representatives for bigger tournaments as well across the internationals. But even so, we have to talk about what's about to happen, because you guys at home could be redeeming some exclusive Golden Spatula rewards during the Golden Spatula Open Tournament. Simple use of the GSTGS, you know what to do. Type that in, get yourself some rewards, and keep your eyes fixed on this screen, because you might actually learn something from these players.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually learning quite a bit, even just watching how they play. I mean, the biggest thing is the fact that they've been able to kind of pivot at the right moment, ensuring that, they're taking what the enemy teams are essentially giving them, and they've been very smart with how they kind of move things throughout. There have been some great plays, some highlight moments, even going into yesterday's games.
These big highlight moments, though, can be scary, because now that we're in that checkmate format, it's not only do you have to worry about people not only contesting these highly prioritized compositions, but more so how to kind of play around the fact that maybe some bigger signals, like I'm thinking of like artifact anvils for an example, specific verticals, leaning in towards Star Guardians. I don't know whether somebody is going to be brave enough to go for a Crystal Gambit run. I mean, it's a high cash out potential, and it could win you that game. But at the same time, 2-cost rerolls and 3-cost rerolls have been very prominent for players who just need something a little bit more cost efficient.
Yeah, yesterday's games, all the matches only went through 3, right? And they tried those Crystal Gambits, especially early. It was just way too much. They were not able to recover in that mid-game, especially going with that Crystal Gambit where you need to lose and you're going to be down HP. And most of those players did not do well. It tends to be a little bit more with the meta in terms of the Star Guardian. That has been the consistent one that's been going throughout. But we're going to be going into the first game. Of course, this is the checkmate format. We could be here, I mean, up to 8 different games. We're going to have to find out, but we're going to start with the first one here.
All right, let us begin. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, because now instantly we see that we are going to get two items right off rip. And having components this early on does kind of give a signal to everybody else. This is not a high econ lobby. You're generally going to be looking for, items that you can instantly slam, start win streaking right from the get-go, and then you'll see whether you get an econ augment later down the line. If not, double down on what you're trying to do. Ooh, Crystal Gambit potential start here, just missing out on that Janna. We're still on at least the creep rounds for now, but I do want to see what kind of openers, right? Because some people, especially when you have like these 3-cost things like getting a mentor, or, well, in this case, Yasuo selling it for econ, do you want to kind of lean into that 3-cost this early on? Because I think a lot of players are thinking, you know what, we just want the stable board. The longer we live, the higher chance we have from actually turning the game around in the first place.
I think for game 1, it's something that you don't really know what the opposing players are going to be looking to get into. You need to stay as flexible as possible. You don't want to be locking it in stage 1. I mean, we're going to go with the augment stage here, and I think that this is going to be a big key of where these guys want to go. Do they want to go econ? Do they want to go with more of like the leveling up style? I mean, we're going to have to find out, but again, I think you need to start off strong here in game 1.
Looks like trade sector is ought to be taken. Ooh, Soul Fighter Crest, a very powerful vertical right now. And the best part about it is that prismatic trait, if you are able to max it out and then get 10 wins afterwards. And that's the important thing, right? Because that almost guarantees you the win. It gives you some scaling, but the problem is getting those last 2 wins, especially if you don't find it early on. Aura farming as well, not too bad. Aura farming on, looks like Braum, not the greatest 5 cost to be working with, but at least it guarantees you a front line, at least. I'm seeing that at least now, a lot of the players, ooh, interesting. Actually not looking to make 10 here. He's going to hold him until the very last second. He does have Replicate, and unfortunately his items aren't that great for like slamming right now.
Ashley's the type of player who likes to kind of snowball a bit later, even going into the third game where things were looking precarious. He was in the 5th slot, wasn't even in the top 4. He needed that miracle win to secure him a slot into that grand finals, which is did. Somehow, in the end, he was able to pull it out, just getting 1 point higher than Chada, ensuring that he got there. So again, he's the type that likes to play a little bit more high risk, high reward style.
We're also seeing Guinzu, early Guinzu slam as well. Unfortunately, no golden edge to kind of speed up the economy. We have a Crystal Gambit player as well already. Ooh, with body change. Interesting. Now, keep in mind for all the, especially for those of you who understand the game well, and more importantly, are aware of the upcoming bug with Kobuko alongside with body change. They are not allowed to take body change with Kobuko. They can still play the actual unit, so we're not ruining the competitive integrity, and all our players are aware of it.
Yeah, they need to be smart, right? I mean, don't be cheating at this point. Don't look to take advantage of any sort of things. And I think that they've done a good job of ensuring that, hey, we have some boundaries. We're going to kind of stay away from that as quickly as possible to buy ourselves some time. We need to do some bug fixing in the end, but just not in time for this tournament here. But again, the players are very aware. It looks like the level 4 piece, 2-2, seems like everybody's on pace right now.
They look like they're on pace. The trade sector works out. Wow, I'm surprised that he actually dropped this losing here. Oh, level 5, of course. Won't be able to maintain that streak, but I think it's fine, right? Back to deck. His board seems pretty good. He's already got the mech opener. He's also got a 2-star. He's also got the 2-star GP. Unfortunately, not the best items in the world, which is probably why he's losing a bit of power there. But pretty stable board overall. Will take minimal damage. Stand alone, a great starting way to kind of just sit back, relax. Hey, if we're going to play a losing streak, that's going to be fine. Make 20 for Eggy. I love seeing that. And he's got like a little bit of both, right? He's got like a bit of components for a mech opener, components for potentially Crystal Gambit. But I think at the end of the day, he's thinking, you know what? I want to make money. If I can save some HP, that would be great, because I don't think streaking from 2-3 onwards is going to be very possible. You're only going to start making some real cash after, you know, streaking 5, streaking 6.
Yeah, and Eggy, this is an interesting situation. He's normally been on the top. He's been usually aggressive. Obviously, things have kind of changed up, especially with the new 4 players that have kind of joined him in this grand finals here. But Eggy and Back to December are the 2 that were kind of fighting neck and neck in game 1. They were in the first lobby together. Always the top 2. These are the guys that were kind of, dare I say, have built a little bit of a rivalry between them. But Eggy has usually played out strong. Right now, he's on the bottom, and this is uncharted territory for him.
Let's see, first carousel of the game. Nothing too out of the ordinary in terms of power picks, but more importantly, we want to see what these players, especially those at the bottom of the board who haven't slammed their items just yet, what they're looking to set up, right? Because if you're taking a loss streak here, that's totally fine, and actually is pretty healthy for your economy at the cost of your HP, but more importantly, you're setting up for bigger and badder things. Hopefully, by the time they start getting into like stage 3, they're looking to stabilize their board a little bit more. Ideally, they want to stay above, I'll give rough numbers here, like 78 HP. Anything lower than that is taking massive losses unless you are playing Crystal Gambit. Now, we're not seeing anybody oh, never mind. I was about to say, we're not seeing anybody cycle level instantly jumps to level 5.
Yeah, and Jail here, going with that Crystal Gambit, this is going to be an interesting one. He only has a 1-game losing streak at this point, so kind of setting that up, getting that snowball going, and ensuring that you don't have the best of boards at this point. I mean, you're only still level 4, so you're looking to just kind of ride this one out a bit, take some of those L's early to kind of build on something. He's only got 42 kind of saved up for now.
Looks like if I remember these augments correctly, I think that's slamming, which means that he wants to make sure that all of his items are slammed onto his units so that he can get some extra EXP, which is why he's hovering around 19. Like, ideally, he wants to hold on to the Shen, but he knows that he's playing Crystal Gambit. He's already on that losing streak anyways. He's built up at least 46 stacks so far. If he can get another one, that would be ideal. Just one more unit kill, perfect. Puts it up to 50. And, oh, unfortunately, with the amount of items that he's already slammed, he might actually win this.
Yeah, he might, which is something that he doesn't really want. And yeah, it looks like he did. So not great for Jail at this point. But Jail, again, he was the top dog in the Group 2. He won 2 games out of the 3 that were available to him. Jail had really put the pedal to the metal in terms of how he's looking to play. But looking to shift things up, going with that Crystal Gambit, very unique considering, what we saw from yesterday, which they kind of stayed away from the Crystal Gambit comp.
I think Jail is fine there. It's like, okay, win or lose, it's not the worst thing in the world. If I lose, I might have to sell the Shen and make 20. I'm still gonna hit level 5 no matter what. I do lose out on a bit of that cash out, but it's not like he was streaking super hard anyways, so it's kind of a hit or a miss for him. Didn't really matter at the end of the day. Now, Heavyweight Mentor, what is he currently running here from the side of Ashley? Because he's going for the full lose streak at this point. He's even taking off his power. Oh, he's not bothering to take off the power fruit. He's actually benching it at this point of time. He really wants to guarantee that 5 loss streak and then maybe start pivoting into things like Mentors, maybe pivoting into potentially, I don't know if he wants to play Heavyweights Malzahar, like Heavyweights Prodigy, but it doesn't seem like he has the econ to hold the units anyway. Making 40, perfectly fine here, but he is starting to take a little bit more damage than he would like, even though he has Trade Sector, even Eggy as well, but he's playing Crystal Gambit, so it's fine.
I mean, but he's already hit that 50 gold threshold. At this point, I mean, Ashley's in a great spot. Understanding that what he needs to do, sacrificing some of his HP to build that economy. Once you're there, now you can look to potentially stabilize your board. You got to obviously start slamming some items, but if things get a little crazy when it gets to the 3rd stage, you got to ensure that you're actually able to fight.
Yeah, I mean, there are times where people just autopilot and they forget, like, oh yeah, blue streaking so hard, and then the creep round comes and then they lose out on a full item. You've basically doomed your entire game. But so far, based on the players that I've seen, 2 of them have taken Trade Sector, both of which are just saving those rerolls. And I love the big changes to set 15 here, where you don't necessarily like lose your rerolls per round. You can kind of hold on to them, kind of like have like a mass amount of them, and then eventually, if you want to start re-rolling for a particular unit, you can. If you're looking for an upgrade, that's also a good way to kind of utilize it. But now we're going to revisit the boards, because this is where players need to get strong. If they want to go, if they're already on that 5 streak, that's fine. If they want to lose 1 more just before the augment, but they really need a direction at this point forward, right? If they haven't decided on the composition that they want to play, they're going to be in a lot of trouble coming into the next carousel.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, one thing to note is that when when we were with Contra, he was a Crystal Gambit player. He loves playing the high risk, high reward style and kind of playing it with a. Sorry, what are you? What kind of style of player are you?
I'm a flex player. I generally like reroll, but this set has definitely irked me out on a lot of these rerolls, considering what the patch has done to many different compositions. I used to be a Fast 9 player. I used to be like, roll, play for 4-2 roll downs. I'm all over the place.
Okay. No. Actually, to be honest, I feel like those flexible style players are definitely better, because you're able to kind of take what is available to you. You're not just like hard locking into something that's going to be potentially contested, where you might get kind of in a bad spot. But here we go, the next rounds of augments here.
Oh my god, I just saw somebody with a crystal. Wait, this is prismatic as well. Okay, so we're guaranteed a prismatic. Let's see these augments. Yeah, Crystal Gambit's gonna get another free emblem. He's gonna push himself up. He just needs to find 1 more Crystal Gambit unit. I think it's Vi that he's missing out on. And then he can hit 5. And from that point onwards, you can start thinking about win streaking. The win-loss doesn't matter as much. And then by the time maybe he might even want to like power level at 3-5, I think, right after the carousel, to try and look for like maybe a sneaky little Ashe real quick and start pushing themselves for a win streak.
Yeah, but I mean, 3-2 right now, you want to be around level 6. You're kind of seeing Ashley is definitely on the lower end. He's really struggling. He has a 6-game losing streak. That HP bar, very low. He needs to start making moves, start spending some of that cash, dare I say, and not look to just slow roll all the time, because you're running out of time at this stage.
Oh my goodness, even with, oh my goodness, look at this man. He's got the setup here. All right, Pi. He's already 5 Crystal Gambits, 3-star Guardians, 2 Bastions. He's like Tankzilla as well. If he gets like a 2-star Swain, he's almost guaranteed to kind of like blow through these stages without much of a problem as well. He's got a great power fruit. onto the Swain. Probably could have been a little bit better, of course, but there's no reason to waste the resources now. If he had Rising Chaos, I think it's almost guaranteed, but we gotta wait for the second fruit before he gets that. But a really, really good position. He's already level 6 with the help of Slammin as well. Raipai is in a phenomenal spot.
That's exactly where you want to be. I mean, you're at the top of it. Your comp is looking very good. You have a lot of options. The Star Guardian one, we've seen it at time and time again. It has been the meta. They've, most of the players have a Star Guardian composition in mind. This is something that they like to gear into as much as possible, and it looks like things are being set up. Plus, you're at the top of the list with that 100 HP. Things are looking good, but a 3-star Kayle, this is looking great for Ashley's finally hitting his mark.
I don't know if it's great for him just yet because he doesn't have best in slot items, and that's the thing about Kayle, right? Even if you do hit the 3-star Kayle, you still need extra econ to kind of power level yourself to. I mean, 7 is a good spot to start stabilizing, but really it's 9 where it becomes really, really crazy. For now, at least he has the Lucky Gloves, and with Lucky Gloves, you don't have to worry about the best in slot for now, but it's something you might want to consider later down the line because he's already got 2 pairs, one for his front line, one for his back line. Really cost efficient so far for Ashley, but he can't afford to take too many losses from this point onwards. He's already at 55. If he goes into stage 4 at 40 HP or less, he might only have like 4 to 5 losses left in him.
Yeah, not too many, right? I think that this is going to be key. The carousel for the next one that's going to be up for him. Look, I think that this is the moment. This is scary even for me, right? You're at 55. You're looking on the bottom, looking up on most of the players, which are going to look to kind of prolong things as much as possible. You might be going up against any of these players at this stage, and you're in a bad spot. So right now, this is the time I think that you're going to start to look to roll down as much as possible.
We'll see, because again, for Ashley, at least he knows exactly what he wants to play. I'm more worried that he ends up facing against like Mr. 100 Raipai here, who currently has like a perfect board. And even if Raipai loses, it doesn't really matter too much. It's like, oh no, I lose a lot of gold, but like I've already maxed out the cash that I've had. He's already level 7. He's still 33 at 3-5. Like he is playing this perfectly as well. He's got items to slam. I don't see a world where he could botch this up that hard unless we start seeing Radiant items, or we start seeing some really crazy stuff like, oh, 4-2 we have a 3-star Rammus, 3-star, well, in this case, Kog'Maw for Boomhei.
Yeah, and Boomhei here, this is another type where he likes the Star Guardian, Mighty Mech, and Prodigy. He tends to lean towards that. He's been a little bit more flexible. Going with the Bastion one, this is also a comp that's kind of picked up in popularity, even from yesterday, because it seems like the Bastion comp, players are aware that this has kind of opened up a bit, so they've been kind of leaning on this as much as possible as of late.
Finally, Bastions are good. They used to be so bad. They were like the frontliners that you're like, you wish you didn't have to tech into. But it gives you at least 10 seconds into the game, and that's perfectly kind of all you really need. Especially if you're playing something like Kog'Maw, who kind of needs to like scale up into the game really, really quick. Either way, finally we come to the point where Raining Gold coming in from jail, and for some reason has already kind of teched himself. It looks like his cash out was pretty decent, but unfortunately not enough to get him some like powerful items, which is a little scary, right? Because Braum, great, sure, you've got natural synergies there. Now he starts slapping on the Crystal Gambit emblem, which he was able to make anyways. So again, he's running out of HP to work with. I think at this stage, finding the Zyra might be necessary to push up to 7 Crystal Gambit. But he's already got the Ashe, but no items to slap onto the Ashe. So he's highly dependent on this Janna being, well, in this case, efficient.
Yeah. And trying to go up against this Swain, this absolute monster of a frontliner, gonna be very tough. Raipai has just been an absolute menace, being able to take down everyone. And to be honest, I don't remember his win streak, but I mean, when you're at 100 HP, you're undefeated at this stage.
He hasn't lost a single match. And like, I feel for Jail because it's like, it's one of those games where it's like, darn, I wanted to go for the big cash out, couldn't get as much as I wanted to. Alright, I finally get like a mediocre cash out, and even then it's not like really giving you much to work with. I would prefer items over units, or at least if I get a unit, just give me a Zyra. I'm already playing Crystal Gambit and I have the emblem, so it's just, you're crossing your fingers and praying for the best. But Raipai, he's in a phenomenal spot, as always, and his cash out is so good. He got Strategist on top of it. Like, This is so over.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, definitely top 4 at this stage. I think that that's going to be a long, like, given his composition is just great, right? So I think that other players need to find a way more than anything else to kind of fight amongst themselves, right? That just jockey for position as much as possible, because RiPi looking to run away at least with this game in a great spot, but we'll see. We still have plenty of stages to go.
The upsetting thing is that he's been winning this entire time, 3-item Swain at 1 star. He hasn't found the 2-star just yet, but now we look at Eggy, right? And I've been curious to see what he's been building. I saw him build BT early on. I'm curious to see whether he wants to kind of tech into maybe Yasuo, or if he's trying to play into like Mech Akali. Those are a couple of ways that you can actually really start to scale back into the game, unless you want to like cheat out a Yone somehow, but I don't think he has the ecom for it just yet. The Soul Fighter player is another person who I'm worried about, because that's probably the only other composition that could potentially outscale RiPi at this point.
Yeah, and Boshi there, he was the guy with those Soul Fighters. I mean, he's one of the most flexible players, he's the most versatile in ensuring that he gets here, because he's able to just really be kind of like you, dare I say, Gideon, in the sense that he's very flexible with the compositions, just taking whatever the enemy teams are not taking, so that he ensures that he has an open road, and he does have a decent number of Soul Fighters.
I do hope that our OB has a look at Boshi's board in just a little bit, but now it's time to start picking the augments on 4-2, and this is a make it or break it, because Prismatic, again, really powerful stuff. If Rapai gets an insane one, then well, there's not, you're just playing for second place at this point, right? Everybody else is looking to try and get some combat augments. I saw a decent number of players at least have econ to work with, and of course, oh my god, he gets a decent one as well. It may not be a combat augment, but for his current position at 4-2, he couldn't ask for anything more. If I happen to sneak a legendary 5 cost, I could just throw that in for free, and then I can eventually power level myself anyways once it comes to like 4-3, maybe even 4-5, then it should be totally fine. And then Bastions, we need to see that 3-star Kog'Maw come out now if he wants to survive. Ashley has finally scaled up to level 7, so he gets the upgrade onto the Kayle as well. He's got a really good front line at this point, but eventually he's going to have to kind of ditch the raids, but we'll see. If he happens to luck out onto the Varus, then it might be worth his time.
I mean, positioning seems to be all right on this one. Ashley's, that is. Again, he was on the bottom, so he's kind of stabilized, but not doing enough. That front line completely just taken down by the Samira on the other end, and it looks like it's going to be close, but Boshi, in the end, finally prevailing here.
Yeah, I'm not going to be beating the Radiant D-Blade. I keep calling it D-Claw because it's just one of those habits, those bad habits you start building. Even so, this is a really precarious situation to be in, right? Because now you have to start worrying about certain players who may scale ridiculously into the game. Wow, he gets Indomitable off of that? Oh my god, he's just getting all the items as well. I do want to figure out what Rapai is thinking of for his final board, because with what he has, it's like, okay, yes, you have strategists, you have like really good items just in general, but I don't see the rise. I don't see like the final endgame composition he wants to build into, leaning more towards AP, of course. I think probably he's going to play around like Twist of Fate, and his long side with Zyra is going to be his final board, I would imagine.
Yeah, but look at MaxCCV doing some decent work, making this much closer than I'm sure he would like, and it looks like RiPi actually might be losing his first round. It took us to 4-3 to finally get there, but MaxCCV taking down the big demon.
Star Guardians, am I right? See, that's the problem, right? Everybody at this point recognizes that RiPi, if they just let him just play the game, they're eventually going to lose. So the power spikes, this was to be expected. And most importantly, it's just before the carousel round as well. It's not going to change his placing, but for Bomhei, people like Jail, at least for Ashley, he's going to be fine. I am curious about Boshi, though. How many Soul Fighters does he actually have? And is he already looking to try and, start stacking up for the prismatic trait?
Yeah, and I think he would be. I mean, if he's able to get that one. I mean, he's at 50 HP, pretty decent spot. I think he needs to be, he's going to be happy with that. But now RiPi looking to go in. Boomhang, on the other hand, is going with some of those 5 gold guys and ensuring that he, has that beefy front line, especially with that Braum in the middle, kind of fortifying the board for him.
Oh, please. No, he doesn't have it. He does not have it. It's 4-5. He doesn't have the 3-star Kog'Maw. And the worst part about it is that he's just taking so much damage. It's not even necessarily his fault. In a regular tempoed game, this would be a really good board, but unfortunately it's just not his luck today. He should be able to survive out against some of the weaker members, but back to deck, actually going for a fast 9. I'm surprised the players actually consider going into the fast 9 in a meta like this, and considering that he's already running with a Radiant Artifact Anvil on top of Raining Gold. He's playing with his life. He needs to stabilize.
It needs to stabilize. I mean, look at Back to December and Boomay. Both of these guys out the very bottom. Who's going to be out the first one and only gaining a single point, which would just be a bit of a travesty going in. You need to accumulate those points, and you want as many as possible early to put a little bit of pressure off of you, because then you don't need to make so many moves, right? And then instead of just denying the potential champions, you want to be in the running for, of course, that top 2 to get those highly sought-after prizes.
All right, Shadow Clone, very, very nice. Unfortunately, the front line could be a little bit better, but I think Boshi is pretty happy with his current state, especially since he's already at 8 Soul Fighters. I'm not sure how many wins he's had since, because again, it's still a 1-star set. It looks like he also has 4 Edgelord, rather surprising. Looks like he didn't get too lucky on the top end of things, but it should be more than enough, right? He's already got the Radiant D-Blade. Not to mention that with double Samiras, he's just going to melt the more often than not. And as long as that Xin Zhao holds, 4 Soul Fighters, the longer the fight actually progresses, the stronger they become.
Yeah, gonna be tough here. And Back to December, realizing that he's in a world of hurt right now. Again, just trying to stay alive. He's got to roll down. Got to give himself a chance to just continue fighting. But he doesn't really have the econ to kind of compete with some of the bigger dogs, as he's on the very bottom with only 8 HP. This is not looking good.
It's not looking good at all, but at least saved by the bell, right? Hopefully, this is where it all turns around. He's got the item. Oh, he's running Trinity Force. Man, that's unlucky. I wonder what his other items were. What other item options he had. Even so, Star Guardian's still looking pretty strong. Best defense, Gathering Force, not too bad. 2 stars on the most important units. Ideally, you would also like to get the 2-star Varus, but you know, you're at 17 gold at level 8. I'm already asking for a lot. Now, finally, let's see those items. Crack it open. Anything good? Ideally, I think it's just that 3rd item for Poppy. Bramble Vest is okay, but I don't know. I've got to look at the rest of the lobby. How many people are actually playing AD? Because I feel like they're leaning more towards AP more than anything else.
Yeah, and look at Ashley's getting that 3-star Zac finally. This has taken quite some time to get there. It's stage 5-1 on this one, but Boomhair, this is pretty much it. I think he's got to be worried. He's just completely rolled down, got no economy whatsoever. This is pretty much all in, just trying to force it to staying alive. Oh. That's all you need to do.
He's one off. He's one off the Kog'Maw. No. And he has to deal with like triple D-Blade Ashe as well. Ah, that's so sad. So very, very sad.
I mean, it's looking very close at this point. The front line, that's the biggest thing, just staying alive. The Kog'Maw is doing some work in the back line. It's looking like he's actually going to be able to pull this one out, but it took quite a number. Is he going to get lucky, get that final Kog'Maw? We're going to have to find out in the next shop here.
Please, dear God. He hit the Yasuo. He just needs the Kog'Maw. And thankfully, in this current metagame, anything that can hit the opposing backline and bypass the front line does so much work. Now, mech players all looking very, very nice. Okay, endgame boards. Finally, 7 Crystal Gambit unlocked. As long as Jail can survive turn after turn after turn, he's going to scale stronger and stronger and stronger. And that would be perfect for him, assuming that he doesn't meet the soul. Wait, can he actually, based on the items that he has, triple D-Blade, a little unlucky there. He could... Yep, he's switching up the power-ups. That's exactly what he needs to do right now. He just needs any bit of power, and he faces off against Rapai. I'm not sure what his endgame board looks like. Oh, what is that? Did he go for... Did he steal a Kayle somehow?
I think so. I mean, look at that Ashe doing some work, but Kayle just way too strong on the back line, and he's doing some work, but that Swain eventually falling on this one. This one's going to be kind of close, and I think Ri-Fi will pull away with this one, and Jail gets knocked out into 7th place.
Oh, that's got to be really frustrating. Really, really frustrating. You finally hit the board. And luckily, Boomhei has survived all this time. Thank the heavens. Thank the Lord. Yasuo carried him all the way, finally, to get the 3-star Kog'Maw. And at this point, if he squeezes out a top 4 finish, that's already good enough. But even so, it's not in his control, not in his hands, especially when you have Crystal Gambit 7 players and 8 Soul Fighters already active and available.
Yeah, almost everything just being taken away. Like, Crystal Gambit was something that we didn't really see much of yesterday, and then now we seem like everybody's kind of vouching for it, trying to get it as much as possible. But this Kog'Maw 3, the Yone as well, I mean, the Yasuo, excuse me, we're going to have to see exactly how this one plays out.
Okay, positioning is good. Yasuo is on the opposite end, so Kale's going to be the last person that he gets access to. Hopefully the AoE damage is going to be enough. No. Holy cow. 1.4k damage. That Yasuo was putting in the work. And he doesn't have a third item on Kog'Maw anyways, so he's just going to be like, you know what, Yasuo, you do you, man. You do your thing, dude.
Actually, I mean, when you've got 3 HP, you have a chip in a chair, and you're just playing for it, you gotta ensure that you survive. And these 3 heroes, these 3 champs for him, Boomhei, like, somehow making this work, just being able to survive. If he's able to get top 4, I think that would speak volumes about his play. And the fact that he got a little lucky, especially with that Kog'Maw there.
Now he's got the Archangels as well. That's it. And he also has an item remover. His Kog'Maw is only going to get stronger, especially in those longer style of matchups. And now, I'm more curious about how everybody else is doing, right? Because it's coming down to the wire. There's the top 3 and then the bottom 3 right now in terms of just raw HP. Boomhei, he's going to start removing those items. Perfectly done. Start slapping them on. He knows exactly what he's doing. Rafai finally hitting the 2 stars on not only his Zyra, but also finds the Protectorate that he absolutely needs. And that's going to be the K'Sante. At this point, he's only going to get stronger. Mr. Number 1 here, with the Star Guardian, still doing very, very well. Also pushing to level 9. Interesting. Okay, finally adding the Volley Bear. 8 Soul Fighters. I don't see the animation. I don't see the little particle, so it doesn't seem like he's activated it just yet. I mean, it's a do or die situation, but here comes the mech player.
Yeah, I mean, the mech player is looking to be a little bit angry on this one. This is going to be close. He's only got 6 HP, Boshi that is, and if he's able to survive, the Samira is doing some work, but the mighty mech somehow still very tanky. And here come the heals a little bit, just kind of continuing on with the sustain. This could be towards the end, Eggy. It looks like it's going to be an epic battle to the very, very end, and the mighty mech just chasing after him, wants to do it. It's going to be close, and I think that he got eliminated in the end.
Oh, so unfortunate. When all your units, your backline units get sniped, the main front heavy mech itself was the problem. Top 4 secured for Max, Eggy, Rafai, as well as Ashley. Nicely played. Ashley just squeaked by at 4th. We're at our top 3 already.
Yeah, it was going to be close. All 3 of them had, a single-digit HP. It was going to be a very difficult situation of trying to come back. It came down to the wire in that sense, but of course, losing at stage 5, you're going to be taking, 10 damage base? Yeah, you're not going to survive on that one if you lose.
Now, Max, he's had a strong game. He's playing 5-star Guardians. Luckily, he's been able to kind of hold out, and honestly, his Radiant item, that Radiant Shojin, has made all the difference. But now this mech player, especially when he has the uplink as well, giving plenty of mana for his Karma in the back, just to keep on spamming, right? I think at this point, the only way that the mech player can get stronger is to reroll the fruits. I'm pretty sure that he got best in slot for it, but the Star Guardians on top of a 2-star Varus, it's just too much to handle.
Yeah, plus that Jinx is doing some serious work. Best in slot as well. So, I mean, 5-star Guardians, this has become a great comp for Max CCV, really turning this game around. But Rafai in 2nd place at about half of his life, Max CCV that is. And of course, Eggy, who came from the bottom, and now he's here in the 3rd spot.
He just has to hold out, right? I think that Eggy has a real good chance at making it through. Same goes for Rafai, but I think Rafai, his scaling is highly dependent on what he gets from the items, because he can't get stronger without these like consistent small little cash outs every what do they call it, tier, every threshold for the Crystal Gambit at 7 is just gonna give him just a little bit more power each and every time. So the longer he lives, ideally for Max, he takes him out first, right? Eggy, he can maybe look to power level to 10 once he builds up the economy, and then add in another legendary, probably like a Braum of some sort. He's already got the Seraphine. The Seraphine 2 wouldn't matter, mainly because he doesn't have the extra items to slap on top of it. Unless he gets a Star Guardian emblem, I think that he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, in a great spot here. I mean, Ri-Fi, on the other hand, he was doing really well. I mean, he was undefeated, untouched going in to, I think, stage 4, like 2 or whatever, before he actually lost. But Ri-Fi didn't really kind of invest in the late game. He was spending quite a bit of money. He was under 50 gold for quite some time, and this might have hurt him in the end because, again, he's kind of fallen behind, and now things are a little bit more desperate. He doesn't really have that econ to really compete here with Max CCV.
Well, he doesn't need the econ. He's already level 10, right? He's got the important core units that he needs. The extra bodies is just to pad the extra stats so that, you know, Jinx doesn't one-shot his backline. He's got strategists already available. And now, I think by raw stats, the fact that he's played the slow game, he's outscaled the lobby, right? I would like to see Ri-Fi's board just to have a good idea of what he is playing currently. Double Strike. I'm surprised, right? Because again, you don't see this very often where a team, where at least players would hold on to a Kayle 2 for this long. Because now that he's reached the maximum level, like Kayle, yes, sure, it's not the greatest items in the world, but generally speaking, because he is naturally inclined towards AP, his frontline is great, and more importantly, he's got a bajillion items, right? On top of the 4 strategists, he kind of compensates for the fact that he doesn't have a 3-star with just stats.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the 7 Crystal Gambit as well, so this is looking great. I mean, they were continuing on for as long as possible. Kayle, though, going down early, that's not going to be great for them, but it looks like he's got enough. He's almost been able to kind of overpower this front line, this mighty mech who's just been this nuisance, kind of constantly dueling with the Swain, but I think Eggy might have been outclassed. It's going to be very close. The Swain finally does fall, and Eggy with the comeback, able to go back into him, especially with that mighty mech.
Ri-Fi, he's got to position, he's got to reposition here against Eggy. He cannot let that mighty mech be right in front of the Kayle. I think he needs to look for a secondary carry here. Oh, finally, he does find the 2-star onto that Rise. I think he's been looking for it for a while, but he had to make some, you know, make some cuts, make some decisions to get the level 10 first. Eggy still in a really good position, doesn't really need to do much because there's not a lot of backline access from the other compositions, and the way that he's kind of positioned it, it lets them kind of trickle in slowly so that you're not getting like maximum value.
You see that? He actually pivoted. He repositioned everybody. They were the enemy. The Max, I think, was scouting it. He faked it, and he goes right back to his original formation, which he had previously won on. So again, it's like playing 4D chess. It's just being able to outsmart them, and again, just kind of showcasing something that you're really not going to do. And again, Eggy, this one's going to be close as well.
No, I don't think it's gonna be as close as we think. Look at it. He's gonna walk, and now the mecha guys pop out. Yep, it's pretty good for Eggy here. And right now, it's just a game of positioning between Eggy and as well as Max. Ri-Fi's the only one who's like, yes, I want to play for positioning, but I kind of need a couple of other components to really solidify that I can get through that mech in the first place. Right now, I think. Oh wait, I forgot to check. I forgot to do my due diligence as a you know, Golden Spatula player. You know, does he have Shred? That's number 1. Number 2, does he have anti-heal? I forgot all the basics here.
Yeah, we weren't able to see that one. But again, one thing I'm really liking about this whole mighty mech composition is the fact that he's got 2 mech pilots, right? Eggy is kind of, this is an all-in composition. It's great. It's actually doing, you know, he's able to take the top slot going into stage 6-5. Things have been looking very good. Look at how the fact that he's sticking with his comp. It's very difficult to get to that back line. The Senna and Karma are going to have a field day. He's been scouted out. Now he's looking to reposition. He sees what they're, you know, how they're scouting him.
He's trying to sell it. He doesn't know. Oh, do you separate the carries? Do you put them on one side of the corner? Which one is it going to go? And the thing is, they're playing on mobile, right? So scouting is just a little bit harder to do, especially since you can't just like flip through these players as quickly. You're gonna have multiple fingers on the monitor just to make sure on the touchscreen just to make sure that it happens. The Varus is doing some really good damage here, and the fact that he's already sniped that backline, this is why the whole game from this point onwards, especially when you're level 9, level 10, it's all about positioning. He manages to get the free snipes on that Karma with the help of the Varus. So as long as that Varus stays alive, Jinx does take a little bit of a back step in terms of priority, in terms of how they should position. Because right now, Jinx also doesn't have any Shred. In terms of anti-heal, they do have Shred with the Even Shroud alongside with the, man, what is it called? Sunfire Cape already equipped at this point. Now we look at Rafai. Plenty of items and a fully itemized as well. Not the best items for the Ashe, but it's fully itemized nevertheless, and that should be good enough.
It should be good enough, right? But if we're looking at kind of what Eggy's doing, again, looking for that reposition, they need to get to the back line. Maxi CV with 4 snipers, that back line is going to do some serious damage. You need to figure out a way to kind of, you know, skirt the flanks, get to that back line, and to mitigate as much of that damage as possible.
Let's see whether the J4 stun is going to be good enough. Oh, he hits everything that's important. That's great. A good amount of time actually bought so he can slowly chip away at everything else. Yep, that should be Eggy's run right there. Rafai, as expected, coming into the top 2. This, oh, did he go for it? Did he get the double kill? No, he doesn't get the double kill. 8 HP.
Yeah, 8 HT. I mean, this is pretty much it. Rafai, again, he had a great start. Things were looking a little bit, you know, he dipped a bit in the mid-game, but he eventually stabilized again, and it looks like he's looking to close this one out. This is potentially the last game, depending on if Rafai were to lose. If he wins, he definitely will take the top slot here.
Yeah, first he's got to deal with the Thresh. Get rid of this creep. Let's see, hopefully this could be the saving grace that they're hoping for. Let's see the item. Let's see the item. Manamune. What? Manamune? Oh, great. Like, if things couldn't get worse already for everybody else. Oh, yeah, the Gargoyles is not going to do too much. This is a pretty... this is guaranteed a first place for him. He's got everything. He's outscaled the entire lobby. Unfortunately, everybody just couldn't put enough damage... into Rafai to make sure that he doesn't get to this point.
Yeah, he's got, 20 HP as well, right?
And what like 11 units.
yeah, 11 units. I mean, we're at stage 7. I mean, yeah, if he loses this one, and potentially game over. But I think that with, again, his composition is so good. Just too many guys, just way too much damage, especially on that back line. This is going to be very tough for Maxi CV to somehow prevail.
It's not even going to be close here. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that Swain. He'll never die. Somebody take him out. They can't. And with Tankzilla, it's guaranteed. Shout out to Ashley as well as Boomhei. Good respect. Good sportsmanship. Good sportsmanship.
I mean, that's the biggest thing about this, right? Golden Spatula. It's just like, yeah, you see it, and sometimes things don't go your way, but I think congratulations to Rafai. Well-deserved win. All of his, the other players congratulating him as well. It's just one game of potentially many in this grand finals here.
As you can see, I mean, you can tell that he's not like the most stoked about the win. He knows that, okay, that's one of those it's one of those games where everything just lined up perfectly. It was pretty free. The only time I actually had to like really test my mettle was at the end game, and honestly, he almost botched it unless he got lucky on those rolls, and he found the answer at the very end to stabilize, which is exactly what you want from your Crystal Gambit players. Rafai, very well done here. Max, I'm very surprised that he was able to get to this end game board. He already found the Star Guardian, so that was expected, but even Eggy as well, right? Getting the Mighty Mech at the very end was super, super risky because he was looking for Yone for a little bit of time, and he really needed some extra items to kind of like buff up and find a secondary carry because he committed so much with the overwhelming force with the double wands as a second augment, getting multiple, at least 4 rods to make sure that Mighty Mech actually has some punch to it.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the post-match score, the final, I mean, talking about the bottom here, back to December, this is uncharted territory. He did not get worse than like a 4th place finish in the games yesterday. So seeing him on the bottom, this is got to be weird for him back to December. Get knocked out early, but then you see Jail, Boomhei, and of course, Boshi in those bottom 4. They need to make some moves, especially in this next game here. It's going to be key for them to survive.
I mean, Boomhang, it was just unlucky, right? You know, sometimes sometimes at least for Golden Spatula, you can get a little unlucky. Sometimes the lobby just outscales you, or at the very least, you know, they get better augments, right? So hopefully in the following games is going to get a little bit better here. We'll see whether or not it's going to turn the tables, because keep in mind that this is checkmate format and they're looking to get above 20 points first before looking for first place. So even if you win like a bunch of first place now and hit checkmate format, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to close out the tournament just as easy.
Yeah, and it's a marathon, not a sprint, but we're going to have to see exactly how the players react, but it's going to be coming in game 2, but right after this break.
Welcome to the Ultimate Music Battleground, Remix Rumble 2! Keep up with the beat and engage in a gorgeous musical showdown! Let's give a warm welcome to the super popular Heartsteel! You cannot become a top band without persistent practice. Accumulate precious heart energy with each failure. Gather 10 Heartsteels to summon your greatest ride. Boom, boom, boom! Control the vehicle and let your heart rate soar. As the energy blasts through the roof, the stage becomes a gift box of Heartsteel that gathers and brings all your opponents under control. Next up is KDA. Under the dazzling spotlight, they gain unique buffs and excite everyone with their music. There are still many more groups that have left their mark in the musical history of the League of Legends universe. They're all rearing to go. Oh, who's that screaming? Punk, raving to the end. Your punk band becomes even more powerful each time you refresh the store. Unlock 4-star members for your entire band to obtain the ultimate form of the lead singer. Who dares take on the wrath of Ultimate Punk? You must miss country music too, don't you? The fearsome steed from hell shall make a powerful charge. Oh, there are also disco contestants. They take the stage with the most dazzling disco balls. Their strength significantly increases under the shine of the disco ball. With our utmost respect, let us welcome the legends of the music world, Maestro Gene. With his violin, he performs the greatest finale, legendary drummer Ilaoi. The beat of her drum summons the god of the Serpendiles to assist her in battle. Creator of explosive beats, Ziggs. He throws musical bombs that shock all opponents. Now, let us welcome our DJ, Sona. She controls the atmosphere of the entire venue, switching between different music styles that can heal or excite. She grants different buffs to your band. She has arrived, ready to take up the challenge. Aurora. Whether it's blues, funk, or pop, she can pull off many different styles. No one can escape Elise's charm. She attracts many fanatical fans whenever she takes the stage. Gwen. She combines music with a hint of magic. She has only one item slot, but her magical scissors will absorb the abilities of every item. Work hard, trainees, and earn your very own spotlight. Under the spotlight, you will achieve new breakthroughs. Now, it's time to take the stage. Command the battle with KDA. All new battles of pop stars. Come and experience Remix Rumble 2 of Golden Spatula.
체크메이트.
Welcome back, everybody. Right now, we're hoping that maybe Rafai is going to find another first place to make sure that his dominance stays on top, because he just had an incredible Crystal Gambit game, but that was just before the break. Now, here at the Golden Spatula Open Tournament, we're going to see whether everybody else is going to look for their revenge. Of course, once again, it's me, Gideon Q. We've got Holler here at the desk. What do you think about that first round? This is the opening round for the Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the first one. I mean, with the checkmate format, yeah, it's nice to get those points. It's going to be great, especially when you're on top with those 8 points by Rafai. Really well played by him. But again, it's one of those things where you need to win later after you've achieved those 20-point threshold. But I want to talk a little bit about the second place guy, MaxiCV, really trying to bounce back. I mean, he had a difficult early game to kind of get himself into a position, at least was kind of competitive with that final 2 here.
I mean, also, salutes to Eggy sneaking his way up into that top 4, especially since he was, like, very, very close to actually pushing up to level 9 anyways, and I think then maybe he could have stabilized a little bit more, but unfortunately didn't have, like, the perfect setup, and I think that's why there's such a big difference between top 16 and then looking at the Grand Finals itself. Teams, well, I want to say teams, but I'm pretty sure that these guys are playing for themselves, even though they've definitely sat in scrims and they've talked amongst each other about some of the best compositions in the game. You're looking for that BIS, or what we call best in slot, because it's a huge game changer, right? It's the difference maker between top 4 and bottom 4. It's a difference maker between first and third place.
Yeah, but it's not easy to get at times, right? You need to get those items. You need to get the econ going to potentially get those best in slot items on your carry, champions. It's going to be very helpful. Not easy to do, especially when everybody's kind of vying for those champions as well, right? It's a dog-eat-dog world, dare I say. And going into game 2, now there's a bit of a target on a Rafai. I think that he's not going to have such a free game going in.
For sure. And not to mention that the encounter for this was just double anvils, right? So it wasn't like a high econ lobby. It's not like everybody had extra health. It's not like everybody was going full prismatic, and somehow the last 2 augments ended up being prismatic anyways, which really made things like Kog'Maw reroll a little unviable if you don't hit it early on. Even with the Yasuo 3 with some pretty decent items, honestly, could have gone a little bit further. Instead of the blue buff, he had maybe an Edge of Night. I think that could have been the difference maker between his bottom 4. Well, I mean, to be fair, he only got 5th place. He only lost out to Eggy right at the very end. But even so, it's about managing your resources. And I think right now, for Golden Spatula, at this stage, teams need to not... well, I say teams. I'm too used to saying the term. But our players need to really be thinking, okay, let's start with, can I get top 4 first? Then can I start to diverge my composition and really start focusing on maybe getting that end game scenario going? Because if game 1 already pushed to stage 7 and we're going in with like, what, 30, 20 HP, really begs the question, if we get a more aggressive lobby or if we get a high econ lobby, how many more rounds could it have gone?
Yeah, it really is like the main question, right? And how teams, or how players, are able to kind of adapt in that situation. I think if you're on the bottom, though, like if you're going to be Coach Gideon here, what are you going to tell those guys? Like, are you going to continue to play the same game? Do you want them to pivot? Do you want them to change? Like, what do they need to do to really bounce back here and give themselves a chance in match 2?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to the encounter, right? I think, first off, I think you start deciding on a number of compositions based on the counters. Because if you need, like, like you want to go Fast 9, for an example, you need a kind of an augment, or maybe even, at the very bare minimum, some extra gold from the encounter itself, like gold subscription. Great that we're talking about it here. Because now that the first rounds have already begun and we're going straight into the combat, let's see how these players are going to go, right? Because we might see Rafai actually play the Kayle composition once again. It doesn't look like he got a lot of items. Well, actually, no, I take that back. He did get 3 components at the very least. He's got the gargoyles, which is already pretty good in the earlier stages of the game. But more importantly, he needs to kind of make sure that this Kayle has best in slot while he, again, it's a powerful start. He's already got 4 Kayles right from the get-go. And, I mean, from this point onwards, we need to see who else is contesting him.
Yeah, actually, that's a great start. I mean, it couldn't have asked for anything more. And I mean, sometimes you're lucky, right? And starting it off into game 2, as lucky as Ri-Fi has been, I mean, not to take away any of the great decisions that he made in game 1 to secure that victory, but sometimes Lady Luck is on your side, makes things a little bit easier for you.
I do want to see Back to December because he did finish in dead last in 8th place, the worst possible slot for game number 1. I do want to see what Back to December wants to do because I saw him level to 5. I'm not sure what composition he's going to be playing first, but for now, at least for Ri-Fi, he also has a pretty good power fruit as well in double strike. Now we look at Jail. What is he currently running? Protector, Star Guardian. All right, that's fair, but he is building into that BT once again, which makes me think that he might want to pivot off later down the line. We'll see, because again, BT is one of those items that kind of like, you have to have some kind of solid direction in making it. Oh wait, never mind. I just looked at the augments. He's got the Nico augment, so he's definitely looking to 3-star that Protector Star Guardian.
Yeah, it's going to start off very strong. Jail right now, I mean, Star Guardian already, and then that Nico, that front line, that was just an absolute beast at this point. I think he's just going to ride it out, but let's go into the first carousel of the game.
All right. A little tough to see what everybody else is currently playing. We can't make any predictions just yet. I am curious what version of the Nico composition he's looking to play. I think he's going to play the full Protector route. If not, he probably would have sold to buy the two Zayas that he had in shop if he really wanted to lean more into the Star Guardian route of things. But for now, I think it's pretty atypical. Seems like everybody's got the units that they were looking for. Doesn't seem like there's much contention just yet. Whoever took the rods, I am interested to see if they are building straight into compositions that are a little bit more AP heavy, if not looking for Guinzoos. Because at least when you see Guinzoos, generally there's only a few units that come into mind that actually utilize that item well.
Yeah, and Boomhaze actually picked up one of those. He's one of those players, so we're going to have to check his board to see exactly what he's looking to equip his champions with on that one, but he did pick up the Needle Rod as well. So going into this one, changing things up. Ashley's, again, on the bottom, he was 4th place in the last game. I mean, it looks like he's got some Star Guardians, some potential Crystal Gambit, but he does have a full bench at this point. What are you looking to do? I mean, you've got a 3-game losing streak. It's probably Crystal Gambit in the end.
Depends if he gets the units. He's currently playing calculated loss, so it's totally fine if he loses because he's gonna get like a little bit of extra economy to kind of compensate for it. Even so, he pushes up to 40, and if I'm correct that this is calculated loss, he should get some money right here when it gets to the next round. But I am a little sad because his items, there's nothing really slammable, right? He's losing a decent amount of HP. He's already at 76, but the main issue is that he can't really like make his board like any stronger than it is already with the items because he doesn't have much of a direction, right? It's extra econ, but it doesn't give you an idea of like, do I lean into more AP? Do I lean into more AD? And technically he can go both ways with it. The only awkward item is probably the bow. The tier is fine. The vest is totally fine as well. The tier is still very flexible, but the bow is not as flexible.
Not as flexible at all. And I mean, Ashley's also something to take note of. He had 2 level 1 Kales just waiting on his bench. Something that we kind of saw. It seemed to be a little bit of a popular pick from the players from Thailand, where they like to go with the Kale. And it's just kind of blocking them, is so to speak, from other players getting that potential 2 or 3-star Kales. You're kind of putting a hamper on that, but at what cost is that even worth it?
Well, I think it depends on how many kills that you get by the end of stage 2, right? If you're running like 5 kills, if you have 5 kills by the end of stage 2, maybe there should be some consideration to actually look to play reroll Kale. But then if your augments don't give you what you want to kind of speed that process up, I think just holding it as a transitional unit is also completely fine. You can still pivot into many different other things. You can eventually play like Malzahar reroll with heavyweights in the front line, which might just be the case here, but we'll see in just a little bit, right? Because he's already got 5 Kales down. He's already holding on. I think it's going to be a complete Kale reroll unless the items just tell him, nope, you have to play something else, right? If you don't get best in slot, I don't think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, and I mean, he's still a ways away, but again, you're kind of showcasing this, right? Boom Air is playing the restrictive game against Ri-Fi, and we knew that there was going to be a target on his back, right? How are players going to respond to Ri-Fi? And it looks like they've done their research, they've done some scouting in terms of just trying to take away some of those potential rates. The Kayle is definitely still option for them. He's still only level 4, so getting that 55% on those Kayle, potentially, you know, those slots, those 1 gold champs, it's still up in the air.
It's anybody's game so far. In terms of like raw damage, Ashley has taken a ridiculous amount, and somehow Eggy and alongside with Max have been win streaking the entire way. Now, at some point, one of these players will have to lose their streak. And I saw Max, he powered level to 6 straight away. He doesn't want to lose it just yet. He's even slapping an IE onto a Syndra just to make sure he has every little bit of extra power to try and maintain that win streak. And it's so important that he does.
Yeah, he needs to keep that one up. But somebody who's not had that win streak is going to be Boom Hair. He's on a 4-game losing streak, not looking great, has the Mighty Mech, and that's going to be the reveal for them. But, I mean, the Zac is still a nice little front liner. Hopefully he's able to kind of overcome this. But, I mean, at this point, you're kind of thinking win at this stage to kind of change things up?
Well, I mean, ideally he would want to win, but at the same time, it's like, you've already lost so much health. It's like, whatever, I'll take just like another one if necessary. But we'll see, because right now he's got Mighty Mech, Heavyweights, Mentor. Alright, a pretty decent start. He's got the items necessary. He's got the items necessary if he wants to kind of lean more into Karma. Not the best items, of course, but now we go into the second Augments picks, and it's Prismatic, which is a little dangerous. He's got Buried Treasure, Sponging, as well as Blazing Soul. Decides to go, oh, rerolls and gets Tiny but Deadly. Does he go for it? Alright, alright. It looks like Radiant Refractor.
Okay.
Ooh, 2 decent options there. However, not sure whether his composition could really utilize it. Double Trouble. Double Trouble. Oh, okay. Radiant Relics. Wait, did he find like something crazy? Oh, he didn't get anything crazy for his Nico. That's so sad.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get anything on this one. But, I mean, Radiant Relics, I think he's going to be happy with that. Being able to get some of those items, those Radiant ones, of course, will definitely help out. He's looking to kind of just go through the itemization route.
He's gonna have to take some time here. Gonna have to take some time. So far as we get into Rafai, looking like he is. I'm not sure if he's going to commit to this. Giant Slayer really doesn't help his current position as of right now. He does have a Malzahar, but again, he just doesn't have much of like, he doesn't have the power items that we're looking for to give him a direction. If you have maybe blue buff, I think then it's more clear that he should lean deeper into the Malzahar, unless he gets a Guinzoo's like sooner rather than later. He currently is working with Wraith Emblem, which is a rather surprising pick because Wraith in general as a vertical isn't the strongest play because it requires a lot to go for you, right? You can play 6 Wraiths, sure, but the strongest Wraith unit is still going to be K'Sante alongside with Varus. Kayle is great, but then if you're looking to 3-star that Kayle and still make it and have enough money to get the K'Sante alongside with the Varus towards 8 and 9, that's too much money to work with. That's like, what, extra 15 gold for a 2-star on top of an extra 12 gold for the K'Sante? It's too expensive. Inflation, man.
Yeah, not only inflation, not only is it expensive, but it needs to take time till he even gets there. He needs to survive, mitigate as much of the damage as possible. Just keep himself in this one, right? I mean, it's a bit of a commitment here, but he's seeing that the rates are open. This is something that he's going to look to stick to here.
Let's see for how long. As we see, okay, alright, the Prodigy comp looking very, very nice from Eggy. This is a much better start for him, right? He's finding his upgrades, which is, again, half the problem with these styles of compositions, where it's like, it's actually strong. If I had some 2-stars to work with, and at least for his carries and his itemized units, he has the 2-stars to make it work. The Garen, of course, is great, but the Radiant Decaw, even better to make sure that he can basically win streak throughout this row. This stage until he gets to roughly around stage 4, unless we see like a big power spike coming out from either Max. I'm not sure about back to December just yet. We'll have to look at his composition to see if it's been upgraded since the last time we saw it.
Yeah, and if we're looking at what Eggy's doing, he's the top. He hasn't lost a single stage at this point, but Eggy's been, this is where he wants to be. He wants to be aggressive early, start those win streaks as early as possible, develop a good early game that will really snowball into the mid to late. That was his MO going into yesterday, and you know, he wasn't able to do that in game one. He kind of was on a losing streak, a very different situation, but this is the style that he likes to play, taking the fight to the enemy team and doing it early.
Now, he's got to make a really important decision because Eggy is thinking, okay, I need to get to number one, I need to get to the level 8. Number 2, I need to make sure that I have a Yuumi to work with, right? He's going to be playing 5 Academia, 4 Prodigy, probably 5 Prodigy as well. Really kind of depends on what he rolls into at level 8 itself. But he also needs to be aware that, hey, somebody else is going to be playing Nico as of right now. Protector is kind of out of the question if he wants to lean into the Battle Academia Rakan as in the front line to work with. So he might have to play off of heavyweights. We'll see in just a little bit whether he's going to try and utilize that roll down on 4-2 to make that happen.
Yeah, look at Jail consistently riding this one. This Nico has just always been up front. It's been in this, you know, I mean, he's got a 5-game winning streak at this point because of this. This Nico that has just been this terror up front. Nobody really has the answers as of yet. It's still very early in that regard, but man, like you'll consistently ride that one, right?
He's gonna ride the entirety of stage 3 with no problems whatsoever. It also really helps the fact that he's got like an Ari in the back holding the Void Staff, and it helps so much to kind of like cut through. But the longer the fight goes, the worse it gets for most people, especially when they can't deal with the Nico. On top of the fact that it has an Archangels, Protector still a really good like frontline trait just in general. Buys you so much time.
Yeah, and also you've got the Jinx as well in the back line. Still very early for them. I mean, this is a great composition to kind of start for that. But now Ri-Fi, the previous game's winner, they're looking to go for the back line, and Zach makes a beeline for it. A wide opening. This could be a positional win for him.
Oof, I don't know. Can they actually deal with... Yeah, there's no scaling, unfortunately, for this Kayle, so Nico is just gonna, as long as there's units on the board, she's gonna heal back to full every single time. We'll see in overtime here. Oh, it's getting real close!
I mean, it's looking close, but Zach, it looks like the Nico in the end. Just too much. Oh, the Kayle! Oh, that's just enough, and jail. Literally going to jail after that one.
And that's what we call a Wraith diff. This is one of the few times that I actually think that Wraith made the difference there. Unfortunately for Nico, he's currently not running anything like Jak'Sho or... oh, sorry. Well, what am I thinking of Jak'Sho? Jak'Sho is way too expensive. In this case, it would be... what do they call it? It's not coming to me. But basically, he wants to get a specific item to kind of like... When he takes the hits, he builds up that mana. I'm going to double check it in just a little bit as we get into the creep round.
Yeah, and look at this one. I mean, the Garen is up front with that regenerative as well. And Eggy, again, you know, in a pretty good spot. Level 7 at this stage. Not the worst thing to be in, and not losing a single round. So consistently just riding this Prodigy, Star Guardian, Battle Academia. It's a bit of a mixed bag, but again, you could pivot any which way. It's still kind of open as of what direction he really wants to go.
I think it's totally fine because this is a really good like transition board, and I think a lot of people struggle in Golden Spatula because they're like, I want to get the comp, but I usually bleed out before I get there. These are the type of transitional boards that our professional players here really take advantage of because it saves you not only a lot of HP, but for someone like Eggy, it actually allows them to play quality units while still maintaining that win streak. Now, I feel like he should be looking to roll early, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure he's already scouted the rest of the lobby and noticed very quickly that not everybody is at a power pace. Oh no. Did he get unlucky here against Jail?
I think he might have at this point. I mean, he's like rolled down about 30 gold on that one. He was looking for something. Not able to hit that mark. He's under 50 for the first time. And now Jail potentially going for the upset. And they finally first blood onto Eggy there.
Alright, Eggy, it's like, okay, sure, I was bound to lose at some point. Usually win streaks, especially for Mr. 100, it's a make it or break it once you get to 4-2. After 4-2, if you still have 100, then you've basically kind of won the game from that point onwards, but unlucky that he didn't roll into something decent. Now we start looking at other boards like Ashley, who's been taking a significant amount of damage, like for the past 2 stages. If he doesn't stabilize now, he's going to bow out very early. Boomhey as well, already starting to build up on that mech board. Iggy, does he find the Yuumi? He does sort of high roll here. He sees a Varus, but he can't really utilize it in this particular composition because it's very AP oriented. Finally, Moshi with a double trouble. He's probably he looks to play the Mundo what's his face? Mundo Jin composition.
Yeah, and actually he's only level 6 as well, so I think it's going to really help him in ensuring that he's got that. But look, 6 composition Wraith for Rai-Fi. This is looking to be pretty good. Kale is starting to hit that mark in that regard. Only got 2 items though, I mean, but he's almost there at that critical mass.
He's building up fast, and at the very least for Rai-Fi, he finds the Guinsoo at the very end, which is it is a necessary component for a Kale reroll style of composition. He hits level 7, which is totally fine, but now he's realizing very quickly that he needs to push levels, but he doesn't have enough gold to make it to 9. He can get to 8 no problem, but it's a losing battle from that point onwards. With 6 Wraiths, he doesn't have to worry about the Varus. For now, hopefully he finds a K'Sante too quickly so that he can hold out even longer. Ashley, on the other hand, still hasn't really upgraded his frontline, which is the big issue, right? If he can get like a 2-star K'Sante or a 2-star, at least a 2-star set, he might be able to hold out because he's got really good items to work with, just not the units to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, his situation right now, Ashley's that is, he's got best friends, so he's kind of putting them up into pairs as much as possible. He has a decent front line. He has at least 1 K'Sante that's got 3 items on him. So this could be the potential push. He needs a little bit more damage, ensure that Ashe is continuing to just stay alive on that flank.
So far, the Ashe is doing pretty well. Again, just maximizing the 6 duelists here, but he needs that 2-star front line to ensure that he gets through everything. Boomhey, generally his board has been pretty weak overall, so it's totally fine. He finds that win, but it's getting down to the wire, right? Ashe is already at 17. Oh, he also has the in pairs to make sure he has the extra attack speed right at the very beginning, which is why he's opting to kind of like lean in more into the damage route rather than looking for more bow items.
Yeah, it's very smart, very smart. Taking what you just kind of synergizing with what the game is giving you, essentially. But Ashley's on towards the bottom, only 21 HP. This is going to be very scary going into the next round of stages. And going into this one, I mean, he's kind of competing with Back to December, who's just kind of had a miserable grand finals. Really hasn't found his footing here.
Hasn't found it at all. I think if Ashley gets super lucky, because I saw he had six Ashes already, 2-star Ashes. Not only, 1 on his board, 1 on his bench. If he gets super lucky here and sneaks out a win because he gets a 3-star Ashe early on stage 4, that would be pretty funny.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. But I have to be a little lucky as well. I mean, never say never at this point. But now let's take a look at this one. It's going to be Maxi CV. This is a guy that was top 8 in the first Golden Spatula Open tournament. This is a guy that's very consistent, even getting 2nd place in the last game. He has a decent board. He's got the Varus, and of course that Jinx in the far right corner is going to do some serious damage in this round against Rai-Fi.
Wow, this guy's playing a classic sniper comp. Haven't seen one of these in a hot second. Alright, so generally it's not leaning. Yes, you'll have synergies with Star Guardians, but generally you just want to have 4 snipers and then 4 frontliners of whatever synergies that you can kind of slap together and let the Varus and let the Jinx kind of do majority of the work for you. He's already got Tangzilla, which is great. It buys time, but Gather Force is a pretty interesting power-up, right? Because compared to the other power-ups where it's like you get instant value, Gather Force particularly works really well with Jinx to be able to get consistent casts off her to make sure that her damage sticks upon her opponents, and more importantly, with multiple casts, when you have something like a Shojin, for an example, that's when it really starts to pop off.
Yeah, Gather Force is going to be great for this lineup, right? I think it just really synergizes well with the rest of the team here. But Ashe, this is another one. You got the K'Sante up front. Ashley's hanging on by a dear thread, but this best friends that they've got, that augment is going to be great. Plus, he's picked up the Lee Sin. He's got a lot of potential, but man, if he gets unlucky, and he just might be out.
Well, let's see, because right now, Back to December, his board, especially playing Crystal Gambit here, I don't see a lot of backline damage, but he's going to highly depend on that front. Oh, nope, and the bear's dead.
Yeah, it's not looking good already. And I think Back to December will be the first victim of Game 2 here. It looks like he is. And again, Back to December hasn't had the greatest of times. He was 8th place in Game 1. He will also be, 8th place in Game 2.
Really good call by Ashley's, though. Again, he's making sure that he's positioning against their carries, knowing that, unfortunately for the Bear, there's no real access to the backline. And he's making sure that he's bringing his Cassante alongside with his Ashe on the same side of the board, because he knows that the Cassante can buy some time, and Ashe just needs a wee bit, just like 5 seconds worth of auto attacks to really start to get rolling with the Duelist.
Yeah, and that'd be best case scenario if he's able to just kind of get that space. But he's doing very well. I think he's definitely stabilized. I think that he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But Max CCV, on the other hand, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. But only 37 gold at this stage. He's kind of been committing to this one. But I think that with level 8 at this point, I think that you're going to be pretty happy.
That's so funny. That's so fun because he has Braum, the little the little river sprites following behind him. They're supposed to be Poros, but it's fine. It looks even better that they're all rivers. He's got the adaptive helm as well for his Poppy, which I think is fine. Does he need extra bit of shred? I didn't see if he had a Last Whisper. We'll see in just a little bit here. As we look on over to Boomhey, he's pretty low. He still hasn't decided about what item he wants. He might have to slap it on the very last second. Oh, finally, we get to see the Double Trouble comp.
Oh, this is going to be it for this one. I mean, the Mighty Mech on 7, something that Boomhey has actually been picked up as well, but it's going to be very close. Boomhey must survive, keep the Mighty Mech going, but this is going to be a close one in the end. A knockback. Boomhey hanging on by a thread. Does he have enough to take it down? This Dr. Mundo all the way, but the Mighty Mech is getting low himself, and this Dr. Mundo is just too much, and I think that Boomhey might be out as well.
Yep. Double Trouble comp. This is one of the few compositions that just will catch you off guard because you're thinking he is lower level, right? He is lower level. He's got 2 3-stars. No big deal, right? He's playing another 2 2-stars. You're just wasting space. But that Double Trouble augment, if anybody was playing in the previous patch where fan service was a thing, Double Trouble plus fan service with Xayah and Rakan, that was disgusting. Imagine that times 2 now with a most likely, I'm guessing that his augment, his power snack for the Jhin is going to be either Spirit Sword or Artistic KO. It does so much damage. It melts through your tanks.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Look at the Cassantes. Oh my gosh. Look at Ashley's just like spreading it throughout. Just the buddy system, of course, with the best friends. Not only increasing the damage, but also just making it very tanky to get to that back line. And you're seeing just how much work this Ashe is doing. Those arrows are a-flying.
Again, it just takes like 3 seconds for this Ashe to actually, speed things up, right? No Guinzus whatsoever. His Kraken Slayer as well already pushed up to like 20 marks. Even within the first 30 seconds of the fight, well, actually, the first 12 seconds, half the units just died before they even got more auto attacks off. But even so, this is a really good position. 3... Still looking for a 2-star Cassante, which it looks like he has 3, but at least he's got the duplicate thanks to the mirror.
Yeah, he's got that. Also, the Lee Sin in the bench just waiting in the wings. But here are most of the Cassantes that have been taken away. It's going to be a fight for it. If he's going to get the last couple Cassantes to ensure that he gets the next level up, we're going to have to see if he's able to find it. But the Ahri here, Jail level 3 in the bottom right. A lot is going to be riding on this one in terms of that damage.
Again, at least for the Ahri, she's got the Radiant Giant Slayer, so that's gonna be totally fine here. But let's see whether he has enough damage to plow through, or at least anti-heal to deal specific. Oh, Edge of Night. Yep. Doesn't really matter. Just way too many auto attacks to deal with.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be out of that one. Just another player that's been knocked out at this stage. We're getting to the wire at this point as we get into the top 4 here. Ashley's just sneaking in, has it, and it's going to be very close to see who's going to come out on top on this one.
Dude, Max is coming off with like 70 HP. Boshi is already at 60, and Boshi still has more time to actually scale in this game. Eggy, who was like trying to compete against Max CCV, at this point has lost way too much HP, and Ashley has been just sneaking by because of how front heavy his composition is, and he's really making sure that he's positioning well against them.
Yeah, his positioning has been on point. He's definitely been scouting, so he's ensuring that the damage dealers are staying alive. That Ashe has been doing some serious work. The other guys, if anything, they're thinking, he's only got 9 HP. Do I really need to worry about it? How do I get on? But if they're able to find Ashe on the back line, they're going to have a great time.
Let's see, because this double trouble is going to be a huge problem. Second itemized Mundo as well, just to make sure that he's holding all like the spare stuff that you don't give like big raw slaps like Even Shroud for an example. It's just for all the utility items. Let's see how he's positioned this. Okay, Carrie's on the opposite end. The Ashe is in a pretty good spot. Varus is still 1 star, so he's not going to get much off here. Let's see if this next cast of Jinx, whether or not it's going to blow that front line through. Bit unlucky. The auto attacks still makes it through. More units at the end of the day. Max CCV edges out at the very end.
Yeah, very end. I think Ashley's is just get knocked on this one. So, I mean, he played a valiant one. He actually swapped the Ashe at the last second to get that positional advantage, but just too much. That lead from Max CCV, and this is there's a reason why this guy is one of the best here, because of his decision making and the fact that he's in such a great prime position.
I think it's the Cassante 2 diff. That's
easy. Yeah, of course. You want to break it down like that, of course.
Because they're level 9 to level 9. It's like one of those moments where it's just like, man, that one upgrade made the difference. I could have had just as much time, and you would reach my backline just a wee bit later, just a little bit later. Even so, Bullet Hell already pretty good power up. We'll see, because right now Prodigies. The big thing is whether Yuumi is positioned in a spot where you actually have access to the back line. Because you can blow through that front line, no problems whatsoever. But things like Cassante are Yuumi's biggest problem, because he dies, he comes back up, then you have to waste another cast to get rid of the Cassante again.
Yeah, just too much. And Eggy really starting to feel it. Really doesn't have the econ as well. So if anything, this is like a Hail Mary play. Figure just like go roll out. He has potentially picking up another. He can't afford that one. That other Yuumi at this point. But he does have a bit of a reprieve in the sense that he's got neutrals on this round.
Yeah, if he needs to hit that 2-star Cassante, and I think he needs to start swapping the items off of that Garen. The Garen doesn't scale very well at this stage, and he needs a 3rd item for the Leona as well. Considering that it's Max, he does need like maybe a Bramble, I guess. Even then, he still has Shred. Is he missing anything else? He doesn't. Does he have anti-heal? It looks like, yeah, he's got the Morellos in the back as well. He's got the Shred on top of it. He's covered all of his bases. This is as good as it gets. He just needs a 2-star Cassante.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just this, like, his front line is just very weak. It will crumble, right? The damage dealers are fine, but they just don't have the time to just deal with the, Max CCV as well as Boshi here. This is not looking to be a great spot for Eggy.
It's not the greatest spot, but at least for Eggy, he's doing the best that he can, right? He's doing the best that he can. In comparison to his opponents, who right now, at least for Boshi, he's still very, very healthy. He does find a Zyra 1, which is going to help a lot, because that's going to add, especially since he put the, what do they call it? The little vines in the back line to make sure, wait, actually, no, he puts it in the front line.
Yeah,
he just wants... It's a not bad spot, because again, it tanks a little bit of the damage, and more so, it forces people like Jinx who are like, oh, I could start targeting the Zyra straight away, but then as soon as Zyra casts, oh no, I gotta deal with the Vine first.
Yeah. I mean, it's right in the middle or whatever. It was definitely focused in the initial one, but Eggy is out. We've got top 2 at this point. It's going to be Boshi versus Max CCV. Health bars, very similar in this regard. So at stage 6-2, this could be almost anyone's game.
However, it's 50 gold to currently 10 gold that they're looking to work with. And the Double Trouble, man. Double Trouble. He's looking for any pairs that he could just slap on. He can't find the 2-star Varus just yet, so he's like, you know what? 2 1-star Varuses should be enough. If they could get a cast off, he's got a pseudo Shadow Clone power up without having to use a Power Fruit.
Yeah, actually, they're doing a decent amount of damage on that back line, but they've got access, and the Cassante finally going down on this one. Oh! And it looks like Boshi has been able to slay the beast that is winning that round here.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. a small micro decision of having 2 Varuses rather than more frontline and even taking away the Zyra is great. But now he loses the pair as he hits the 2-star. What do you do? He still is playing a very dangerous game.
Yeah, very dangerous indeed. But he's continuing to roll. Gets a set instead. I mean, he's just going to throw that out there just for the sake of. But, I don't know if the 2-star Varus is the right play, especially when you had that double trouble. We're going to have to see the statistician as of what was the better play.
Well, we'll find out here. Because those extra stats are really going to be a make it or break it. See at the very end. Well, he's going to try he's going to try his best. Re-itemization coming in from Max onto that back line at the very least. Trying to make sure that he can be efficient, but he's not getting through it. Look at that 3.5k coming out with that artistic KO to kind of melt through this composition. He's got 2 lives left. 2 lives for Max.
Yeah, not too much time, but he's getting lucky in the sense that there's the carousel here. There's a little bit more of an opportunity for Max to kind of stabilize, get himself back in this one. He, in terms of HP, not looking great. Again, you talked about the fact that he's only got 2 rounds, but this is going to be key here. The next couple of decisions, it's make or break.
All right, let's see. Does he find it? He's gonna roll. He's gonna roll and try to make something happen. Level 10, power level to 10 to see if he can just beat him with the raw number of units. The big issue with this is whether or not he finds 2 stars, right? Because with artistic KO, that splash damage is going to start melting a lot of the members away. Udyr 3 already achieved, which means that he gets an Udyr 2 for free with the double trouble. Zyra, but not enough money to buy it for Max. Oh.
I mean, you got the 2-star Braum on this one. You got the Nard 2-star as well. So that's a pretty sizable lead for them. And pretty big of a jump here. But this front line, it's going to be all the way. Is he able to take this one down? K'Sante still that front liner being a menace, but it might have been too much in the end. And Max CCV looking to go down yet again.
Oh, man. Every time you think that Mundo is about to go down, the 2-star Mundo steps up to say, don't worry, big bro, I got this. He is just tanking so much more damage than you would like to imagine. And you could tell that Max is a little frustrated. It's like, man, I can't get through that front line. And the fact that he's playing Gargoyle with a single frontliner, he's getting a lot of stats. He sees the Zyra too, but can't buy it because he's 2 gold off. And there's no replacements other than selling his 2-star Jinx to make it happen, and it's just not worth his time. He's kind of dead in the waters here. He's backed into a corner. Well played. Well played coming out of Boshi, who held out for so long, gets the double trouble right at the very beginning of the game, and just carried him all the way through as soon as he got the 2-3 stars.
I mean, it's looking to go his way. There wasn't too much that Maxi CV was able to kind of pivot from at that point, and decision-making was not in his favor because there's nothing that could be really made, and it looks like we've got the win. Boshi takes this game.
You can see on Boshi's face the sigh of relief of like, man, that could have been really, really bad for me. Luckily, he got a Radiant item. Luckily, it was also Pandora's on top of that Radiant item, so he can start re-rolling it. Finds perfect items for his Jhin with double trouble. Really nicely done here. Really good pivots from everybody else. But it feels like the players who find their composition early on generally comes out on top in the end.
Yeah, and Maxi CV though, I mean, he's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride. This is the second place game that he's gotten in a row. I mean, you don't need to win one now, and you're accumulating quite a lot of points, but I think Maxi CV is going to be very happy with this performance here, putting himself in a great spot in going into Game 3.
Ah, man, back to December still. Unfortunately, back-to-back 8th places here, and he hit the 7 Crystal Gambit, right? It's not like he's making bad choices. It's just unfortunate that these crazy starts coming in from people like Maxi CV, as well as Eggy, is taxing the rest of the lobby. You kind of need everybody to be at the similar power level if you want to start getting away with things like Crystal Gambit, or if you high roll to make sure that it works for certain. Boomhei as well, trying to go for the mech route, but unfortunately, he just got taxed too hard by the earlier stages 2 and 3, which he consistently lost, and towards stage 3 it was kind of on and off, but it was more than enough.
Yeah, more than enough in that one. But I mean, if we're looking at the final totals right now, Maxi CV was second in game 1. Eggy was third in game 3. Ashley's was fourth place in game 1. So it looks like the top 4 are kind of finding their way. Ri-Fi obviously drops down. He swaps places with Boshi here. But those 5 guys have been really vying for those top slots, but they've been very consistent. Their decision making has been quite good in this grand finals.
Yeah, I think for me, what's really unlucky is when Eggy decided to go, oh, I'm going to go for Radiant Relics. What Radiant item am I going to get? And unfortunately, he gets a Radiant Declaw, and it's like, okay, that's not too bad. The 2 people who beat him, both of them are playing AD. It's just one of those games, you know?
Yeah, a little unfortunate for him. I mean, you know, sometimes it's tough, right? Because it's what the, you know, in terms of items and augments that are given to you, and trying to pivot off of that, trying to kind of take down what you know what they're strong in, sometimes not easy. The game is a little unforgiving in that regard at times.
That's why, as much as I claim to be a flexible player, there are moments in the game where I'm just like, is it the right decision to slam certain items? Because once you do, there's no going back unless you got a Pandora's, and even then, you still have to use an item remover to try and correct the mistake, and that usually costs you a little bit of life because you're playing with an item down. But generally speaking, really well done for all of our players. Rafai, he didn't want to go for the high roll here. I'm surprised that he opted to go for the Wraith. The Wraith emblem, especially for a prismatic augment as well, not the strongest one to work with. But in terms of the score, let's look at the leaderboards right now, because Maxi CV playing back-to-back, making sure that he's getting second place each and every time. He's already at a total of 14 points. Eggy just behind him with 12. Boshi, with that win, actually shoots him back up into 12th. And Rafai having a bit of an opposite effect against Boshi at 12.
Yeah, so if, you know, one of the top 4 right there, if they're able to win the next one, that would be checkmate. They would be then eligible to win the championship here, but it's going to come back to this game 3, right? I think if you're on the bottom here, especially back to December, I had higher expectations, and getting 8th place twice in a row, not great for him. He really needs to bounce back in this 3rd game coming up.
Hey, who knows? He might go back-to-back first places, right? That could be the difference maker here to at least try and qualify for the check before he finds the mate. Even so, it's a pretty exciting time to be playing Golden Spatula, but as we see these games continue to progress, I think that right now Crystal Gambit, even though it's a pretty good start, players have to scout the lobby. They need to be able to kind of judge the power levels early on, because we can't be having people walking away with like Mr. 100's full streaks throughout stage 2 and stage 3.
Yeah, it's been a little bit different here. I mean, the scouting has got to be key, and I think that some of those other players have kind of really been locking themselves into this one. But let's find out what happens. But let's first take a little bit of a break here.
ต้อนรับสู่ Golden Spatula KO Coliseum Power Snack กลไกพิเศษ เพิ่มพลังสำหรับการแข่งขันนี้เท่านั้น เลือกใช้ดีๆล่ะ Shadow Clone สามารถสร้างร่างโคลน1ตัวให้กับแชมเปี้ยนบนสนาม ยิ่งมีแชมเปี้ยนเยอะ ก็จะยิ่งแข็งแกร่งขึ้นมากเท่านั้น Hat-trick จะแข็งแกร่งขึ้นทุกครั้งที่ล้มศัตรูได้ แต่หากเสียชีวิตจะต้องแลกมากับความหายนะ มีเพียงผู้แข็งแกร่งตัวจริงเท่านั้นที่รับมือกับความเสี่ยงนี้ได้ มาดูกันดีกว่า ใครบ้างที่จะขึ้นลานประลอง ทีมแรกที่ลงสู่สนามคือเหล่า Mighty Mech ขอเชิญ The Mighty Mech ลงสู่สังเวียนโยเน่คมดาบของเขาว่องไวเกินกว่าสายตา มองเงาของเขาได้ทันหรือเปล่า
Their fates sealed by my hand.
Soul Fighter ยิ่งถูกโจมตีจะยิ่งแข็งแกร่ง พลังที่แท้จริงจะถูกปลดปล่อย เกรนสามารถตัดเกราะให้แหลก ทุกครั้งที่เธอไล่ลำแนวหน้าศัตรูจะพังทลาย
Another down. I'm getting good.
ลี่ซิน Dance Master กระบวนท่าพริ้วไหวดังสายน้ำ เปลี่ยนกระบวนท่า3แบบได้อย่างอิสระ ไม่ว่าจะเป็น Juggernaut Executioner และ Duelist เสริมด้วย Power Snack นี่แหละศิลปะการต่อสู้ขนาดแท้
Your skill against mine. You have not earned
บรามและแฟนคลับโพโลของเขา จะสตันและเหวี่ยงศัตรูเหมือนเล่นโบว์ลิ่ง เมื่อชนะเหล่าแฟนคลับโพโลขนปุยจะกรูกันเข้ามาหา ลุย ออกศึกมาด้วยกันกับโพโลเลย
show me your best.
คริสตัลแกมบิทสวยสง่าจากวิมานหนาม เปลี่ยนการแพ้ต่อเนื่องเป็นรางวัลล้ำค่า และพาคุณนำเกมไซร่า ดอกพิฆาตกำแพงหนามกุหลาบงามย่อมมีหนามแหลมคม
None will escape my grasp.
สตาร์การเดียน พลังดวงดาวนำมาซึ่งความงามและหายนะ
There's nothing we can't do together.
Battle Academia มิตรภาพและสายสัมพันธ์คือพลัง ศัตรูอย่าหวังจะชนะ
Let's end this quick.
Monster Trainer เจ้ามอนสเตอร์ตัวน้อยจะถูกอัญเชิญเข้าสู่สนามรบ
They aren't gonna like this.
การแข่งกำลังเดือด เตรียมตัวให้พร้อม เวทีสุดท้าย มีเพียงผู้แข็งแกร่งที่สุดเท่านั้นที่จะยืนที่นี่ และเซอร์ไพรส์อีกเพียบ แมวเหมียวมาแล้ว ยินดีต้อนรับสู่บ้านแมวเหมียวหันษา มีทั้งคอนโดแมวให้ปีนเล่น และวงล้อให้วิ่งปล่อยพลัง นี่แหละ สวรรค์ของเจ้าแมวเหมียว ชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจมริเวนดีไซเนอร์ขวดน้ำหอมแต่ละขวดต่างมีรูปร่างรูปทรงที่แปลกตา แต่ยังคงความสง่างามไว้อย่างลงตัว ชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจนจาน่าช่างปรุงน้ำหอมมือโปร ถ้าคุณพบเจอพืชที่ให้กลิ่นแปลกใหม่แล้วก็ อย่าลืมมาบอกเธอเชียวนะ ชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจนออริอานาผู้เชี่ยวชาญน้ำหอมและด้านหินทรัพยากร เธอคือสาวที่ปรึกษามากความสามารถที่ไว้ใจได้ที่สุดในโลก พร้อมเข้าสู่การต่อสู้แล้วหรือยัง ใครจะเป็นผู้ชนะคนสุดท้าย การต่อสู้สุดมัน เริ่มแล้ว ณ บัดนี้
Checkmate.
Welcome to the Ultimate Music Battleground, Remix Rumble 2! Keep up with the beat and engage in a gorgeous musical showdown! Let's give a warm welcome to the super popular Heartsteel! You cannot become a top band without persistent practice. Accumulate precious heart energy with each failure. Gather 10 Heartsteels to summon your greatest ride. Boom, boom, boom! Control the vehicle and let your heart rate soar. As the energy blasts through the roof, the stage becomes a gift box of Heartsteel that gathers and brings all your opponents under control. Next up is KDA. Under the dazzling spotlight, they gain unique buffs and excite everyone with their music. There are still many more groups that have left their mark in the musical history of the League of Legends universe. They're all rearing to go. Oh, who's that screaming? Punk, raving to the end. Your Punk band becomes even more powerful each time you refresh the store. Unlock 4-star members for your entire band to obtain the ultimate form of the lead singer. Who dares take on the wrath of Ultimate Punk? You must miss country music too, don't you? The fearsome steed from hell shall make a powerful charge. Oh, there are also disco contestants. They take the stage with the most dazzling disco balls. Their strength significantly increases under the shine of the disco ball. With our utmost respect, let us welcome the legends of the music world, Maestro Gene. With his violin, he performs the greatest finale, legendary drummer Ilaoi. The beat of her drum summons the god of the Serpent Isles to assist her in battle. Creator of explosive beats, Ziggs. He throws musical bombs that shock all opponents. Now, let us welcome our DJ, Sona. She controls the atmosphere of the entire venue, switching between different music styles that can heal or excite. She grants different buffs to your band. She has arrived, ready to take up the challenge. Aurora. Whether it's blues, funk, or pop, she can pull off many different styles. No one can escape Elise's charm. She attracts many fanatical fans whenever she takes the stage. Gwen. She combines music with a hint of magic. She has only one item slot, but her magical scissors will absorb the abilities of every item. Work hard, trainees, and earn your very own spotlight. Under the spotlight, you will achieve new breakthroughs. Now, it's time to take the stage. Command the battle with KDA. All new battles of pop stars. Come and experience Remix Rumble 2 of Golden Spatula.
체크메이트.
Back to the Golden Spatula Open Tournament. We're in the grand finals here. Boshi just won Game 2. My name is Holler. With me is Gideon. Your thoughts going into Game 3 here?
Look, Game 3, I think this is a make it or break it for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players. it's about momentum, right? Because again, it builds a lot of confidence when you know you're getting closer and closer to pressuring the rest of the lobby when you get that 20 points or more in this case. Because if we see at least our top two, or wait, actually, our third, if I remember correctly, our second all the way up to fourth players are already at 12 points. If any one of them gets a first place, that shoots them right into the check, and then they will be looking for mate in the following game. For all intents and purposes, today might be really, really long or really, really short, depending on the momentum that they're bringing and the mental of the players, because it's not like these players are making bad decisions. More so, it's just trying to get really good and really lucky with the resources that are being given to them.
Yeah, while you do talk a little bit about luck, I do know that it's definitely a heavy element in this game, Golden Spatula that is, but I think that most of these players have kind of mitigated most of that, right? They've kind of weathered the storm, they did well in game one, they've continued that momentum going into game two. It looks like the top 4 or 5 players at the moment, especially including Rafai as well, these are guys that have kind of made things work, but we're going to go into game 3 right now.
All right, let's jump right into it, because here, it's going to be super, super important. It's going to be loot subscription. All right, loot subscription is a little interesting because sometimes you can get components. Sometimes you can also get just straight up gold, right? So it's kind of like a pseudo high-end econ lobby. We'll see how the starts are going to go. First with the Rafai, of course, he already has the 2-star Aatrox, which is already good. He's holding on to a little bit of a Battle Academia. He's got snipers as well. Not to mention that his 3-cost unit happens to be an Ahri, so there's a potential pivot here, and it looks like he wants to hold on to the sorcerers just in case he has to play Sorks. But here comes the first augments of game 3 in this round of 8, and it's already prismatic.
Yeah, and starting it off with a bang in that sense. But for me, I kind of want to look at Back to December. This is a guy that has had a bit of a rough go in the first 2 games, getting 8th place in both of them. I expected much higher for Back to December. How is he going to be able to bounce back with only 2 points going into game 3?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think he needs a more stable opening. But then again, it's the luck of the die, right? Not really entirely sure what he's going to get, but it looks like he had a Radiant item just before then. Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody went for a Prismatic Destiny. They got a Protector's Crown. Not too bad, but more importantly, we look at rerolls when we're thinking about a Prismatic reroll augment of this caliber, where it's a 50% chance of actually getting a free reroll. Makes you wonder, what is Eggy going to go for? It looks like he's kind of committed. Actually, could he commit to Xayah here? Potentially could commit to Xayah, but I think he has to wait for the rest of the lobby to kind of predetermine if he wants to play Xayah or go back into the KO.
Yeah, but Jail here, fast level 4, going to heavily start with that one, just kind of consistently going in. Eggy, you know, again, yeah, you have that potential for that Xayah, but you really haven't, you know, you're going to start off with a lose streak. Not great for him. Obviously, it's just the first one. Not to, you know, go overboard with that.
Boshi, oh my goodness. 9 lives. I mean, good luck, Boshi. It's really dangerous, right? And the way that usually you see players play 9 lives is the fact that they will go down all the way to 3 HP, right? You want to maximize the 6 losses that you have by just staying ahead of the game with the extra items and the extra power that you get from those items, the raw stats to kind of carry you throughout stage 3, and hopefully it should be enough to get you past stage 4 as well. But at the same time, we'll just have to wait and see, right? Because Ashley, it looks like he might go for a full Janna reroll. He's already got 4 protectors, which is amazing. It's so good. But he's deciding to not actually slam the Archangels. He just wants to make economy, win or lose. Doesn't really matter to him. If he can get a win streak, that's already great. But he's already found Caretakers, which is an amazing augment. An amazing power snack for the early stages. Eventually, I think he will need to start rerolling to get Veteran. But since he's got no other mentors as of right now, this is the best case scenario.
I mean, best case scenario, plus he's getting more protectors. The Rakan as well, waiting in the wings, so he has a lot of opportunities here. Ashley's, this early game start has been quite fortuitous for him. He's in a great spot to kind of start things off, plus you have the Janna as well. A lot of opportunities on this one. So Ashley's here looking to bounce back. currently in 5th place.
Yep, Ashley, again, no Archangel Slam. He's looking to kind of greed out. He's looking for that blue buff. He's looking for that JG, Jewel Gauntlet, or at the very least a Death Cap for the upcoming rounds. But the problem is that if he keeps on winning, the likelihood that he's going to be able to tailor his items or at least get first pick on the carousel significantly decreases. So for the upcoming augments, he might be looking for more augment-oriented augments, some more econ-oriented augments, and hopefully he gets lucky off of the creep rounds just to get his best in slot items. Either way, he technically, based on what I'm seeing on his board and what's on his bench, by the time he hits level 6, he can go straight into 6 protectors.
Yeah, I think he's in a great spot for that right here. But I mean, Boshi right now on the bottom with 7 life, gonna be picking first. What is the thought process? What are you looking to get right here?
I don't know, because I don't know what a composition that he's trying to play, right? With 9 lives, you're super flexible, but you're kind of like, you're playing off of what items you get at the end of the day. If you slam items early on, it's like, okay, sure, that's fine, but generally you want to lose streak until around 2 or 3 HP before, and you have to make a decision as soon as you hit 2 to 3. Any form of hesitation, you accidentally get cheesed in a game where somebody like decides the cycle level, or they get a really powerful augment, then you're in a lot of trouble. Oh, great. Finds the blue buff despite being first pick. Everything is working out well for Ashley for now. We'll see whether or not he gets it at the very end. It looks like he's got red buff already solidified. Is he going to play? He's holding on to crew as of right now, but is that the way to play it? I don't think he... It's scary, but at least with crew, it gives him some form of scalability later down the line. He's also playing max vitality with a really good start. I mean, ideally he has like a 2-star Malphite in this case, but he knows that Ashley is already playing going to eventually play 6 protectors, so hopefully Boshi gets his upgrades earlier rather than later.
Yeah, actually kind of scary. I mean, the Malphite going down again. He's looking to just get taken down yet again. Jail making him pay. But this is a very risky, like going for the 9 lives at this stage. Would you ever do that in this situation? In a game 3, when you have a potential where you're, again, 3rd place at this stage, overall points, is this the right move for you?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat, right? I don't think I would have gone for this personally, especially when you have like a crew start as well. I think if I had like a more powerful start, or at least something that I know that I can eventually like 2-cost rerolls, or something that helps me scale later down the line, probably that should have been the way to go for Boshi. But I think he's playing a very traditional style of the 9 lives, of actually playing the 9 lives line, and we'll see if he gets lucky on the items. I think right now the biggest question is whether or not Boshi actually finds his first is at least one 3-star of any crew unit, whether it be Severe. The most ideal one is going to be Malphite, but we'll see, because how many items does he realistically have to play with?
Yeah, and it's looking tough. That's all I'm going to say at this point, because, again, Boshi, he's probably one of the most flexible players out there, the player from Singapore here. He's kind of been very flexible in all of his other games. He's almost unpredictable at this stage, so being able to pick out the 9 lives here, again, it's more of his MO that he likes to play these crazy styles.
It's still, oh boy, alright, he's getting there, right? Take the losses now, it's totally fine. You definitely won't die within the first stage because it's just not enough rounds to actually bleed you out, and plus you will only lose 1 life every single loss. You're not going to take big amounts of damage for the entirety of the game, right? What you see is what you get, and he will always get first pick on the carousels as well. So from this stage onwards, he's totally fine. He's been building up his econ the entirety of this game. We'll see what the next items are going to be, but he does need to roll just a little bit to find that. There we go, the 2-star.
Yeah, that's going to be a great start for him. I mean, that was going to be huge. Plus, he had the Janna as well, so he has a lot of opportunities. The decent amount of gold, and sticking at 50, so his econ is going to be just fine. I mean, he's going to be fine with also this neutral pack here. So, again, Boshi, playing it very close to the vest, very risky, but still in a decent spot. He's probably going to be able to stabilize soon, but he's level 4 at this stage.
Now, the thing about Crew is that initially when Set 15 first came out, people thought, all right, Malphite guaranteed, you need to get a 3-star of, and you need to fully itemize it, which I think is totally fine. But then comes the problem of Sivir doesn't really scale that well, which is why he doesn't... Oh, he finds it! This is perfect for him. He gets exactly what he wants. Now, the question is, does he roll even more to look for the Malphite? Because he's got to start slamming these items down because he doesn't want to bleed out too hard. Throughout Stages 3, if he doesn't streak, that's totally fine. He levels up to kind of increase the power of his board, but he doesn't have a lot of tank items. He can go for Guard Breaker, I guess, if he really wanted to, but I think he needs to distribute his items well, and more so, the point that I was trying to get to is that eventually you want to actually scale into Ziggs more than you do with the Sivir.
Yeah. And I mean, he'll be able to just make that swap when he needs to. But I mean, the Malphite up front doing quite a bit. You've got the Protectors on point, and it looks like he will end up pulling this one out, barring any sort of miracles from Boomhair. And finally, he gets his first win. And Boshi, it looks like he's stabilized at level 5 here.
Let's see if he gets like what does he need? He needs a reroll augment. He needs some econ. Unlimited power is not too bad, but I think it might have to be invested at this point. He can kind of hold out for just a little bit, but let's see what the rest of the lobby, because it feels like this could be a potential full prismatic lobby, which is extra scary for somebody who's playing 9 lives, because these augments, some of these combat augments are ridiculous. I'm pretty sure I just saw somebody with a Radiant Refractor in his options. I'm not sure if he took that.
Yeah, I don't think he did as well, but he's, it looks like Boshi's going to go with invested on this one. Yeah. Okay, all right. So he's got it. But now we're going to pivot a bit. Sponging going to be picked up here as well by Rai-Fi, who's in a decent spot as well. So a lot of the guys are kind of bouncing back on this one. This has been a very interesting and very unique game.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I don't see many people actually trying to play the heavyweights as often. I mean, it's an early Darius, of course, but now let's focus on Ashley for the time being, because he has high rolled ever so slightly here with the Jinx, and that's going to give him that extra bit of power to try and get him over the edge. It puts him to 3-star Guardian, which is totally fine, but he's adding a bit of that Crystal Gambit, knowing that he's got life to spare, and he doesn't mind it. Sure, you get level up, whatever. If I can just get a little bit more gold, a couple more rerolls, eventually he will get to where he wants to be.
Yeah, and look at that Kale starting to do some work. So being able to turn that one around. Rai-Fi still up in top, 100%, 100 HP that is. But now the roll down. Do you double down as Ashley?
Boshi is relatively strong. Eggy was kind of in a decent position. I'm not sure about Boomhay and Max CCV. He's guaranteed to lose the Rafai and back to December. I'm not sure about Jail, because at this point, now that you're at 3-3, you have to start scaling up, right? You can't just sit on level 5 for as long as you want to. You got to kind of keep up with the rest of the lobby, considering that this is a tournament format, right? So the longer you're in the game, the longer you have a chance to try and turn this around, even if it ruins your odds when you're playing a reroll comp.
Yeah, Rai-Fi actually level 7 at this point. Boshi, obviously just level 5. He could level up if he needs to go, but I think that he's in a decent spot. The Malphite, again, is just that frontliner. You got the Severe doing some serious work. It looks like Ashley's going to go down for this one, but Boshi making it work with 4 HP, cutting it very close.
He's cutting it very close, but his items are also super good. He finds the IE. He also gets a JG on top of making sure that he has the spirit. Well, I call it the Spirit Visage, but that's because I'm an old League player, anyways. But it's good, right? He needs that third item and a 3-star Malphite to really start to stabilize, and then he can start ramping once he has a little bit more gold. Because once you get at least 2 3-star crew members, every reroll is going to give you 1 EXP. So generally, from level 6, you're like spamming that reroll, and then you will naturally hit level 7 as you reroll through the stages.
Yeah, but he's got to get those 3 stars. That's the biggest thing, right? Get a little bit lucky, get that crew really going to those 3 stars. I mean, he's close, but he just hasn't been able to hit that mark aside from the Severe, so something to take note of as they're going into this one. But now, again, another carousel, getting themselves into this one. Back to December, really bouncing back. There were going to be a lot of eyes on this guy, because if you go 8th place 3 games in a row, I think that you count yourself out. He's bounced back in this one.
All right, Boshi, it's time to roll. It's time to roll. Hopefully you find it. Does he want to grief the other Janna player? It looks like he doesn't mind. He's like, if I happen to get like a 3-star Janna, that's totally fine with me. And he is very close to getting it. It's gonna ruin somebody's day.
Yeah, he's got it. And he's got the 3 Malphite as well. So he's been able to take that. I mean, just kind of, again, taking it away as well as just, getting your own lineup, your own crew really getting going. This is a machine that's about to get well-oiled and continuing on with this synergy here.
The next power spike for Boshi is finding that the third as well as the 4th 3-stars, because as soon as you get that gunship, that's when this comp really turns up. And then the next thing, of course, is waiting until you get to, Twisted Fate. But until then, we see that Eggy currently in a pretty good position. Prodigy Battle Academia once again. But it looks like it's going to come from Rafai. Some pretty good items with the early Yuumi thanks to the starter kit. And that's the fun thing about starter kit. It doesn't really give you like stats or any combat augments. It works more closely to an econ augment than anything else. But more importantly, it gives you direction, which is half the battle in a game of Golden Spatula.
And we kind of see what Rifai is doing. He had a little bit of a more flexible one. We were talking about transitions and not really hard committing it. You 2-star Guardians, you got 3 Battle Academia. You have a lot of options with what you can go. Plus you have the HP to kind of continue on. He's setting himself up for a great mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, he's 26 EXP out of the 48, on top of the fact that he's already 52 as we're getting to the end of this stage. He's going to have a lot of money to work with to actually hit the important 2-star 4 costs like Yuumi, like potentially even Leona when we get to the 4-2 roll down. And that's going to be the most important thing for Rafai, because if he goes through at least like after the creep round, he's going to get like 70-ish, 72-ish gold at the end, by the end of it, if not more. If he doesn't hit it within like 50 gold, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to level up. He's at 40 or 48 XP, just setting himself up again, just as we were saying. I think it's great, right? I think that he had the potential for that. The execution for this, it's just a matter of time before he's got that one.
Now, Boshi has ruined the odds of the other Janna player. It could have gone for like 6, it could have gone to lean in towards the 6 protectors, but now, okay, alright. What can you do with these items? Oof, that's not the greatest pool of items, unfortunately, for Boshi, but he'll make the best of it. He still has 2 Reforgers to work with. We could see a potential mech play here from the side of our boy Max. He's gonna try. He's gonna roll down. He's sold all the units. He's got the strategist ready to go. He just needs to find the rest of the components. And I think he needs to start rolling it as soon as possible. He can't hesitate.
Yeah, I can't really hesitate. He's actually all Power Snacks are waiting in queue to see exactly his optimal lineup, who he actually wants to kind of, just slam these items on, because right now he's still kind of up in the air. It looks like he's going to look to potentially ride out this lose streak. I mean, he has a 10-game lose streak at this point. So again, Max CCV looking for the econ and of course that roll down later.
Yeah, it looks like he's generally going to be playing around. His Karma. Unfortunately, I don't think he could like 3-star the Lucian or even find like the Senna in time to make sure that he can play something along the lines of like Mech Pilot. Neither are his items in a position where he could itemize 2 carries at once. I mean, he can think about it, but somebody's going to be missing out on that 3rd item. And now that we're hitting into stage 4, you really need to solidify who your carry is going to be, alongside with having like a 3-item frontline. Either or would be okay. But again, full Prismatic Lobby as expected here in game number 3. So again, keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes out for the 9 lives here, because it's either a make it or break it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close, right? He's still 4 HP, hanging on, of course, stabilized, doing all right in that sense. But it's scary. You're only at level 6 at this point. You don't really have too much. But getting that crew really going, he needs to get a little bit lucky on this one.
He does need to get a little bit lucky. Trifecta! Oh, okay. I see what he's trying to do. Okay, he's trying to go for the, he's trying to play around Darius. And at least with the Darius composition, I'm not sure if he's going to play around Mentor, because there's only few comps that can actually utilize Trifecta well, right? At least with Mentor, if you play 4 Mentor on top of the Darius, then you have 3 3-cost units to actually activate the Trifecta and get maximum value. In terms of Ashley, he's playing traditional Star Guardians. No surprises there whatsoever, but he also Nico is walking away with a Nico 3, which is huge at level 8. He rolled all the way down, couldn't find the Jinx 2, but that's fine at this stage.
Yeah, just barely enough. This was a little bit close in that sense, but that Nico is just too much in the end. Ashley's right now doing a great job. I mean, yes, he's 7th place at this point. Now he's kind of jumped up into the 6th slot, but HP-wise, a little on the low, but I think that he's kind of gotten a little bit of a stable board.
He's definitely a lot more stable. Rifai, he's in an even better position because he already found the 2 stars that he needs, and he's still sitting on top of a whole bunch of gold. If I remember correctly, he took invested, so he doesn't mind sitting on the free rerolls. And now we start looking at back to December, because his composition is playing heavily around heavyweights. And, ooh, he also has a Rammus. Okay, a bit of a mix here. Wants to play around a traditional Supreme Cell, but I don't think he has enough items to itemize the Akali as well. He does have 2 Edge of Knights to work with, but let's just see, right? First, he needs to find the 3 stars.
Yeah, he needs to find that, but the 4 heavyweight one kind of doing a decent job. He's still finding the damage and, of course, the back line, which is the biggest thing, and this is going to be very close, and Jace will take it, and Boshi down. I believe he's at 2 HP.
Oh my goodness. I don't know who else he lost to, but it's getting scary. It's getting very scary here for Boshi. 3. Oh wait, no, he's not at 2. He's at 3. Okay, so this is the first loss that he's taken within the stage, which is totally fine. All right. Not as stressful.
Yeah, still stressful for me at least. I mean, that 3 HP at 4-4, not where I would want to be. Again, this is why I don't ever take 9 lives. But he's, taking those levels and kind of moving on. He's a little bit close on this one. It's not desperation yet, but it's almost there.
Oh, Holler, you would have hated the Augment Cruel Pact. You would have hated that Augment. Oh, instead of paying for EXP, you use life instead, and every time you win a round, you get 2 HP, and it's basically 9 lives, but, 9 lives is streamlined, right? Doesn't give you a choice. Even so, we see the rerolls here. As long as the crew player finds it, he already has found 3 3-stars, which is great. That's exactly what you want. When he finds that last one, that's when it's going to really beef up his composition. That, or he finds a lucky 1% chance to find a Twisted Fate on 7. But I think Boshi is going to buy this time. He recognizes that he's calculating the numbers, right? It would be 22 to 50. He wants to stay above 70 for the invested. Each reroll costs 2, so therefore in total, I think he should have 36 rerolls, which is 36 EXP on top of the 6, so that's 42. He is 3 rerolls off from hitting level 8.
Yeah, he's actually pretty close in that regard. I love the fact that you did the math, because I was not going to do it for you. You had I don't have my abacus, right? I'm not doing any math on stream. But Boshi, the potential, and now he will be at level 2. This is going to be scary. At what point are you thinking, maybe I need to roll down here?
When he finds another Ziggs, I think he can go down to 1, right? I think he can definitely go down to 1. He's guaranteed to make it to the next stage. And I think that's what he's holding out for, right? Give me my items now, give me that extra bit of power that I'm looking for, and then I'm gonna go either all in and looking for a TF2, or I'm going to be looking for a 3-star Ziggs. One or the other. Whichever comes first doesn't matter.
Why not both, huh? No,
I mean, that's the dream, but you gotta make the best of the situation.
Of course. It's either or on this one. I mean, just trying to get one of those things, right? Give yourself a chance on this one, because if he bounces out, and I mean, in 8th place, World of Hurt does not want to be there. You are in such a great spot going into this game, and you're risking it all, and the potential is still there to get knocked out.
Wow, well played to Eggy. I think he made an incredible decision here, right? He initially was thinking, okay, I could look for like reroll Janna, but then I see that the opponent already had. He wanted to go initially maybe for Xayah. Instead, decided to play for a 3-cost reroll instead. Unfortunately, his final augment didn't give him what he was looking for, which is probably like a combat augment to kind of keep him in place. He got really unlucky with the fact that somebody else already found the 3-star Janna as well, while he is currently in the middle of his cash out here. So let's see, does this cash out save him first? Not much. It was a very small cash out, but it's just enough to keep him above his head above the water. how does he play off of this, right? He doesn't have much of a direction. He has 5 Crystal Gambit. He can just lean into the Crystal Gambit even more, but he doesn't have enough HP to really maximize it. And worst yet, he's not level 8.
Yeah, he's really far behind. I think at this stage of the game, he needs to have something happen. I mean, only 12 gold as well, and there was the only reprieve is the fact that it was neutrals on this one, so he got lucky in that sense. But how does he bounce back? I mean, this is going to be it for the shop. He needs to get something lucky.
I think he just needs to, at this point, he's not going to make it to the next level anyways. He's got to roll down and try to sneak a top 4 with a 3-star Swain, and then hope that his 3-star Ahri is going to be enough. Now, we look at the Prodigy board. This is going to be a huge problem for people like Eggy, because again, that front line can only hold on for so long. Oh, there we go! He gets it, no problem!
Well, no problem. I think there were some problems along the way. Nothing. It was not an easy one for him. He had to jump over some hurdles. But, you know, I think in terms of situation for this final one, it's going to be very close. Eggy is very low as well. He needs to somehow hold on.
I don't think he can hold on. He does find the 3-star Swain, but unfortunately, there's just too many items coming out from the 9 lives, and that's why a 9 lives is such a powerful augment if you play it right. And so far, Boshi, he's taking a sip of water. It's like, I've done all that I can. At this point, there's nothing much I can do. I can play for position, but it doesn't really matter, because no matter how you position it, I don't think there's anybody who has, like, direct backline access. No Akalis that I see so far. Oh, wait, actually, no, there was a Supreme Cell player, but I don't think his Akali was itemized just yet. We're looking at him right now, and it looks like Shojin on top of QSS on top of Radiant Nashor's Tooth. Not the worst, not the best. I think he could still... wait, how many Supreme Cells is he running? He's only running 2 Supreme Cells. If he's running 3 or maybe 4 Supreme Cells, I'd be a little bit more worried, because right now the only exalted character is going to be the Akali. So a bit of a shift for Max. He decided to give up on the Darius.
Yeah, give it up, but I mean, he's level 10. He has a lot of flexibility. There's a lot of mini comps that he's actually running in, so he's in a decent spot. I mean, one thing to take note of, I mean, Eggy, yes, he was 8th place, but he had 2 previous 3rd place finishes, but he finally gets into the 8th slot here. Not where you want to be. That's got to be a little disheartening for him as he moves forward.
I mean, it's just unlucky for him, right? You take Prismatic Reroll, and somebody's already playing Crew, and you're like, okay, sure, maybe I can play Janna, right? I've got Crystal Gambit openers, I maybe even Star Guardians, somebody's already playing Star Guardians, okay, sure, what about Janna? For some reason, the Crew player hits the Janna 3, so it's like, your outs are slowly being taken away, so it kind of felt like Eggy sort of lost the game from the first augment choice, and got more and more unlucky as he went through stages 3 and 4.
Yeah, one thing to take note of, Boshi was looking for the TF, and it looks like Max has got all of them. He's been hoarding them and taking it away. Very smart, understanding what the other players are having and taking away some of their potential strengths and what they're looking to draft.
Ashley, with this board, against the StarCraft, do they have any combat augments to work with? No, not really. And eventually, yeah, even even though he does have the Protector's emblem, he's like, nah, I'm not gonna play Janna at all. The reroll guys are there. I'm just gonna go above their heads and play for the Star Guardians. Anyways, it's a good comp, it's well tuned, and it scales really, really nicely. Does find the win at the very end as well. Manages to move on and try to stick into that top 4. Gets the top 4 on top of it with back to December. It's Ashley, it's Max, as well as Boomhey.
Yeah, and also Boshi got knocked out as well. So he's going to be in 5th place, something to take note of. And as we get into the top 4, Boomhey, Ashley's, it's all in, right? Especially at stage 5, 6 going in, or sorry, 5 at this point. A lot of damage. You're not going to survive. You got to stay in there.
Now the problem with Max's comp right now is the fact that like he has to play very micro heavy. He has to keep scouting boards. He has to keep figuring out where exactly he needs to line up that Akali to get the most amount of value. Because you look at boards like Boomhey, which is like, oh my goodness, that front line is looking kind of insane. Indomitable, Bramble Vest, Sunfire Cape, on top of having Resistant on a Cassante, really annoying to deal with. He's got double carries, and I would argue triple carries with the Zyra as well, with 2 items, looking to get a 3rd one by the end of it. If Boomhey makes it to the next creep round, I think he should outscale the rest of the lobby. But then again, I feel like Star Guardians are kind of ridiculous in the meta.
Yeah, actually, I do agree with that. And there's a reason why all these guys are looking to go for Star Guardian. It just provides so much. The damage is unreal. But, I mean, he's just very low. So one mistake in terms of positioning, and it just might be over. But it looks like Ashley's right now in a decent spot. It looks like he's going to take out yet another.
Another one gone out of the mix. Top 3 here, unless we also see another death. Yep, still top 3. Ashley's making sure that he's getting to the next round here. And now, back to December, he comes down to the problem of, like, how do I scale, right? I've got legendaries that kind of work, sort of work. I've got 3 stars to really make it work. I've already got the Darius in my favor. Somebody else is playing Supreme Cell, but it doesn't matter because I've got 4 Supreme Cells. But how do I solidify my lead? And I think the worst part right now is the fact that even if he does eventually get into, well, at least gets the 3-star Jace, it's not going to matter too much. I think he needs to start thinking about legendaries that help him get over the edge. Are there any legendaries that are kind of good in this position? I suppose Zyra, but even then it's not the greatest. It's not like you have a lot of backlines to work with anyways. The Varus, I do see a Shojin, but I don't think it's enough. You're still going to need IE. And TF, I guess, is probably the only one you could really abuse.
Yeah, but Ashley's right now hanging on by his, the hairs on his chinny chin, just barely alive. Back to December right now, getting bounced back. He's in second place now with 26 HP. Ashley's is doing what he needed to have done to really get back in this game at only 7 HP.
Ashley's is just punching people in the mouth, man. He's just going one by one. Who's ready to throw down? And with Max's, oh man, upward. He already has upwards trajectory. How does he complete this comp? He's got 3 Mighty Mech. He's got legendaries to work with, I suppose. Decent synergies all around, but nothing that kind of confirms to make him get to that next stage. I mean, he's playing Mecha Kali at the end of the day, right? So I think the only thing would be Yone that he's missing right now. Let me just double check his board. Yeah, I don't see Yone just yet. Let me just double confirm that. Yep, that's not Yone. That's not Yone. Yeah. All right. So until we see a Yone, that's when he really caps his board.
Yeah. I think he's still away. Like, he doesn't really have that straight up synergy that you're seeing. Like the 8-star Guardians from Ashley's. This is a very strong lineup. He's got the frontliners, the Nico Cassante as well. And, I mean, this is looking to be kind of rough in the sense that he's also picked up the Varus as well. So just a little bit more damage on that backline.
He's really capping out his board, and it's starting to become kind of ridiculous as well, right? The 3-star Nico really carried him like throughout this part of the tournament, especially. But let's see whether the Akali finds the snipe. I think that's the most important thing. If Akali is able to snipe that backline, it really doesn't matter how long that front line holds.
Yeah, and Varus just by himself, he's itemizing, and I think this might have been it for him. And yeah, it looks like they're going to finally take him down. That's going to be yet another player out, and that's Ashley's.
Hey, man. Oh! So close for back to December. Buys a little bit of time. Luckily, wait, was he... Did Ashley... Oh, Ashley just straight up lost to a mirror. That's even sadder. This Akali is a bit of an issue, right? Because at least for Max, this is probably his best matchup because he doesn't have a lot of backlines that he's prioritizing, right? Everything that he has is very front heavy. So in terms of the raw positioning, he needs to make sure that Jarvan is going to jump at the biggest clump. And the problem with the positioning that makes it difficult is that Back to December has 2 of his hard carries and his hard tanks on the right side. So you'll see that Darius and as well as Jace kind of walk around the composition, kind of creating 2 separate parties where whoever is stuck on that Rammus is basically stepping in super glue while everybody else is going to start weaving on the weaker targets, which is why it's a bit of a Sudoku puzzle here for our players.
I mean, positioning is key, right? And just being able to kind of circumvent that as much as possible, try to get to that back line. Not the easiest for both of these guys, but it looks like it's going to come back to the wire, and it looks like that's going to be it. Back to December, taking the L on this one.
And he doesn't have enough money to go to 10. I think that Max CCV has got this in the bag here, as he is also one off from getting the Rise.
Yeah, he's very close. I mean, Max CCV, if he's able to pull this one, I mean, he gotten 2 second places in a row. It was just a matter of time for him to get the champion or the winner of this 3rd game. Obviously, we haven't crossed that finish line as of now, but getting himself, that would put him in a position to be in that checkmate.
He will. I think he's already, based on Max's performance so far, I think he's guaranteed check here. We'll see whether he gets mate in the next round. Again, it really boils down to getting that first place. But well done. This should be pretty straightforward here. Again, the set trying to block as much of the damage as possible. However, the left flank just breaks down entirely. So really great play from Back to December, making sure that he leaves holes for that Darius alongside with the Jace to kind of like sneak its way through, because he doesn't have to worry at all about his backline. GG! Game 3 already complete here, and we have some clear favorites coming into the next rounds.
MaxiCV, so good, right? This is a guy that's consistently top 8, even in the previous GSOT. This is a guy that just really finds ways to win. He's so consistent. He makes such great decisions, and yet another game. I mean, when you're able to go, what, second place, first place in 3 games, putting yourself into check, this is just a great play, a great grand finals for MaxiCV thus far.
Yep, I think for at least MaxiCV, he's very happy that all of the Protector players across the board, anybody who was going for a reroll, anybody who was looking to play Protectors, all got punished in this game, and then he was left with the one person who he had the best odds against when he's playing a Mech Akali, right? He has no backline to worry about, all front load heavy, all fists, no backing down, no corners for him.
Yeah, and all 2 stars if you're looking at some of those heroes that he went pretty much. I mean, Back to December had some 3 stars, but, you know, the level 1's not as great in the end. But MaxiCV, that composition on point, finding it and just being able to finally close it out, which is sometimes very difficult to do in Golden Spatula.
Extremely difficult to do. Extremely difficult, right? At least for MaxiCV, he eventually gets it at the very end here. Again, luckily that Lee Sin 2 definitely buys him a lot of time for his style of composition. And for Back to December, the fact that he got this far was already good enough. I think this is like the best case scenario for him getting second place. But at least for everybody else, people like Eggy, who unfortunately got really unlucky here with the way that everybody else in the lobby was playing, because Boshi stole away the Janna, and I think it was Jail as well who wanted to play the Janna. Wait, who's got the Protectors? Oh, it was Ashley who also wanted to play the Protectors as well, but he pivoted off at the correct time, realizing the state of the game.
Yeah, very smart. Like, that's the hardest thing about this game, right? It's just like other people are taking it, plus you got to constantly scout, see what they're looking to take out. It's a game within the game in that sense, and just being on point, understanding, seeing if the composition that you're going is generally clear, and to have an open avenue of attack to finish out a game.
I think that's the big difference between like Plat and Emerald players. I would make an argument that you should learn the skill of scouting and understanding the board state of everybody and how it kind of affects the game by Gold. But most of the time, you're thinking about what's the most efficient way to kind of play certain compositions, which I think is totally fine. But that big separation is when you make that understanding, when you make the connections of like, these guys may not be directly contesting me, but some of my key units are part of their composition, which makes my composition significantly weaker if I don't have them. Decisions like that is what separates the Emerald and Platinum players. Again, all of these guys, I'm pretty sure, have hit the highest of heights, and now I think coming into at least game number 4, really have to think about it, right? Because risky compositions like 9 lives were working out for Boshi up until the very last one. I think that if he didn't get like if he got like a better augment, more combat oriented, that could have pushed him over and tied up against Rafai.
Yeah, would have had a potential for this one. But I kind of want to go back to the scouting thing. It's one thing to kind of constantly scout, but it's also another to just be like, do you have like a photographic memory to just lock in to see exactly what some of those guys are going, or it's constantly just like skirting throughout? Like, well, give us some tips as of how to be a better scouter.
Well, to be a better scouter, I think, you know, especially depending on the style of composition, if you're going, I mean, first things first, you check out for who's contesting you, right? You don't think about positions in the early stages of the game unless you really want to, like, min-max every little detail of it, which I think that's the difference between Emerald and Diamond players, but you're looking for augments specifically. Know the direction of which each of the players are going for, and then you can start to decide, oh yeah, these are the certain units that I have to be more aware of, or compositions that are going to be maybe not directly contesting me, but pseudo contesting me, that's going to run alongside yours. For an example, if you take protectors, right, if you don't have a Malphite 3 and somebody else is playing crew, maybe you want to kind of pivot off of that and play something else. But hey, that's just me. With that being said though, the competition is really heating up here at the Golden Spatula Open Tournament. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Golden Spatula action.
Welcome to the Ultimate Music Battleground, Remix Rumble 2! Keep up with the beat and engage in a gorgeous musical showdown! Let's give a warm welcome to the super popular Heartsteel! You cannot become a top band without persistent practice. Accumulate precious heart energy with each failure. Gather 10 Heartsteels to summon your greatest ride. Boom, boom, boom! Control the vehicle and let your heart rate soar! As the energy blasts through the roof, the stage becomes a gift box of Heartsteel that gathers and brings all your opponents under control. Next up is KDA. Under the dazzling spotlight, they gain unique buffs and excite everyone with their music. There are still many more groups that have left their mark in the musical history of the League of Legends universe. They're all rearing to go. Oh, who's that screaming? Punk, raving to the end. Your Punk band becomes even more powerful each time you refresh the store. Unlock 4-star members for your entire band to obtain the ultimate form of the lead singer. Who dares take on the wrath of Ultimate Punk? You must miss country music too, don't you? The fearsome steed from hell shall make a powerful charge. Oh, there are also disco contestants. They take the stage with the most dazzling disco balls. Their strength significantly increases under the shine of the disco ball. With our utmost respect, let us welcome the legends of the music world. Maestro Gene. With his violin, he performs the greatest finale. Legendary drummer Ilawi. The beat of her drum summons the god of the Serpendiles to assist her in battle. Creator of explosive beats, Ziggs. He throws musical bombs that shock all opponents. Now, let us welcome our DJ, Sona. She controls the atmosphere of the entire venue, switching between different music styles that can heal or excite. She grants different buffs to your band. She have arrived, ready to take up the challenge. Aurora. Whether it's blues, funk, or pop, she can pull off many different styles. No one can escape Elise's charm. She attracts many fanatical fans whenever she takes the stage. Gwen. She combines music with a hint of magic. She has only one item slot, but her magical scissors will absorb the abilities of every item. Work hard, trainees, and earn your very own spotlight. Under the spotlight, you will achieve new breakthroughs. Now, it's time to take the stage. Command the battle with KDA. All new battles of pop stars. Come and experience Remix Rumble 2 of Golden Spatula.
체크메이트.
The competition is looking real tight here in the Golden Spatula Open Tournament so far, and right now, as we are looking at, I'm looking currently at the updated scoreboards. Max currently has already hit check. If he finds a first place finish from this point onwards, he wins the tournament. He's going to Paris, he's going to China, and he's gonna have a great time. Once again, welcome everybody. My name is Getting Q, of course, with Holler here at the desk to keep you guys informed and updated on everything that's going on here at the Golden Spatula. Now, Holler, I don't know about you. I feel like the competition, as much as I would like to believe that Max might have this in the bag if he plays as consistent as he is so far for the past 3 games, Ashley, Boshi, Rafai, and as well as Eggy have an opportunity if any of these 3 players, starting from 2nd all the way to 5th, get roughly around top 2 to make that check happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be, I mean, that's what they want to do, obviously, those players. But at the same time, they need to play spoiler in terms of not letting Max CCV get going. That's going to be, he's going to be target number 1. Find out what sort of comps he's looking to get. Other guys need to kind of, dare I say, throw their bodies at this one to kind of limit him from getting the championship, to buy yourself some time so that you do get those points to get yourself into check. It's going to be a great one, as again, all eyes will be on Max.
Look, Max is playing a solo game. Everybody else from 2nd place all the way down to 5th place are playing double up against him right now. It's the only way. They've got to contest him. They've got to make sure that he doesn't, at the bare minimum, he doesn't get 1st place. And that's it. If he takes top 4, you're kind of like whatever about it. But if he gets number 1, the game is over, and that would be the worst possible scenario. For members like Back to December, Jail, and as well as Boomhey, even if they get 1st place, they still don't find that check. For Eggy, he needs a top 2 finish. For Rafai, Boshi, and as well as Ashley, I think all they need, Rafai, he needs a top 3 finish. For Boshi and Ashley, top 4 finishes is more than enough.
Yeah, it should be more than enough. And again, more people that are into that check status of 20 points and up. I mean, it's going to be even scarier moving in, because almost any one of those guys that do end up pulling out the win, they would just eventually become the champion, right? And we would just end it there. But I think at this moment, again, all eyes on Max CCV. This is a guy that when you're looking at the Play Golden Spatula socials, you saw the photos of all the different players. Max CCV was giving everyone the esports pose of the shush, right? And when you see that, you're thinking, I mean, this guy better bring his A game.
All right, Faker, let's calm down for a second. You know, you have we're winning locally, but there's still Paris to think about, and that's what he's thinking about right now. As we look at the augments again, 1 hero augment has already been is already in. Ooh, Hero 101, not that great, but at least for Ashley, he's already found a Mogul's Mail with all that shimmers. It's a great like pseudo econ augment. Mogul's Mail is a weird item because it works well if you have a Gargoyle Stoneplate, which is exactly the start that Ashley wants here.
Yeah, and all that shimmers, of course, is just going to give you a gold-generating artifact item, something to take note of that could really kind of propel you in, but you do need to get a little bit lucky in that sense. So it's not the easiest of wins, so to speak, but Ashley's here continuing on. This is going to be an interesting one. I think he loses this first one here.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. Until he finds the 2-star Rel, he doesn't mind. He just wants to drag these fights for as long as possible to really maximize how much gold he generates from the Mogul's Mail. And with the Gargoyle Stoneplate, he has the base stats to do that. Now he just needs the HP, and more importantly, the fact that Rel already negates like a good amount of damage as a base unit, one of the best users in the early game for it. Now, on the other side, Boshi, very dangerous, playing the hero augment here for Shen, and for anybody who's been playing Golden Spatula for a while, this particular hero augment is nothing new, but the true damage coming out of this Shen sometimes when you play full Bastion, and I think he's going to add a couple of edgelords in at some point. I'm not sure if he's going to play 4 or if he's going to play 2, really depends on what he gets, can really sneak out the wins. He just one-shots targets with the true damage because it completely ignores your stats.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of setting himself up for this one, but he's just got level 3 at this point, kind of on point with Eggy as well, but I think this Shen will be more than enough to be able to kind of take down decimate this lineup, this Rel in front of him, and I think Eggy will go down here.
Eggy doesn't mind. He's right now, he actually wants to stay at a low HP, so he has first pick on that very first carousel, because right now he's running the Frying Pan. if I can't remember the name exactly of the augment itself, but generally speaking, it's supposed to be feeding the rest of the team who actually is either holding the item, in this case the frying pan, to double up on the HP, right? So it helps him scale into the later stages. Usually you'd like to play Mundo with this, anything that works with, anything that has some kind of like base HP, well sorry, HP scaling in the game. That way he can have like a super tank at the front line. The question is, does he have the items for the back line to give him a solid direction?
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at some of these other ones. Not as clear cut, right? In terms of just compositions, it's a bit of a mixed bag here. Still very early, stage 2-3. But you know, looking like it's going to be a Kayle to kind of start things off, even for Max CCV. This is something that I really want to take note of because he's also got double strike as well, which kind of adds into this one. He will scale a bit later, and he's only got 2 Wraith, 2 Juggernaut, which isn't the greatest at this point. He can potentially pivot, but again, he'll continue on with this Lost Streak.
I didn't catch the encounter for this particular game, but considering that Max CCV has devolved and said, you know what, I'm going to play something standard, I'm going to play the Kayle reroll version. We'll see how this is going to play out for him, because again, he's looking to try and make sure that he gets top 1, so he's looking for best in slot ideally, plus he's got Trade Sector already active, so if he does find early upgrades, that's always going to be good. Currently, he's running with a single tier, which is fine. He gets the bow, so I think he's going to double down and make sure that he plays the Kayle reroll through and through.
Yeah, it's looking that way, right? I mean, just kind of the bow will definitely help out with that in terms of the items. But, you know, it's still being on the very bottom, very smart, you know, getting first prio on this one and getting one of the only bows. There's only 2 of them out there. So getting what he wants is going to be key because you really need those BISs with Kayle.
Yeah, you really do. And he still needs to find an Econ augment later down the line just to make sure that he actually gets the level 9. I mean, even if he gets like level up, that would be great, but first things first, step by step. Let's start with the Kayle. He doesn't mind losing the first couple of rounds. Totally doesn't matter, especially with the early stages. Damage is pretty negligible for the most part if you are just playing like a standard style. Everybody's already level 4. Some people, and especially for people in the top half, looking to kind of break win streaks here. Jail already at level 5. Somebody else is looking to try and contest to break that 3 win streak so far. Let's see if he gets unlucky to fight the other person who also hit level 5. No, doesn't find it. And Max goes out of his way to maintain his losing streak.
Yeah, he's not going to slam in any items, but Jail ensuring that he gets that win streak going. He's going to kind of be all in, doing a fast 5 in that sense. I mean, not the fastest, but 205 is in a great spot. He's going to pull out the victory yet again onto Max CCV, who's going to ride out these lost streaks. It might be a little bit dangerous later, but still very early.
Yeah, I think in Max's mind, he's just like, oh, come on. Out of all the people I have to face off Mr. Number 1 when I'm griefing my board, like, I could have just had a regular board and maybe save, like, kill 1 unit and save just a little bit of HP and stay above 80. But it's fine, it's fine. He's not losing Econ. He's already at 41. Even find some pretty decent units on his side. He's going to keep on griefing his board because he wants to really maintain this streak. Jail, on the opposite end, he has hyperactive. He's playing heavyweights and Juggernaut. So he's playing a win streak for now. High rolls, hella high rolls here, finds the bear. Okay, alright, so, but he doesn't have items that give him a clear direction of how to play. He's just playing off of like the strongest board that he can play, right? Just being cost effective.
Yeah, being cost effective, but at the same time, he got heads up in terms of what Max CCV was doing. Had to pick up the hails. He's picked up 2 himself, taking that away. And this is something that, again, you got a target on your back as Max. Nobody wants you to win, and nobody wants to get him to get that 3-star Kayle, and taking things away from him, really being focused. Jail with a really smart play of just trying to extend this grand finals.
Everybody wants an opportunity. Everybody wants a chance. And right now, I think unless we see some like crazy augments here, luckily at the very least with the gold augment start, the likelihood of having double prismatics at the very end is generally pretty low. But we'll find out in just a little bit because we go into the creep round and now we can double check on everybody else's boards. I see a Kennen 2 finished by back to December. I am curious what he is playing right now because we know what Max CCV is playing. We have a general idea of what Eggy is going to be playing. Boshi, on the other hand, already has a Guinzu Slam, so very limited amount of compositions he can actually take advantage of. And it looks like Boomhei gets... Ooh, he does find a pretty early Kog'Maw, and he gets Rapid Fire Cannon. That's kinda nice.
Yeah, great start for him. That's exactly what you want. But again, I mean, the Bastion, Edgelord, you know, you're going to have that damage, the tank ability as well. And again, he's also taking away Kales. Everybody's focused on Max. And I'm wondering if it's just like a bit of a, a farce, a bit of bait, just trying to get everybody to focus in on the Kales more than anything else. But you're really looking for a big pivot somewhere else, probably in the mid game.
Now Max CCV,
No,
he finally
he
finds
goes
Kale too. He's going for Kales, right? I think it's an unwritten rule. You don't really need to communicate with everybody else. They're just going to look at the boards and be like, all right, Max, we see it's clear what you're trying to do. You're not trying to play for a 4-2 roll down. You've already lost 72 HP. You've kind of committed already. However, we don't see the Guinzoos just yet. So still, there is a possibility that Max CCV could pivot to maybe playing into heavyweights alongside Malzahar, as I mentioned before. And I think for now, it's just about saving HP because he doesn't have enough Kales to commit to a full roll down. And worse yet, if he commits to like, rolling down to 30 just to see how many Kales he can actually get to test the waters, it puts him behind and it takes away the options of playing for a 3-cost reroll.
Yeah, but he's going to be hitting level 5 on this one, which is going to considerably lower the chances of getting any of those Kales moving forward. So it's going to be a little bit tougher in that sense. He went as slow as possible, trying to stay on that. He has the economy for it, but does he want to roll down? Does he want to dig for these Kales?
No, let's find out. Let's find out because it looks like, once again, gold augments for everybody in this particular lobby. Boomhay could really grief him. I see 3 Kales in his shop right now. In terms of what everybody else is playing... Okay, all right, there we go. He's going to be playing at least with Twilight Armor. He's definitely going to be playing the Shen, so he's playing around Bastions. Okay, Power Friendship, Spear's Will... Oh, alright. Could lean into Star Guardians, could go into Soul Fighters if he wanted to. Aura farming is interesting because, again, we're seeing that at least he is running, he will eventually get his hands on the Lee Sin. Cooking Pot, alright, alright. And finally, ditches the Kog'Maw. Interesting. Holds on to the rapid fire camera. He did high roll a Samira, to be fair. He could lean right back into Soul Fighters if he wants to. We'll see, because right now, everybody here in the lobby is undecided on whether or not to completely commit. Not like Max, who is like, I am playing this whether you like it or not.
Yeah, he seems to be really honed in on this one. I mean, other players know this. They see the bench, they see the Kale too, so they understand what is at stake at this point. But again, Max is like okay with this. He's going to ride out the loss streak yet again, just kind of getting that money to continue digging for more Kales in the end.
And that's the thing, right? Our professional players here, when you look at their decisions on augment choices, most of the time, it's safer to go for, even though it's considered, like, if you see the tier lists online of what augments are like A tier, S tier, and B tier, generally speaking, Trade Sector is relatively weak. It doesn't give you immediate value. It's not as good as a Prismatic Reroll, or just a Reroll augment in general, or even Pandora's Bench. I mean, I think he would have preferred Pandora's Bench in this particular case, but the consistency of Trade Sector gives him the opportunity to maybe pivot into other things if he happens to high roll it, or if he happens to get multiple copies of the same units.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities in terms of just what direction he wants to go. But if you're seeing, also the Casantes have been kind of taken off. Zax have been heavily focused. I mean, they know that Max is going Wraiths, right? So you need to just kind of limit what potentially he could get going. He's been, dare I say, criminal number 1 on this board, in this lobby. Nobody wants to let him get going.
That's facts. That is facts. The Luchador board, however, looking kind of interesting here. Won't be able to beat the Shen, unfortunately, because again, it's just way too tanky. The Bastions take forever, and by the time the Bastion buff actually goes away, it's a little too late. Shen already has like 100+ attack speed with the help of the Guinzoos. I am curious of what Eggy decided on with that frying pan, because again, he should be stacking up. He should be stacking a unit, but I don't know if he's going to use one of his components to convert the frying pan into a particular emblem, right? Most of the time, we see that Mundo is the kind of the fallback for a majority of compositions playing Frying Pan, because Mundo scales really, really well with HP, unless you get like a hero augment for Garen, for an example.
Yeah, and it looks like Max here on the bottom prioritizes the bow yet again, just kind of, again, just trying to lock it in. He got his first win thus far, getting rid of that loss streak at this point. It had been ongoing for almost 10 rounds or so in a row. So this is that moment where Max is like, okay, I've got the econ. We've got as much as we're going to get at this point. Now is the time to start turning this around.
Yep, finds the bow. He already had Rod ready to go. He's probably thinking about getting a Nashor's Tooth at some point of time. He's already finished at least 3 items for his front line, which is something that he needed for a while. He sees the Malzahar. He's thinking about it. He starts to sell, but I think at this point, you've already lost this much, a decent amount of HP. You might as well just wait it out, right? The Malzahar is kind of like whatever at this point. You're 2 off of the Kale. You're 3 off from the Zac as well. With or without the Zac kind of doesn't matter. He needs to start pushing levels from 4-2 onwards, ideally after he gets the Kale 3.
Yeah, I think it's more about the econ than getting that, that Malzahar for that 4 Wraith. I mean, a little bit more damage. It's not the most at this point, so I think that they're going to be okay with this. But this Kale is starting to kind of come online. Almost has that 3rd item, just about an item away from actually going best in slot for this one. So it's going to be very close going into this one because Max's CCV, again, he's got 53 HP, but he's somehow turning this around.
And I love the decision that he made, right? He could have gone for the Guinzus for all intent and purposes, but he's noticed that the rest of the lobby is really, really strong. So even if he gets the Guinzus, his front line can't hold on long enough to make sure that he gets the, he scales to infinity, essentially, right? So he goes for the red buff instead, and he still holds on to the Rod just in case. He eventually is able to, like, item remove, and then look for a better item down the road. He just needs power now to survive, because he's already lost almost 50% of his HP.
Yeah, he's close. I mean, look at this. Another Zac away. I think that's going to be level 3. It's going to be the time. Yeah, so level 3 Kale as well. So this is looking gravy for Max CCV. Does he go all the way from 8th slot to winning this one out for the championship?
I don't know yet until we see him hit level 7. If he's level 7 while he's still 53, maybe he has an opportunity, because from this point onwards, he's stabilizing, right? But as soon as we get to 4-2, and worse yet 4-3, if all of a sudden we get like a prismatic augment for an example, then it really hurts the chances for Max CCV. He's got a very simple setup: trade sector and big item grab bag, and unfortunately the big item grab bag couldn't give him radiant items. It just gives him just enough. Right now, all he's missing is a combat augment or a econ augment, both of which would do really, really well for him, because Max needs to start pushing not only to level 7, but ideally get to level 9 at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, and if he's he's about, what, 28 more XP away from level 7, which would be pivotal for him. He has, another potential of getting that Zac up. So you need to kind of balance your next moves here, especially when you want to, you want to level up at the same time. You want to save your gold. You got to get your econ going. But Max CCV still has a bit of a hill to climb.
He does have a little bit of a hill to climb. At least for Jail, he knows now it's like, okay, no point contesting, right? He's got the Kales. I can play with the Kale too, and that's okay with me. I high roll the K'Sante, which is perfect. But now, Boshi's board is where it gets a little interesting, because it looks like he's trying to play, he's going to be playing around his Shen. He's already found one of the mentors, which is totally fine, but I think right now, he's looking for that 3-star, right? Looking for ideally a 3-star Xin Zhao, or at the very least, here we go, the 3-star Shen, which he finds, and now he just needs to save some money, go to 7, play 6 Bastions, and he's got the comp.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually kind of scary as well. Boshi just doing a completely different route. He's on top, got the most HP, even getting that 3-star Shen. That's got to be feeling great going into this one. This could be a really good bounce back game for Boshi here.
Boshi needs this. Boshi definitely needs this. Oh, look at how... Wow, that's a really big tank you have. Imagine if it died in 3 hits. Ooh, not doing the craziest damage just yet, but once you start seeing that scaling, and considering how tanky this Shen is by himself as a unit, it does get a little bit frustrating. You're like, I think I'm about to win, and Boshi says, nah, it's not even close.
No. He's just playing with your motions more than anything else. That Shen is a giant at this point. Got to be super scary. And I mean, other comps need to kind of figure out how to get onto the Shen, because once he gets going, he's just going to burn you down. He's like a machine gun.
He is a machine gun, and the worst part is that even if you have assassins that like that are able to kind of bypass that front line, Shen is a bastion himself. Those 10 seconds, he's barely gonna take any damage in the first place. Now I am curious about Eggy. What is his current state, right? He has invested at the very end. He found the Mundo. It looks like he went into heavyweights, which is a pretty good way to kind of play the cooking pot to make sure that every little bit of HP is fully utilized, right? Because heavyweights is the only trait in the game that converts your HP. Well, sorry, it gives you HP, but it also converts your percentage HP to also attack damage.
Yeah, it's just great synergy right there, and it could potentially, I mean, good pivot in that sense, just very smart with that. But now MaxiCV back into this one. This Swain is going to be a tough one, a tough nut to crack in the end of the day, but if he goes down, I think the Kayle is going to be in a fine spot. MaxiCV is going to be left all lonesome, but it looks like the Kayle just too strong in the end.
Wow, he wins that? I'm surprised he wins that. He's got no combat augments as well, but luckily his opponent back to December also doesn't have it. He's sitting on a Gwen right now with the aura farming. He's getting very close to eventually unlocking it, and I think for MaxiCV, he gets that 5 win streak. I'm surprised because he was about to lose it. Now he levels to 7, and I think he can make an argument to power level to level 8 as well. He's got the snipers that he's looking for. 2-star Malzahar, perfect. That's exactly what he's looking for. And now he's thinking, all right, I need a couple of upgrades. More importantly, if I can find potentially get a K'Sante, that would help. But for now, it's just saving enough money to power level to 9 as soon as he has enough cash.
Yeah, I've been seeing the other players just taking those K'Santes off. I mean, they know that this is going to be a target that he's looking to get. But, I mean, look at the fact that, like, MaxiCV has completely stabilized. He's been 53 HP for quite some time now. I mean, this Kayle composition, it did take some time for him to get going, but he's definitely in the right spot. He just hasn't been lucky. Again, you were talking about the K'Santes, definitely a target that he needs.
And there we go. Boshi, no fear in his eyes whatsoever. Really unfortunate for Max because, again, just awkward positioning. And not to mention that Shen, instantly after killing that one frontline unit, went straight onto the Kayle. Anyways, we go into the carousel, and so far, we haven't seen any major combat augments other than Eggy at this stage. Everybody's going for something consistent, a little bit more. Give me more items, give me more gold, give me some way to kind of like give me flexibility in my options rather than do or die. I'm going to play around this. Well, I mean that of course in Shen, but that's a hero augment, right? Do you really count it?
Yeah, I don't, in the end, I think it's more about just, like, playing it safe, right? You need to be still versatile. I mean, now it's at the stage where you can, like, hone in on a specific strategy, a specific composition. I think it's going to help out here. But Boshi here, going for that Giant Vest, ensuring that he's got that protection, because he needs to kind of keep that front line alive more than anything else.
He could... What do we have here? Oh, the aura farming from back to December finally unlocked, and now he has the board that he's looking for. Look at the items that he's getting off of this. He is changing it up. He's got best in slot for Gwen. He is playing a full Sork board, right? With a full Sork board is where things get really, really dangerous. He's got the Karma, no Karma 2, unfortunately. Ideally, he wants to get like one more level to make sure that he has the extra body in the, an extra body in, but he's got the Mighty Mech to kind of compensate for that. So now all focus is whether or not he finds that 2-star Karma.
Yeah, that damage is actually going to start to be a little bit unreal in that sense. He's like, the back line is just so good. And Boomea going down, you know, to back to December here, who's making it work. The 6 Source comp has been quite good. The Mighty Mech, another avenue of attack. So, you know, they've got a decent composition here by back to December.
Very decent composition, right? The only thing is, the question is whether or not that front line can actually hold once we get into stage 5. Yep, he's looking for body change. He's got the needle work as well. Really good optimization here because, again, he's focusing around his most powerful units. Now we come back to Max, right? He's taken a couple of losses, 2 big losses. Sorry, 2 big losses already in the past 2 rounds. One before the carousel, one after the carousel. He's already at 30 out of the 48 for EXP. After this neutral round, he's power leveling to 9, and hopefully he has units that actually slot on in, because it's going to be a very, very tight run for him. I think he currently he took 11 damage. Oh, he's only got 1 life right now. He can only take like one close loss, but he cannot just completely outright lose by like 2 or 3 units if I'm calculating this correctly, if they are 2-starred. But for now, we'll see whether Max is able to survive, right? He's got 12 rerolls to work with. Because of that invested, that's why he's been staying above 70 gold this entire time. And with that, I was talking about how tight he was on the economy, but with the extra 12 rerolls, he can really start focusing on, hey, I can just quickly go up to level 9, even if I'm only running with, like, let's say 15 gold, I've got 12 rerolls to work with to find a legendary, to find something that will actually beef up my board while still protecting my Kayle.
Yeah, I mean, he has the double Zax right now. So now is the time. He's looking to go to level 9. He's got that, and now he's got the 15 rerolls. How does he want to do this? He just doesn't have the gold, really, to kind of purchase what he wants at this point. But he's cycling through. He has a couple Zax as well. So he's trying to get his best board now.
I think at this point, maybe consider ditching the Zac. With or without. I mean, it's 3 gold, unfortunately. Yeah, get the Varus, slap him in, put in that last Zac. I mean, this is the best that it's going to get, right? He's got to slam his items now, though. He's going up against Boomhei, who has already completed his Yasuo Kog'Maw build, and with oh man, is it gonna snipe it? It snipes the Yasuo, perfect.
Okay, but the Swain, now that one's going down, and it looks like he did it, Maxi CV. You know, again, hanging on by a thread. That nice little Varus play, just enough damage to get him over that hump, because again, he was kind of lacking. You know, there were definitely some moments of this competition. It's not perfect, but that aside, Boomhei looks to be out in 8th place.
Now, in 7th currently is Ashley, who's been trying to play the Star Guardian board, hasn't found the right components to make it work just yet. Boshi, on the other hand, having a phenomenal time, right? He is just, I've got 4 Bastions, 4 Edgelords, I've got the other 2, I've got 1 more extra Bastion ready to go. Once I find Mr. Luchador, big man himself, Braum, then that's when this comp really comes alive. He just needs to save enough gold until he hits level 9. I think he's got this in the bag, because everybody else's augments don't look too crazy. But here comes Eggy, and he's been holding on to this cooking pot for so long. Look at how thick that Mundo is.
Yeah, it's very fat in that regard. PHAT, of course. I would not ever make fun of somebody's size. But I think that he's in a great... it's not going to be easy to take him down. The stuns are going to be a little bit unreal. But the Shen at the end of the day is the biggest problem by Eggy.
Yeah. This is Eggy's worst matchup, and that's the problem, right? He's looking at, like, for now it's good. Thank God that he has enough scaling with the Guinsoo's, because if he was playing things like double IE, for an example, he would not be able to finish off the Shen at the very end, because Mundo, unfortunately, as big as he is, because he has so much HP, the true damage, which is supposed to bypass all of his armor, because he is running the Bramble Vest, kind of doesn't matter until we see like 150 to 200 stacks of the Guinsoo's on the Shen, where he gets multiple opportunities to actually try and chunk him out.
Yeah, and this is looking to be very close to the end here for Max CCV. If he's able to outposition, somehow get lucky with his next opponent and stay alive, it could be just 1 round and he could be out, and it looks like it's going to be a tough one here.
No, I think this is where it goes down, right? Because he find the Sork board has already found the Karma. It's gonna eat all the small units. Look at it, it's just cutting on through, but it doesn't cut through enough. The extra unit made the difference here for Maxi CV. If he was level 8, man, that Sundisk would have been right on top of that Kayle.
Yeah, that was so close right there. I mean, back to December right now, just hanging on as well. So everybody, Eggy, doing a little bit of scouting. They need to know where Maxi CV is. If we take him out, it's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure going in, because you know that you have at least another round.
Does Maxi CCV go for the TG? Nope, back to this. Oh, what? Back to December decides not to go for it and decides to go for the crown instead.
Oh, interesting. Might have been a misclick?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a misclick. I think that he's missing 1 item off of his tank, and that's why he's just like, you know what, I'll take a step back. Boshi, under the radar, gets another Bastion emblem for free. I personally don't think that he needs it, but hey, it's free, right? I'm not going to stop him.
Yeah, but letting Max CCV get the Thieves' Gloves, I don't know what to think about that one. I think that if anything, it's like maybe more of a selfish play in that regard, but you're looking to win, right? And you're looking to fortify your own board. Sometimes you have to be very focused in that regard. But anytime I see Max CCV getting even more items, dare I say, it's going to be even more scary.
It is going to be more scary. Oh, actually takes off the TG. I think Max, he knows. Yep. He saw exactly what the items were on the Cassante, realized that it's not the best item, so he quickly puts it on to the Malzahar because he can utilize the Morellos, even though the Edge of Night is kind of useless on him in the back line.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I don't think he wins this one in jail, making him pay, and Max CCV out, and that extends it at least for another game.
Oof. Sweat off their brow. We're already making it to that top 4. Good job to Boshi, to Jail, to Rafai, and back to December. Eggy bounces out with Max CCV at 5th. That's gotta hurt. It's doesn't even find the check, unfortunately. Still underneath that 20 points. But for Boshi, for people like for Rafai as well, a top 2 finish puts them past 20 points, or at least 20 points on the dot.
Yeah, gonna have a great time in that sense. Back to December, though. Bouncing back after a disastrous first 2 games where he's 8th place. He's hanging on. He's got 13 HP. He's still got a chip in a chair. He's got a potential to get into this one, but he's making some good moves and really giving himself a chance in this grand finals here.
Yeah, this is disgusting. How does he have enough items for a Bastion Yasuo as well, right? With pretty good items on top of it. He's got the Hodge, he's got the Edge of Night as well. He doesn't mind taking a bit of damage here anyways. He's got the Samira for the extra Soul Fighter, but Boshi really, he just wants this Shen to go. Bat. Yep, what are you gonna do? Kill me? Nah, I'm a Bastion, bro. I got too many stats.
Yeah, Boshi just loving the Shen. From the beginning to the end, it's been ride or die, and he's like gotten 78 HP. A 3-game winning streak, almost everything that you could want here. And he's in a great spot as we enter towards the late game.
Unfortunately for everybody who decided to take aura farming, they ended up dying before they managed to get there, except for back to December. But you can see, right, he got a little lucky here. He's already at 3 HP. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to kind of cut through everybody else. His board is really, really good in a normal sense, but against that Shen board, I don't think he can actually cut through the 10 seconds unless maybe he had like a stronger Ahri. Wait, hold on. What power-ups does he have? He does actually have Mage for his Karma. Maybe he's got an opportunity here, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has that potential. He's going to be going because Rafai here, so he's going to avoid the Boshi machine that is, at least for this opportunity. Only 4 gold to his name, but what does he want to pick up here?
Nashor's probably. Yeah, he's already got the JG as well. 2 items that really synergize well now that they've kind of reworked the way that Nashor's actually plays out. Man, he would like to take the Zyra. Is there a real world where he sells the... No, he's already like 1 off Braum 2. Yeah, he just has to hold it. He might even have to lock shop if he loses here.
Yeah, I think it's... I mean, he's going to try to do his best. The damage dealers are doing what they can in the back. I mean, it's not going to be the easiest of pieces, but the front line is starting to work. This Swain is becoming a problem.
Yep, he is just taking no damage whatsoever, and with needlework as well, sorry, not needlework, but at least with the Gwen, it's kind of chipping away at the backline just enough that the AoE damage from sorcerers, because every time a sorcerer kills a unit, there's a bit of an explosion, does a little bit of AoE damage, and it passes it on to the next person, kind of like Malzahar, but in a very closed area. That's why you're seeing that backline just disappear randomly sometimes.
Yeah, Rafai, though, I think, I mean, we're going to have to see exactly where. He was 4th place, which means, I believe, he might be at that 5-point mark. Yeah, so I think that he will be at check going in. So I think that it's going to be okay. I need to verify. I don't have my abacus.
Rafai was at 15. Number 1 is 8. Number 2 is 7. Number 3 is 6. So yes, 5 would put him exactly at 20.
Oof, that's going to be close. I mean, he's got to be happy with that, right? Just getting yourself into check. Even if he won this one, he would not have won everything. So if anything, that's like the best case scenario. You just want to be in check more than anything else.
Hey, look at Max CCV and as well as Rafai. They're just having the conversation on the side. It's just like, dude, at least I made it, right? And Max is like, hey, everybody was griefing me, and I still made it this far. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah. Actually, Max played very well with everybody focused. But now we are down to the last two. It's going to be Boshi and Jail. Both of these guys from Singapore. Who's going to end up on top? I think both of these guys are desperate in terms of getting those points. Boshi was only 4 points away from getting to check. If we're looking at Jail, he needs more of the points because he was actually last place going into this game.
And I think that right now they need doesn't find the 2-star Braum for Jail, because right now he needs to disposition either the Swain or ideally the Xin Zhao at this point, and I think he's got enough boys to kind of tank a little bit of damage. Oh, he also puts the positions of Zyra really well, because if Shen wastes, he only gets 3 empowered auto attacks. If he wastes it on the little plant, then you might just buy yourself an extra cast.
Yeah, it's just all about potentially getting lucky in that sense and just being able to just do enough. But I think the Boshi lineup is looking to crumble at this stage. The Shen, 1 versus 5. He's an auto turret, but not enough. And finally, Boshi is going to take some damage.
Yup, he gets outscaled. The Ashe is what they need. Rampaging Rage as well. This is a really good position to be in, and unfortunately for Boshi, he's kind of capped his board unless he gets like a 2-star Leona with 3 items, but no TG up on the deck. He's forced to maybe take a Bramble Bess, I guess. Nope. Okay, not gonna go for the Crown Guard instead. I think that's fine as well. Does well on the Leona. Has 3 Poros to work with. He will save himself. He definitely has 2 rounds left in him.
2 rounds. That's pretty much it. I mean, it's not easy, right? Especially at what, stage 6-5? This is going to be a tough one. Look at how they're positioning around. I mean, the Bastions have been on point. Keeping Shen alive more than anything else is going to be the #1 target. Ashe is going to be, where does he go in relation to the Shen is going to be key.
I think most importantly right now, as we see that Ashe wants to be relatively on the opposite side, because it needs a little bit of time to actually scale back up, but wants to be nearby to focus down specifically onto the Xin Zhao, right? Again, the Braum is currently a 1-star, so it's too weak to disposition him, and the Shen is getting distracted with all the little units across the board that he can't put his damage on priority targets. You see that he clears out all the chaff, but there's just too much chaff to deal with, on top of the fact that the Gunblade is keeping the chaff alive, meaning that only Shen is the damage dealer.
Yeah, the heals have been great in that sense, and especially with, when you have that Ashe who's actually able to whittle through and just like tear up the armor, is done a great job in that sense. Again, it's just finding the Shen. Boshi right now is grasping at straws, trying to claw his way back into this one, but thus far, Jail has had his number.
Jail definitely has his number. Oh, slamming the items. Okay, he switches back. He gave up on the Gwen too, switches back over to the Yasuo. He still has a little bit of gold to work with, but he has plenty of HP. He's guaranteed to make it into that next round, but it's still a little nerve-wracking, right? Because if this next round we start seeing, if both players happen to get Radiant items, or they get something crazy like actually no. Even if they do get a Champion Duplicator, it's not really going to change the state of the game.
Yeah, just too many folks from Jail and Shen. Him versus the world going up against 4. Doing a decent job. That was actually close, but the Ashe in the end, just too much. Jail with yet another victory.
Unlucky. Didn't target the Ashe first. Ended up hitting the Kayle first, wasting 2 auto attacks there. If he took out the Ashe early on, that would have been it. That would have been game. Now, with so many Braum stacks coming in from Jail, he's going to be able to prevent a good chunk of damage as we go into stage 7. Let's see, because right now, even with the Yone, Boshi is trying to think of every strategy that he could potentially throw out now that he has 6 Edgelord, 6 Bastion, which means that there is a little bit of, there's a good chunk of Omnivamp on this Shen. So now, how do you buy time? How do you get enough triggers from this Yone to slow down the Ashe's ramping?
Yeah, I would say just it's easier said than done, getting better frontliner and all that. But there's a lot of items, or a lot of guys without items in that front line. But you know what I mean? You're taking what you can at this point. I mean, do you go with the Titan's Resolve? It looks like he does want to fortify it even more. Give themselves a chance, especially in that front line, because if Shen is left alone, he's going to be fine, but everybody else has been crumbling.
Oh, he put the Edge Knight onto the Shen. Yes, yes! Ways to kind of sneak past it to buy that little bit of time. I love it. I love the plays that are being made here from Jail. Jail and Boshi, right? They both really want to squeeze out every little bit, even though technically they should be able to qualify survive from this point. Well, jail maybe not, but I think that at least for Boshi, he's in it.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to end this one out. He's going to be coming to the very end.
Knight.
And he looks like the Edge of Night triggers, and it's going to be the last one, and he barely survives. Boshi with the win, and it came back to that Edge of Night just enough.
Jail's mad. He's fuming. He's like, no, my extra life. I stacked all these Braum passives for this, and this Edge of Night is the one thing that's stopping me. Oh, that's such a good play. That's such a good idea coming in from Boshi's side to buy that extra bit of time. And finally, he gets the Braum 2 at the end of the day, which is also great. But Unstoppable, I think he might need to change the power-up of Unstoppable. Look for a round 2 or something. Something that, or maybe, is Tankzilla gonna be enough? I mean, he took off the QSS to be fair. Yeah, he reforged the QSS. So he can be stunned down. Well, let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the Shen continuing on from the back line. At the same time, Ashe is looking to turn this. The Swain is just out-tanking most of this stuff. It's actually very close in this regard. And it's going to be a matter of time. Shen doing some serious work. But then you have that the K'Sante. Now he's going to heal up, try to turn, just stay alive just long enough. Oh, the stun. Right goes on to Shen, and Shen is just too much. And I believe that was going to be the win.
That's what we call a 6-edge lord difference. The 6-edge lord difference. He held out to the very end, and Boshi, he could have just been like, oh yeah, whatever. I've already qualified. Like, I can give you the free points. But he's like, no, I'm gonna make Jail work for every second, every extra point that he wants in the tournament. Well done, Boshi. Finds victory in game number 4, pushing him into check.
Yeah, check. I think that we're going to see the exact number of people that have kind of jumped up into this check status. It's going to be very interesting. I think there are a minimum of 3 players, maybe 4 in the very, very end. I believe Boshi is there as well. So I think in actually 4 players maybe.
It should be 4 players. Pushing into check. Yeah, Rafai should make it. Ashley's, I'm not 100% sure if he makes it. Oh, he's 2 points off?
2 points. Yeah, he's at 18. So we'll see coming up. People are calculating in the background. We don't need to do the math ourselves, but Eggy, yeah, it's going to be close though.
It's very, very close. Unfortunately for Eggy, he needed a top 2 finish to guarantee himself a free check. It means that he needs 1 extra game in that top 4 to actually make it. But then I think that at this point, now that we have 3 people in check, the likelihood of somebody winning at this stage of the game is really, really high. So things need to kind of fall into place for the lower, for the people of the lower bracket, like back to December and maybe Jail, to kind of shake things up for the rest of the lobby, even Boomhey as well. If any one of them can, if actually not one of them, at least 2 of them are able to take the top 2 slots, not only will they deny, but they will push themselves closer to the check.
Yeah, which is, again, #1 target on this one. I think that going into this is got to be key. Last game was about kind of focusing in on a Maxi CV. This next one, too many players. It's going to be difficult. Dare I say, these players are going to have to play a little bit more standard and just worry about themselves more than anything else.
Yep. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough because every move is going to matter. If you're looking to contest somebody, that's also a possibility, especially now that you're in the checkmate format. And if they have a better setup than you, there are moments in this game where actually griefing your opponent probably is the best play if you don't find your best in slot. Because top 4 finishes don't really matter for anybody who's currently in check. Let's look at the leaderboard. It's Max CCV, Boshi, and Rafai who have hit check. Ashley is 2 points away. Eggy is 3 points away. And back to December, 5 points away. Jail and Boomhey, they're going to need a full game to get there as well. So really, really tough stuff here. The competition is so close.
It's very close. I mean, going into this one, I mean, if there's no champion in this next game, the next one, literally 7 out of 8 players might be in check, and it could be anyone's game at that point. But going into this, with 3 players potentially able to close it out and to become the champion here, it's so close at this stage.
Yes, very close indeed. Let's see. I mean, players might go for something a little bit more risky this time around, right? We're seeing a complete shift. Even some of them who had Crystal Gambit openers opted, you know what, it's too crazy to do that right now. And you can tell, but even by the augment choices, they are preferring that consistency unless it gives them some clear direction. With that being said, though, we're gonna go on short break to give our competitors just a chance to breathe, let the pressure simmer back down before we get into more Golden Spatula action. We'll catch you back after this break.
รับสู่ Golden Spatula KO Coliseum Power Snack กลไกพิเศษเพิ่มพลังสำหรับการแข่งขันนี้เท่านั้นเลือกใช้ดีๆล่ะ Shadow Clone สามารถสร้างร่างโคลน1ตัวให้กับแชมเปี้ยนบนสนามยิ่งมีแชมเปี้ยนเยอะก็จะยิ่งแข็งแกร่งขึ้นมากเท่านั้น Hat-Trick จะแข็งแกร่งขึ้นทุกครั้งที่ล้มศัตรูได้แต่หากเสียชีวิตจะต้องแลกมากับความหายนะมีเพียงผู้แข็งแกร่งตัวจริงเท่านั้นที่รับมือกับความเสี่ยงนี้ได้มาดูกันดีกว่าใครบ้างที่จะขึ้นลานประลองทีมแรกที่ลงสู่สนามคือเหล่า Mighty Mech ขอเชิญ The Mighty Mech ลงสู่สังเวียนโยเนงคมดาบของเขาว่องไวเกินกว่าสายตามองเงาของเขาได้ทันหรือเปล่า
Their fates sealed by my hand.
Soul Fighter ยิ่งถูกโจมตีจะยิ่งแข็งแกร่งพลังที่แท้จริงจะถูกปลดปล่อย เวนสามารถตัดเกราะให้แหลก ทุกครั้งที่เธอไล่ลำแนวหน้าศัตรูจะพังทลาย
Another down. I'm getting good.
ลี่ซิน Dance Master กระบวนท่าพริ้วไหวดังสายน้ำ เปลี่ยนกระบวนท่า3แบบได้อย่างอิสระ ไม่ว่าจะเป็น Juggernaut Executioner และ Duelist เสริมด้วย Power Snack นี่แหละศิลปะการต่อสู้ขนาดแท้
Your skill against mine. You have not earned
บรามและแฟนคลับโพโลของเขา จะสตันและเหวี่ยงศัตรูเหมือนเล่นโบว์ลิ่ง เมื่อชนะเหล่าแฟนคลับโพโลขนปุยจะกรูกันเข้ามาหา ลุย ออกศึกมาด้วยกันกับโพโลเลย
Show me your best.
คริสตัลแกมบิดสวยสง่าจากวิมานหนาม เปลี่ยนการแพ้ต่อเนื่องเป็นรางวัลล้ำค่า และพาคุณนำเกม ไซร่า ดอกพิฆาตกำแพงหนามกุหลาบงามย่อมมีหนามแหลมคม
None will escape my grasp.
สตาร์การเดียน พลังดวงดาวนำมาซึ่งความงามและหายนะ
There's nothing we can't do together.
Battle Academia มิตรภาพและสายสัมพันธ์คือพลัง ศัตรูอย่าหวังจะชนะ
Let's end this quick.
Monster Trainer เจ้ามอนสเตอร์ตัวน้อยจะถูกอัญเชิญเข้าสู่สนามรบ
They aren't gonna like this.
การแข่งกำลังเดือด เตรียมตัวให้พร้อม เวทีสุดท้าย มีเพียงผู้แข็งแกร่งที่สุดเท่านั้นที่จะยืนที่นี่ และเซอร์ไพรส์อีกเพียบ แมวเหมียวมาแล้ว ยินดีต้อนรับสู่บ้านแมวเหมียวหันษา มีทั้งคอนโดแมวให้ปีนเล่น และวงล้อให้วิ่งปล่อยพลัง นี่แหละ สวรรค์ของเจ้าแมวเหมียว ชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจมริเวนดีไซเนอร์ขวดน้ำหอม น้ำหอมแต่ละขวดต่างมีรูปร่างรูปทรงที่แปลกตา แต่ยังคงความสง่างามไว้อย่างลงตัว ชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจนจาน่าช่างปรุงน้ำหอมมือโปร ถ้าคุณพบเจอพืชที่ให้กลิ่นแปลกใหม่แล้วล่ะก็ อย่าลืมมาบอกเธอเชียวนะ ชิบิเพอร์ฟูมเจนออริอานาผู้เชี่ยวชาญน้ำหอมและด้านหินทรัพยากร เธอคือสาวที่ปรึกษามากความสามารถที่ไว้ใจได้ที่สุดในโลก พร้อมเข้าสู่การต่อสู้แล้วหรือยัง ใครจะเป็นผู้ชนะคนสุดท้าย การต่อสู้สุดมัน เริ่มแล้ว ณ บัดนี้
체크메이트.
Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Open Tournament. We are at the grand finals here. 3 players are at check. Are they able to overcome and get over that hump, that final hurdle, so to speak? Gideon, your thoughts on this game 5 here?
It's going to be really dangerous, I'm not going to lie. It's going to be very, very dangerous because the likelihood that somebody is going to be able to find that number 1 spot, 3 candidates so far. If for some reason none of these 3 candidates actually find that first place spot, considering with how consistent they are, I mean, we got to be talking about like Max in particular. I mean, Boshi has had up and down performances. Ashley has been kind of hovering around the middle as we see the game start to progress by, but mainly it's just Max who's looking like the favorites to try and win it all together. And I think that right now it's time to take some bigger risks, right? If you find an augment that could potentially cap out really, really high, it might just be worth taking.
Yeah, right now is the time. I mean, the biggest thing is that, like, yeah, you want to prevent probably those top 3 guys, Max CCV, Boshi, as well as Rafai, from getting the championship. But at the same time, you need to score yourself some points. If one of these players happen to become champion, you got to jockey yourself into that second slot. Because, again, the top 2 move on in terms of the Paris Open, as well as the other trip going into the fall show match into China.
Yep. Again, keep in mind that these players have not only the prize pool to work for, but also higher heights on an international stage to represent us within Southeast Asia, to show off what Golden Spatula is all about against the world. With that being said, though, once we start getting into these games, I'm curious to see what kind of an encounter we're going to be playing this time round, whether it's high econ or is it going to be very low to the ground. Let's jump right into it. Game 5 of round 8.
Yeah, everything is at stage. We're going to go with a Regal Rumble to kind of start things off. This is going to be an interesting one, especially going into Game 5. This is a new one.
This is a new one. I mean, let's see how this is going to play out, right? Because first of all, everybody is purchasing everything within their shop just to make sure that they have the best odds to kind of give them a direction with the types of compositions that they want to go for. Luckily, at the very least, we don't have to worry about a lot of the players kind of leaning into, oh, we get an early Guinzu start and then we start playing Golden Edge. Don't have to worry about that anymore because the nerfs coming towards it. So not a lot of players can actually rush over for a fast 9 play, which we haven't seen too much of within the competition, especially within the top 16. However, as these games go by, you can see that more players are consistently making it to stage 6, forcing you to really think about your endgame scenarios. It's not a free win as most people would have imagined it to be once you start hitting stages 5, stages 4.
Every step along the way has been difficult for all of these players, right? I think that we're just seeing just the top tier level, like the level of skill that they've brought has been very impressive. The ability to pivot, to change, and to always give yourself a bit of an opportunity, right? It hasn't been easy. The late game decisions have really taken some of these players over that hump. And so, you know, you're playing against literally the best in Southeast Asia right now.
Best in Southeast Asia. Cluttered Mind already taking a cooking pot for Rafai as well. Teacher's Council. Okay, so a mentor game of some sort. Portable Forge. Deciding on what that item is going to be. Somebody else also took a Portable Forge as well. Oh, another Portable Forge with a Sniper's Focus, which is a very deadly item. Very, very flexible on a lot of different carry style units. And also a Bastion. Oh, an early Bastion emblem off of the frying pan from Cooking Pot. So we might get to see a Yasuo 6 Bastion style composition. If you can find a Yasuo early, that would be great. So you can start stacking up his HP early on, or just focus on like making the biggest Xin Zhao possible.
Yeah, and he was waiting out just to make sure that he got the W before he picked up some of those Garens to continue on with that Bastion comp. It's looking very good. Things are starting to fall into place a bit. Yes, it's a bit early at this stage, but, you know, again, having that early game head start, getting that win streak going in that econ, super key for all these guys.
Boshi currently sitting on a champ dupe. And champ dupes, ideally you want to look for 4 costs or even 5 costs. The Cluttered Mind coming in for Max is a really powerful start for him, because he already finds one of the better starters in the game, which is going to be the Mighty Mech Opener. He does have the Gangplank ready to go. Now he just needs to start thinking about strengthening his board's position so he can try and maximize the best that he can. The Econ, not that big of a deal because he's technically getting free EXP the longer he holds on to these units and keeping that bench nice and full.
Yeah, he's completely full at this point. Might be a bit of an issue, just like buying, and you just kind of have to micro, just the buy section of the, the phases and whatnot. But you're still in a great spot. The Mighty Mech and the Heavyweight, this is exactly what you want, and you've got free shots from the back line. So you're going to be looking to turn this Maxi CV. This is looking to be a good early start for him.
Yep, it's great that Max has Pursuit as well, making those back shots actually worth it. But now, we look into this next stage. Let's see, Edgelords, Bastions already completed. Dawn Core, all right. With Dawn Core, what can you actually go for? You could play Cat, you could play Kog'Maw, you could potentially even play things like Malzahar, even if you want to play Malzahar reroll. Ooh. Sniper focus jail onto... Okay, he can pivot if he wants to, but I think for now that it is going to be Regal Rumble, he's going to get plenty of items because there's going to be more units to select from once we get to the carousel right after this round.
Yeah, this is going to be great for him. I think that's the biggest thing. The Kog'Maw as well. So going 4-4 in that sense, Kog'Maw against Kog'Maw, this is going to be an interesting one. But Ri-Fi, again, I think that he has a bit of an upper hand, excuse me.
He does. And here's the thing, right? Now, both of them have scaling augments. With the death cap, every single time he finds an elimination from this Kog'Maw who's currently holding death cap, the death cap is going to give him even more stats in comparison to just the raw HP in that front line that you're going to get from Cooking Pot. Now, Regal Rumble, plenty of units, plenty of items to start picking off. A lot of 3-cost units, none of which really benefit. 2 bows, 1 glove, 1 cloak. Okay, not bad, not bad. Ashley and Boomhey know exactly what they want. Rafai, what does he want to go for? Because he's already slammed the majority of his items. I would imagine that he wants to keep scaling that Kog'Maw here, and it looks like he will by taking the Rod.
Yeah, taking the Rod there as well as the Rakan. So this is just something, it's a decent selection. You could have gone almost any direction. You had a lot of options in that sense. But the Bastion Soul Fighter won by Ri-Fi. Continuing on with this, just give the space to the Kog'Maw. But for those folks that are watching at home, do redeem this code. Go into the Golden Spatula app, redeem the code GSTGS, and ensure that you get those freebies.
Get those freebies while you still can. I know for some of y'all who don't have enough time to kind of sit through every single game and grind it out in Golden Spatula, this is just a simple and easy way to still have a couple of cosmetics, maybe some in-game currency to give you a bit of flexibility with the way that you play, and at the very least, maybe get yourself another GB. Even so, you see that Boomhey he's currently playing Malzahar. It looks like he pivoted off of the Kog'Maw, which is a really, really good choice here. Because again, it's tough to contest the Kog'Maw. You can, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do the Kog'Maw trick. The Monster Trainer trick, where you start, if you want to look for like a 3-star Kog'Maw, you play Smolder first, re-roll it until you have a 3-star Smolder, and then eventually change it back into the Kog'Maw at the end.
Yeah, very smart. Being able to pivot, I mean, that's the kind of high-level play. I mean, pivoting is not... Anyone could do it, right? But doing it well, and when other people are looking to contest, that shows you just, like, how difficult this game can be, because you got to do it at the right time, and if you miss your timing, you just might be in a world of hurt.
Yeah. Interesting. We saw max vitality on the Kobuko. Do they want to... No, I don't... You can't get Atomic because you're already stacking it up with the max vitality. Does he want to play... Does he want to play heavy? No, he wouldn't want to play heavy Malzahar at this point. He should see that somebody else is already contesting it at this point. But even so, Rafai, he's just going to take his time. Whether win or loss, not that big of a deal for him. Ideally, he wins so that he saves a little bit of HP within this very first stage. Because what he really wants is just the experience from Monster Trainer. Every single one of these eliminations is going to speed that up. Once he gets at least level 30 for his Kog'Maw, that's when the Kog'Maw really starts to get going.
And look at the fact that, like, Boshi and, of course, Maxi CV, top of the line right now. They're looking to not take any sort of risk. They're going heavy in terms of strength. They're investing quite a bit to ensure that they get these win streaks going. And being at the top 2, it's got to be worrying if you're the rest of the lobby here.
Yes, it is going to be pretty concerning. I think right now, everybody's thinking, all right, we know exactly what the line is going to look like if I want to play traditional carries, and Oh man, even Ashley's is trying to play a Kog'Maw on top of the Dawn Core. Yeah. The 3 costs are currently highly contested, and they share a lot of the same traits as well. I think that's like 3 people already looking to play some form of like Bastion +1, whether it be Yasuo or in this particular case the Kog'Maw, but there's not going to be many outs later down the line, considering that, again, we're seeing that Boshi wants to play into Mentors too.
Yeah, we're starting to contest at this point, which is a little bit worrying for this one. Boshi right now with 5 though, level 5 at 3-1, pretty decent spot. He does, again, I talk like I like the heavyweights up in front. Plus you have those wraiths in the back, so you have a decent amount, and it looks like he's going to go with that Smolder in the back.
I mean, his items are a little bit more AD oriented. We'll see if he decides to slam it, because that will give us the indicator of whether or not he wants to go for it in the first place. Shojin, not going to be a big deal. If he does slam the Shojin, that's fine, but if we do see him slam the IE, that's when we're going to have some clear direction, unless he slaps it on the Yasuo or something. But right now, that's like, what, 4 players already contesting each other to some degree? We do see that there is going to be a Guinzu slam for back to back to December, and at this point, I don't know. What are the other outs? I think they have to play Star Guardians, lean into Star Guardians if this Kog'Maw doesn't work out by 4-2.
Yeah, it's not looking that way. I mean, he's going to go... He lost his 3-game win streak at this point, so, you know, he's going to definitely fall for that one. But Ri-Fi just trying to make it work, trying to get in. But look at the guys that are on fire in the sense of those win-game streak. It's going to be Maxi CV and Boshi still at the top.
Yeah, this is starting to become a really tough game really quickly, right? I am curious whether or not Eggy, what's his current board right now? It's kind of okay. Didn't get too good of a look of it just yet. Jail, on the other hand, he's gonna get Thorn-plated armor. It's kind of good and bad. It kind of forces you into a particular direction when, in terms of like how everybody else is. If they build into AP, there's nothing much you can really do about it. Epoch, not too bad here, because Rafai needs to get to level 7 to consistently find it. Satiated Spellweaver. So he's got Portable Fort and Satiated Spellweaver. No Econ augments just yet. And the scaling augments for some of these members, and based on what we've seen so far, majority of them are leading into AP. Ooh, Scoreboard Scrapper coming in from Eggy, which probably makes a lot of sense. He is going to play Cat reroll here. Not bad, because that's going to give Cat a lot of scalability into the later stages of the game, especially when you're playing up against Bastions. If you can sneak it into that backline and take out a Kog'Maw, you've already done your job.
Yeah, and the Katarina on the back line just wrecking havoc is going to be a bit of an issue. But his life, he's trading quite a bit away. I mean, yes, it's still early. It's not the end of the world, but it's something to take note of. Because once that late game hits and you're able to get the Katarina online, great. But the thing is that how much life are you at? Are you at risk of losing from then on?
Well, I mean, he's going to have to rush it at some point, right? He's already rolled down to 20 gold on top of having, like, I think with that, if I see the augment correctly, he should have, eventually he will have 2 champ duplicators to work with, so he only has to find a total of 7 cats. He's already got a 2-star cat, so he needs to find 4 more cats to make 3-star.
He's got it. I mean, the Kog'Maw here by Ri-Fi, this is the one. Get him going, right? He's got three items as well. I mean, they're not best in slot, but still giving yourself, especially with those Bastions, those frontliners, the meaty guys up front, buying time for that Kog'Maw, it's going to be key here.
I mean, he would love it if he has a 2-star right now. That would really secure him a good spot coming in and transitioning into stage 4. Because everybody wants the exact same things, right? Mentors are being contested right now. We also see that, at least for Boshi, he's starting to reconsider, right? He's like, okay, we're playing Mentors. We know for a fact that Kog'Maw is kind of out of the pool. He might look to lean more into Strategist and end up with like an old Executioner comp with Senna if he really wants to. Really depends on what that third augment is going to be at the very end here. But finally losing out on that streak. He didn't really upgrade his board too much here, and now we're starting to expect to see the 2-cost rerollers, in this case Eggy, to eventually hit the 3-stars so that he can transition better into stage 4.
Yeah, Boshi losing that 7-game win streak feels a bad man on that one, but he wasn't really investing. So this is that moment where you've kind of fallen off. Now you need to change out your positioning, understanding that you're not as strong as you used to be. You need to find ways to get back in. Maybe it's a little bit more econ in this point just to kind of build that back up.
Oh, big 4 cost being picked up here for Boshi, as well as getting a sword, which is exactly what he's looking for. Anyways, Boshi, does he go into the Edgelord? Is he thinking about going into the Edgelords? But he's already going into the Mentors anyway. He could potentially play like Duelist Mentors. He could go into Strategist Mentors. He could go into Mech Mentors as well, which is probably why he's holding on to the Aatrox just in case he needs to make that pivot. Even so, he still needs to eventually hit level 7, so everybody is kind of just holding on to as much gold as possible before they transition into stage 4.
But don't you think that's actually smart by him? I mean, Boshi is, again, just like, you know, being very open. He has a lot of opportunities to kind of pivot whichever way the wind will take him and whatever champions are given to him. So I feel like this is just smart in the end. You're not pigeonholing yourself into a specific comp. You're giving yourself, again, an opportunity to go late depending on what the game gives you.
But that's the risk that he's running, right? Because he still needs, at the end of the day, he still needs the Lucian, right? If anybody who's playing a Mighty Mech composition ideally needs to have Lucian, the Aatrox is kind of a hit or a miss because you still have Yone to kind of throw into the composition at the very end, but you still need to make sure that you have natural synergies with Karma, and Lucian's the only person who actually synergizes with her, both of which having Sorks. Now, as we see the game being played, the Mighty Mech, the actual Mighty Mech player here, Max, who has started from the very beginning knowing exactly what he wants to do, has a bit of a pseudo setup. He's got Mighty Mech, but I think he might lead into the Karma in just a little bit. We'll see what he gets on the 4-2 roll down. If he doesn't find the Karma, or at least if he does find Mighty Mech 5, then he can kind of stabilize, but if he gets a Karma 2, he might lean into it a little bit more. He's already got the Janna. Unfortunately, no, actually no, he does have a Swain on his board, but I think he can go to Mighty Mech 7 because of the Cluttered Mind.
Yeah, different options, right? And Max CCV, like, this is what makes a great player, the difference between him as well as a bad player like myself, right? Where I'm like, oh, I'm going to lock into this, but things don't really work out. But Max CCV, when he locks it in, the game is like going in his way. He's actually been able to make some great decisions, and there's a reason why he's on the top right now. He's in prime position here.
Yeah, he is in prime position, and he's going in uncontested as well, right? I think that's the scariest part, because all the Kog'Maw players are looking at each other as like, who's going to give up first? We already have very good reasons to be playing our Kog'Maw, whether it's because we already have the Bastion emblem to make our front line stronger, or worse yet, we got a Dawn Core, which is such a powerful item anyways. Rafai leaning into it. Is he going to switch things up? We'll see. Because now he's slapping on that Guinsoo's. He's setting up for the potential roll down. I'm curious to see whether or not anybody's willing to risk rolling down here on the creep round just to deny the other Kog'Maw players and to secure yourself at least a 2-star Kog'Maw coming into stage 4.
I don't know if you really risk that at this stage. I mean, it makes sense, but it's one of those things where it's like, do I go all in? Because if you're not able to do it, then you've kind of lost yourself. You're in a bad spot going into the mid game here. Do you want to take that risk?
I think it's better than not hitting the 3-star in the first place, right? Because there's just too many people. As long as you have, like, what, 2 2-stars out of the pool amongst 3 costs, it's already really, really difficult to find it. Especially if you have 3 people contesting. I think one of them already bowed out of going for Kog'Maw and instead is playing Smolder. So, we'll see. For all intents and purposes, Eggy, oh, interesting, decides to actually go into something that he's comfortable with, playing with the Prodigies once again. The Kayle has been uncontested this entire game. Jail, now he just doesn't have the money to go to 7 to stabilize, and hopefully he finds an Econ Augment here on 4-2 right after this round.
Yeah, Jail being able to do that, but the pivot, I don't know if it might be too little too late at this point, because, I mean, yes, he's at 60 HP, not the worst. He's going to be fine, but going into Kayle, you know, at this stage, 4-1, are you still looking to just kind of push that one out?
I think you kind of have no choice with the 3-star Kayle, right? Once you've locked in that 3-star, you just kind of have to go. But Max, what a play. He sees the TF, even finds 5 Crystal Gambit on his roll down at 4-2. It's like, I don't find the mech, whatever. I'm going to make the best out of the situation, and I think he's even found a higher capped board because of it. Portable Forge is looking good. He's re-rolls for the item grab bag. I'm not sure what he takes at the very, very end here. I'm just staring at his board. He even re-rolls the Artifact Anvil as well, just goes for the classic item grab bag.
complete pivot there by Max, and he just like his decision making is so good, and just always putting himself in a good position to kind of have a chance more than anything else, right? And the ability to just be as flexible as he is just speaks volumes about him as a player.
Let's see. This is really dangerous position for Eggy, because again, he's playing Dark Amulet. He's finding the best in slots. He's finding the good stuff, but he just doesn't have the 3-star cat. And now the COG players are starting to come up in popularity. They've found their 2 stars, and then we look at Max, who is like, I've completely pivoted. I'm at 95 with a 10 win streak with almost best in slot items for my Ashe already. Now I just need to bleed out HP and just get items upon items upon items when the next time I cash out.
This is so scary. I mean, the fact that he has that Ashe, but gets focused here, turned it around, and I think that this was the answer that they needed, the rest of the lobby that is, by taking down Max CCV. That was a good one for him, but again, I thought that Max was making some great spots. The Crystal Gambit play, this is the right time, completely changing up the board and not really kind of being super honed in on a specific combo.
And I think this is really great for him because he already had to use all of his money and rerolls to kind of find this composition, because he got unlucky with the Mighty Mech, and with Cluttered Mind as well. Eventually, by the end of this stage, he'd be pretty close to pushing to level 9, which then he could start thinking about looking to play for 7. Oh wait, no, he doesn't have the emblem. He can't actually hit it if I'm correct. I did see him play the Vi. Even if he has Desire, he'll only be at 6 Crystal Gambit.
Okay, looks like the Mighty Mech is going to be used here. So Boshi here has got a decent lineup, level 8 at this stage. Also very good in that regard. But the Volibear on the flank, the 3 items, it's going to do some serious work now on the back line. This is a great lineup for Boshi, just tearing it up.
Yeah, Boshi, really great transition board here. He understands that there is synergy between crit items alongside with an Asher's Tooth. Of course, Star Guardian's still going to be a little bit of a problem, but at the very least, back to December just doesn't have enough. Oh, is she going to get one more cast? Okay, she's not going to get one more cast. Thank God.
Yeah, that was actually much closer than I thought it was going to be. Back to December, though, taking the L on this one. But looking at the bottom now, okay, Ashley and Eggy, not in a great spot. They haven't really found their footing from the last game into this one as well. These are both guys that are kind of just need to hit that, the 2 or 3 points just to get them into check. Obviously, they do not want to be where they're at right now, which is not a great spot, 8th and 7th spot.
Yeah, I feel for Eggy right now because he's playing that lose streak. He's playing scoreboard scrapper. He's got really good ways to actually scale into this game, but he needs to go on a winning streak right now, because if he doesn't find that win streak, because he's been staying in the bottom of the scoreboard for a very long time to max out on his scoreboard scrapper, giving him percentage damage ratios over to his cat, it will do a lot of damage eventually.
He's just got to get there. It's just going to take a little bit of time. But Ashley's is actually 2 points behind. He needs to get 7th place. Right now it's looking like an 8th. Eggy needs to get 6th place. 3 points to get him to check as well. So both of these guys need to move up. They need to survive. They have to be super worried.
They are, and Jail, he's playing a solid game right now to try and pull himself into that pull himself out of the bottom of the standings and try and get into check. But right now, with Max CCV alongside with Boshi sitting at the top of the table, like, it's getting really, really nerve-wracking here. And you can just see it. Look at the damage coming out from Eggy's board. Like, it's relevant, right? He's got the 3-star cat. He's finally scaled into this game. The Edge and Knight is going to be his biggest problem because, unfortunately, the Luchador is a good means to deal with the Katarina in the first place as they jump off the rope and stun him down, allowing time to be bought for the Archangels on Boshi's Rise to actually scale up past the 100.
Oh my gosh, Boshi, Max CCV, and Ri-Fi, they're all at check, and they're in, top 5 positions right now. If they were to go top 4, this is looking super scary for the rest of the lobby. I don't know if there's going to be another game because of the fact that these guys are making such great decisions, and just a stone throw away once they're in top 4 of getting that championship.
Even Ashley. Oh no, he's sitting on the 2-star Ashe, but he's got no money. He's got no money at all. Jail is in a more comfortable position. He's got plenty of HP to work with, and he's been win streaking throughout the entirety of 4-6, so he should be fine. But Ashley, immediately just taking it down. Not even close.
Yeah, not even close on this one. That was actually instantly done right there. Ashley looking to go. Sorry, Boomay goes down. Eggy is out as well. Eggy is not going to hit his mark. He got in 7th place. Only 2 points. He's not going to hit check going into the next game. If there is one.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. Really unfortunate. He had a good idea going, but the tempo and the timing of things just needed to line up perfectly for him to be able to deal with everybody else. But the pivots have been really good for all the Kog'Maw players. And now only Rafai is the last one. I think should be the last one remaining. No, there's still the Dawn Core Kog'Maw player. And the Dawn Core Kog'Maw player is waiting for Rafai to die before he starts rolling down.
He's in such a bad spot, 7 HP, and I don't think he has the composition to deal with the top dogs that are, jailing on up on this one. So he needs to kind of go all in, roll down, get whatever you can to, again, you have 70 gold. I think that this is the moment.
This is the moment. He's going to start rolling down now. I'm not sure why Rafai is holding on to the cats in the first place, but he gets it! Finds the 3-star Kog'Maw. That's exactly what he wants. Hopefully he finds the Xin Zhao, because again, his front line is kind of weak right now, and I think he only has a Spirit Visage that he can slap on right now to make him... Does he get the Yasuo? Does he finish it? No, doesn't. No. Yeah, have to slap the Spirit Visage. Unfortunately, no choice. Give the QSS over to Yasuo. It would be nice if he had Hodge, but the 3 items on your tank is just way more important.
Yeah, that Kog'Maw just trying to just do the damage, but I don't know if this front line will hold enough for the Kog'Maw. It's doing decent, but not enough, and Max CCV takes out a potential check player.
Okay, 1 down, 2 left to go from this point forward. Can they make it through top 4? Boshi, Max CCV, Jail, and we get to see Back to December back up in top 4. However, the life difference is gigantic between Back to December and Jail. And then you start looking at the top 2, 84 to 83 between Boshi and as well as Max CCV. They're at each other's throats.
Definitely at each other's throats. Back to December right now. He's about 5 points away from getting check. He's at 15. So he needs at least, he's already got 4th place here. So he's going to be fine. He's going to be in check if there's a next potential game. Jail, on the other hand, he needed 6 points. He needs to ensure that he gets at least 3rd to get into that check status.
Man, this is such a disgustingly good board for Max CCV. He's able to utilize a duelist emblem as well, and now he's found like an amazing transition board. Double strike onto his Ashe that's got great items on top of it all. He finds the Zyra to make 5 Crystal Gamblet and also compensate for the fact that the Ashe doesn't have a Gwynzeus in the first place because of it by putting the little vine in the back row to give all of his units attack speed. But this time, he puts it in the front row to double up to buy time instead. He doesn't care about the back row too much, thankfully. At least he does have the on-hit damage from the rogue captain himself, Twisted Fate, to make it work out. But he doesn't need anything else from that Cluttered Mind, right? He's already hit everything that he needs to hit. He just needs some 2-stars and legendaries to cap out this board.
Yeah, he's pretty much got everything they want. He's level 9 as well, so the world is his oyster. He's completely spent out at this point. He's trying to go all in, understanding that the end game is there. Is he able to close it out? Him and Boshi, this is going to be a race for the ages.
And the race is going well. So far, so good, especially for Boshi, who's playing 4 Mentor. It's a really strong composition, but unfortunately, his power stack of max vitality, he can't take it off anymore because he's invested too much time, and unfortunately, doesn't have 2 other items to slap on Kobuko. So, as we go into this, let's look out for the tank items, because that's exactly what Boshi wants right now. Give me tank items, make this Kobuko even tankier.
All right, if you're a fan of Golden Spatula and you want to see more games, everyone needs to send their energy to Jail. If he wins, we have another game. If he gets knocked out, we will have a winner in this game 5 here.
All right. Void Staff being taken by Jail. Finds the 2-star. He's got the mentors ready to go. Let's look at Jail's board right now. He's playing the Kale. Does he have enough to go to 9? No, he doesn't have enough to go to 9. He's got 2 lives left. 2 lives left. His board is pretty good, and especially with that Sniper's Focus, it's what's carrying him through these rounds. Obviously, he would rather having a secondary carry not have to be Jhin, but he also hasn't found a Varus yet. Doesn't have the space to put the Varus in as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have the space. That's going to be the big one right here. I mean, but Boshi only level 8 at this point, so he has even more room to grow, which is actually crazy at stage 5-5 and in the state that he's in. But looking into this one, Maxi CV seems to have had it, and Jail is looking to be in a world of hurt. He's got 1 life left.
It's not looking good. That Cassante is it's so annoying. Cassante is just that unit that, like, especially when you're playing Kale, he's the worst unit to deal with. He basically gets a free round 2, and Max CCV more than likely, finds a 2-star Braum as well. Gets it. Huge upgrade. Zyra 2 as well. Perfect. He's upgrading his board, and he still gets an extra bit of gold thanks to his Crystal Gambit at 5, so he can play this win streak. I think Max has got this in the bag.
All right, well, spoiler alert. I mean, you got to kind of just alert everybody, right? I think that, but to agree with you, yes, things are looking very good. Everything is going his way. He's in a great spot. All the decisions he's made has put him in a position to just win the game. His board looks impeccable at this stage.
Yeah, it's so good. I mean, even with his decision of power snacks as well. I don't have any shred. I mean, obviously he's got an even shot, but that's because of the TG anyway. So he takes corrosive as a means to kind of protect himself. He's not going for anything like Tankzilla or anything crazy. He also gets a strategist emblem for free. It is not looking very, very good, but I do want to see what Boshi's board is looking like, right? Because it doesn't mean that he's completely out. He will put one hell of a fight here as Jail finally bows out. We're at our top 2, a guaranteed winner here, and I think the only way Boshi wins is if he finds a Rise 3-star.
Okay, also to take note of, seeing as that we're at the top 2, regardless of who wins, both of these guys are going to be going to the Paris Open, as well as the JOC Fall Showmatch Journey in China. Congratulations to both of these guys. In terms of points, there's no way that they don't make the top 2 at this stage, so it's just a matter of time to see who will be the eventual winner.
Well, let's see who's going to come out as the eventual winner here. It's for prize pool at this point, as they've already earned the big prize at the very end. So they dance around. I mean, is he going to power level 9? Okay. Looks like he is going to power level 9. He's going to give away the win con. Boshi isn't going to play for the win con of a 3-cost 4-star, which I think probably would have been his best bet, but unfortunately he just doesn't have enough copies of any of his 4-cost units on board to make that decision actually work.
And I mean, going into this one, I mean, it's just a matter of time before these two titans of who's going to take this one down. Max CCV has gotten the upper hand almost this entire match. He's done a great job of putting himself in a prime position. He has this team that is almost nigh indestructible. He's just put himself in such a great spot.
Yeah, his transition boards have just been way better. His decisions on the transitions, especially on the roll downs itself, he does it at a very fast rate. So he didn't mind going all the way down to 0 because of his cluttered mind. And better yet, he even finds a board that was stronger than the mech board at the very end while still hitting level 10. So what do you do? What do you do if you're in Boshi's position?
Yeah, and Boshi, you saw the player cam just a second ago. He was looking around. He's like, what do I do? How do I get myself into this one? And Maxi CV is the rich get richer. He gets much stronger. He hits level 10. This is the perfect board for him. He's going to look to potentially close it out. It's not the game here, but Boshi teetering on the brink.
This is the moment where you start massaging his feet, right? Like, hey, Max, you look kind of tired there. Oh, what's that over there? Oh, no, you randomly surrendered in the middle of a game and are disqualified and I win? Oh, that's crazy.
I have a feeling you've actually done this. You've actually tried this strategy. Great. I'm going to take notes of this. Something that I want to do. But again, another win going the way of Max CCV. He's looking to close this out. Boshi right now with only 29 HP, a chip in a chair, if you will. He needs to find some way to potentially get back in this.
Unless he just, for some reason, gets like a god shop. A god shop of 4 costs. Wait, does he even have enough money? He's currently at 29, right? How many 4 costs does he actually have? He's got Rise, he's got Volibear, he's got Jarvan. I don't, with the board that they have, I don't think a 4-cost Jarvan, a 3-star Jarvan would win him the game, so he only has 2 outs. Each of them is 3, so that's 6, and then 6 times 4 is 24. Technically, if he gets 2 god shops in a row, he's able to win.
Well, I don't know if he's going to survive for that second time, because this is potentially going to go the way of Max CCV, taking him down to his last life. It's going to be closer in that sense, but Boshi, again, He's just drinking water. You know, he puts up his hand in the air because he doesn't know what to do. He's got 9 HP going up against a monster for a potential final round.
I mean, this is just for formalities at this point. You can see the disappointment on everybody else's, like Refine, as well as Back to December. I think Back to December is taking this really, really hard because this has been a very difficult 4 games for him. A very slow start. And unfortunately for the checkmate format, it really benefits the person who takes the momentum and keeps on running with it consistently.
Yeah. And I think that, I mean, this is why it's so tough, right? It's this format is so great because it's like, oh, yeah, you think you're fine, but there's no end game. We don't know exactly how many games we're going to play today. So you have to win out and you have to make great decisions. And you're seeing just why MaxCCV, he was top 8 in the first GSOT, and now he's looking to take the #1 slot here. Again, just making so many great decisions. And there's a reason why he might be the next champion here.
All right, MaxCCV, you know what to do. You got to emote at the end of it. You got to show off that cool river spread of yours. Dance around real quick because unfortunately for Boshi, he has been outscaled. Wait. Okay, yeah, definitely outscaled. I thought for a moment there. Hey. Well done. Well done. All competitors played a strong game, but MaxCCV shows you the consistency, the top 2 finishes, the decisions, but most importantly, his transition boards was just a tier above the rest.
I mean, we went from 50,000 entrants to 1 sole winner. MaxCCV going through the gauntlet and absolutely just decimating everyone. He seems very happy and ecstatic as he should be because he was playing so well today. Hats off to MaxCCV.
GG, well played. A beautiful game of Golden Spatula being done by him, really showing the rest of the world. And also, you know, some camaraderie amongst the players. They all knew it was like, dang, that was one sick board. How did you come up with that? Some handshakes all around. And definitely friends for life, scrim partners in the future.
Oh, for sure. And getting whatever you can learn because it seems like he's like tapped into the next level of just how to play them. I mean, it's a psychological warfare in terms of like picking certain comps, taking things away from the, the opposing players as well. But it seemed like he was just always one step ahead. He knew when he needed to have pivoted. He kept himself very flexible, just made some great decisions and a well-deserved champion here.
Yep. He understood exactly what position he wanted to be on. And I think for the most part, at least for him, he understood how to kind of find the gaps, right? Find the gaps in the board state, figure out what he can actually utilize to upgrade. To a certain degree, it is luck that nobody ended up contesting him, but also he positioned himself extremely well. So well played to Max. Can't wait to see him on the international stage.
Completely well-deserved. This is going to be great for him, and going into this and the future, I think the future for Golden Spatula is very bright here, and especially on the shoulders of MaxCCV.
With that being said, we're going to be signing off here. It's Holler and Gideon Q on the desk. Thank you so much as we pass it on to our host. Thank you so much for watching.
แล้วก็ด้วยความที่เรามีถ่ายทอดสดเนาะไลฟ์สตรีมเป็นภาษาอังกฤษด้วยนะคะลำดับต่อไปเลยค่ะน้ำขอเชิญร่ำของเรานะคะขอเชิญคุณภูค่ะมาร่วมแปลบทสัมภาษณ์ด้วยกันค่ะ Let's talk to our champion for a bit ก่อนอื่นเลยดูตื่นเต้นเหมือนกันนะ ถามก่อนเลยแล้วกันนะคะว่าอยากทราบความรู้สึกนะแบบตอนนี้เดี๋ยวนี้เลยที่เราได้เป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากๆครับเพราะว่าทุกคนในนี้คือทุกคนที่เก่งหมดเลยเพราะว่าคุ้นหน้าคุ้นตากันดีครับแต่ละคนก็มีชื่อเสียงแล้วแบบผมก็ค่อนข้างกดดันมากๆแบบผมเป็นคนอาจจะแบบยังไม่มีชื่อเสียงในวงการแข่งแล้วมาเจอพวกเขาอย่างเงี้ยทำให้ยิ่งกดดันในการเล่นมากกว่าเดิมครับ
So the first question is how do you feel to be the champions today? So he answers, I'm very excited today, I'm very nervous. Everyone looks familiar, everyone looks famous already. I'm just a no-name, came here, so I'm very nervous. Get a lot of pressure, but everyone is so good.
โอเคข้อต่อไปนะคะด้วยความที่โอ้โหคือแชมป์เรามาในเวลาที่ใช่มากเลยนะคือได้มา1ชัยชนะแล้วมาในครั้งที่แบบเฮ้ยแต้มเราติดคามพอดีคืออยากจะรู้ว่าก่อนหน้านี้เรามีการเตรียมตัวยังไงบ้างคะเพื่อการแข่งขันของวันนี้
ก็มีการเตรียมตัวกับเพื่อนๆครับที่เล่นกันใน Discord แบบเขาก็ช่วยแนะนำผมแนะนำเมตาจากการเล่นอะไรเงี้ยครับแบบก็เมื่อกี้ตอนที่ผมไม่เช็คเกมที่4ใช่ไหมครับเขาก็บอกว่าเกม5ให้เล่นบอร์ดคริสตัลแกมบิท แอชไปเลยแบบถึงไม่แชมป์ก็ไม่เป็นไรแต่มันมีโอกาสแชมป์ผมก็เลยเชื่อแล้วก็เอามาเล่นตามแล้วมันก็แชมป์ครับ
Okay, so how did you prepare today? So he answered, he talked to his friends on Discord before the game. Then today, for example, like on game 4, he was struggling and he was like talking to his friend and his friend recommended him to do this stuff. So he believed his friend even though he's not sure he's going to be champs or not.
โอ้คือเป็นแนวคิดหรือว่าเป็นกลยุทธ์ที่ดีมากนะเพราะมันเหมือนกับเฮ้ยเราถึงจุดที่ว่าเราต้องการแชมป์อ่ะเพราะฉะนั้นไม่1ก็8ไม่เป็นปัญหาเนาะอันนี้น่าสนใจมากๆเลยค่ะถ้าอย่างนั้นแล้วขออนุญาตย้อนกลับไปจุดเริ่มต้นอีกนิดหนึ่งก่อนที่เราจะเริ่มการแข่งขันเนี่ยของรายการนี้ในการที่เราตัดสินใจเข้าร่วมนะคะอยากรู้ว่าเราคาดหวังหรือว่าเรามองว่าตัวเองเนี่ยจะไปได้ถึงจุดไหนในตอนแรก
ก็รอบก่อนผมจบที่รอบ 32 ผมคิดว่าเข้ามาที่รอบ 16 คนก็รู้สึกว่าภูมิใจในตัวเองมากแล้วครับแต่ครั้งนี้รู้สึกว่าก็หลังจากรอบ 16 อะครับผมก็เป็นกำไรอะครับก็เล่นให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ได้คาดหวังมากครับแต่ถ้ามันผ่านมาได้ก็ดีครับแล้วก็คิดว่าถ้าแชมป์ได้ก็ดีครับ
So think about like before enter the tournament how you feel. So he answered, last time he played, he ended up on route 30 seconds. And he was like, oh, if I go through 16, it's already a profit for me, it's already good for me. So when he got into 16 round, he didn't expect anything. He just wanted to play good and being champ is very unexpected.
โอ้คือมีประสบการณ์มาแล้วรอบที่แล้วเนี่ยจบแบบในช่วงของท็อป 32 ก็คือมาได้แบบเกินเป้าหมายแล้วแต่ดันเกินเยอะไปนิดนึง เกินมาทีเป็นแชมป์เลยนะคะงั้นถ้าเกิดเราย้อนไปไกลกว่านั้นล่ะจุดเริ่มต้นเลยที่ทำให้คุณแม็กเนี่ยตัดสินใจว่าเราอยากเล่นเกมเนี้ยเพราะอะไรคะ
ก็แต่ก่อนที่จะมีเกม Golden Spatula ใช่ไหมครับผมก็เล่นเกม LOL มาก่อนครับ
อ๋อค่ะ
แล้วก็รู้สึกชื่นชอบตัวละครครับแล้วแบบเป็นคนที่ชอบเล่นเกมแนววางแผนวางกลยุทธ์แล้วพอเกม Golden Spatula เปิดผมก็เลยเลือกที่จะมาเล่นครับเพราะว่าเกม Golden Spatula เป็นเกมที่ดีครับ
โอเค
So why did you decide to play Golden Spatula? So he answered, before this game was open, he played League of Legends before, and he likes the character so much. And when he heard about Golden Spatula, it's kind of like a strategic game, and he likes it. So that's why he started playing Golden Spatula. And lastly, the Golden Spatula is a good game.
แล้วตอนนี้เนี่ยในเมื่อชอบขนาดนี้แล้วเนี่ยอยากจะถามความในใจนิดนึงว่าส่วนตัวแล้วในเซต 15 KO Coliseum เรามีความแบบชอบคอมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมชอบแบบเทรดไหนเป็นพิเศษโดยความรู้สึกส่วนตัวก่อน
ก็ตัวละครที่ชอบเลยได้ไหมครับ
เอาตัวละครเลยเหรอใช่ได้ค่ะ
ชอบยูมิครับ
มีเหตุผลด้วยค่ะทำไมชอบยูมิคะ
นอนน่ารักครับ
โอ้ยทาสแมวด้วยป่ะโอเค
so his favorite trait but he answered in the character his favorite character is Yumi because she's cute
แต่ว่าในฐานะที่เราเป็นแชมป์เนาะแล้วก็ประสบการณ์การเล่นเชื่อแหละว่าแน่นแน่ๆนะคะอยากจะให้ท่านแนะนำผู้เล่นใหม่ที่เขาอาจจะเพิ่งเข้ามาเริ่มเล่นตอนเซตเนี้ยมีคอมไหนที่เรารู้สึกว่าอันนี้แหละมันเหมาะกับผู้เล่นใหม่แล้วแนะนำยังไงดี
ก็คอมที่คิดว่าน่าจะเล่นง่ายแล้วก็ไม่ต้องจดจำอะไรเยอะมากก็น่าจะเป็นคอมสตาร์การ์เดียนจิงป๊อปปี้ครับแบบเพราะว่าพลังมิตรภาพครับ แค่ลงให้ครบเก่งเลยครับ
ค่ะ
So for new players what com do you recommend? He said the easiest com and no need to remember anything is Star Guardian Jing Poppy because it's just easy to play. You don't need to like know anything.
มีไหมคะตรงนี้มีใครสายสตาร์การ์เดียนไหมคะขอดูมือหน่อยปึ๊บมีใครเล่นสตาร์การ์เดียนไหมเฮ้ยทุกคนไม่มีใครเอาคอมนี้เลยเหรออ๋อมีอยู่นู่นแสดงว่าตรงนี้เขาไม่ใช่มือใหม่แล้วเนาะ เขาเลยบอกว่าไม่เอาดีกว่างั้นถามถึงบรรยากาศหน่อยแล้วกันนะคะเพราะว่าได้มาแข่งในงาน Thailand Game Show 2025 เรารู้สึกแบบประทับใจเรื่องไหนบ้างเพราะว่าเป็นงานออฟไลน์แล้วก็รวมถึงเป็นงานแบบอีเวนต์เกมที่ใหญ่มากๆด้วย
ก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันรอบนี้ก็เงินรางวัลเยอะครับ
โอเคประทับใจเงินรางวัลนะครับได้เลยค่ะ
So what are you impressed about playing offline here in Thailand Game Show? And he answered the prize pool is very huge and very impressive because it's huge.
ถือว่าเป็นคำตอบที่แบบ honestly มากจริงใจ แล้วก็สุดท้ายสุดก่อนเลยแล้วกันเนาะเพราะเราคุยกันค่อนข้างนานแล้วแต่ว่าอยากรู้จริงๆไงสุดท้ายเลยเนี่ยก็คืออยากให้ฝากถึงนะคะแฟนๆเกมที่กำลังรับชมเชียร์กันอยู่ไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางของออนไลน์เองหรือว่าในงานนะคะอยากจะพูดอะไรกับพวกเขาเชิญเลยค่ะ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับที่มาดูการแข่งขันนี้ครับ เพราะว่าถึงผมจะไม่ได้แชมป์หรือว่าใครก็ตามเพราะว่าก็คงมาเชียร์เพื่อนๆทุกคนใช่ไหมครับแล้วก็คงเป็นคนที่ชอบในการเล่นเกมอยู่แล้วครับก็คิดว่าในการแข่งขันนี้คงจะได้อะไรกลับไปบ้างครับจากการที่ดูการแข่งขันพวกเราครับก็ขอบคุณมากครับ
เอาละค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆอีกครั้งนะคะให้กับคุณแม็กซ์ CCV ด้วยนะคะแชมป์ของเราใน Golden Spatula Open Tournament เซต 15 KO Coliseum ค่ะขอบคุณนะคะเดี๋ยวเราเชิญให้ไปเตรียมตัวรับมอบรางวัลเลยนะคะด้านล่างแล้วก็ต้องขอบคุณนะคะคุณภูค่ะล่ามของเราด้วยค่ะโอ้โหคือเป็นอินไซต์เหมือนกันนะในแบบมุมมองที่เราได้ฟังจากคนที่เป็นแชมป์แน่นอนแหละว่าในการแข่งขันค่ะอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้บางทีมันอยู่ที่ณวันนั้นณจุดนี้ว่าใครที่พร้อมกว่าหรืออาจจะเป็นการผิดพลาดน้อยกว่าและรวมถึงโอกาสต่างๆค่ะแต่เชื่อว่าทั้งหมด8ท่านนี้เนี่ยฝ่าฟันมาจากผู้เล่นตั้งแต่รอบออนไลน์เลยนะนับพันคนน่ะแล้วคือนี่คือสุดยอดแล้วนะคะของในรายการนี้กับการแข่งขันของเรา GSOT นั่นเองค่ะในลำดับต่อไปนะคะถึงเวลาแล้วที่เราจะต้องมาทำการมอบรางวัลนะคะให้กับผู้เข้าแข่งขันของเรานะคะเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราเชิญกันก่อนเลยดีกว่าทั้ง8ท่านตรงนี้จะได้ขึ้นมารับมอบรางวัลบนสเตจแห่งนี้ใครอยากถ่ายภาพอะไรยังไงเป็นเพื่อนใครเตรียมกล้องไว้ให้ดีนะคะแล้วลำดับแรกท่านแรกค่ะขออนุญาตมอบรางวัลให้กับลำดับที่8ค่ะเงินรางวัลมูลค่า 1,000 US ดอลลาร์นะคะกับคุณ FS บอมเฮขอบคุณค่ะไปแล้วนะคะลำดับที่8แล้วต่อไปเลยนะคะลำดับที่7ค่ะขอมอบรางวัลนะคะ 1,200 US ดอลลาร์ค่ะกับคุณเอกิไปใกล้เหรอลำดับที่6ค่ะเงินรางวัลมูลค่า 1,400 US ดอลลาร์กับคุณเจลและต่อเนื่องนะคะตอนนี้เรามาถึงลำดับที่5กันแล้วค่ะเงินรางวัล 1,600 US ดอลลาร์นะคะเชิญพบกับคุณ Back to Decemberต่อเนื่องกันแล้วนะคะสำหรับลำดับที่4ค่ะเงินรางวัล 2,500 US ดอลลาร์นะคะกับคุณแอชลีย์ค่ะลำดับที่3กันแล้วค่ะสำหรับเงินรางวัล 3,000 US ดอลลาร์กับคุณไรพายเชิญค่ะมีแฟนคลับกรี๊ดกันได้นะคะส่งเสียงมาได้เลยน่ารักมากขอบคุณนะคะ และตอนนี้ค่ะ มาถึงรองแชมป์ของเรา โอ้จึงต้องบอกว่าในตำแหน่งของรองแชมป์อย่างที่เราได้มีการเกริ่นมาแล้วตั้งแต่ต้นนะคะว่าแชมป์และรองแชมป์ในรายการนี้จะได้มีสิทธิ์และโควต้าในการไปแข่งขันกันต่อค่ะในรายการ GS Paris Open ที่ฝรั่งเศส และรวมถึงค่ะโชว์แมตช์นะคะกับ JOC Fall Show Match ที่ประเทศจีนกันด้วยนะคะ เพราะฉะนั้นแล้วเนี่ยขอเชิญพบกับอันดับที่ 2 กันเลยดีกว่าค่ะ กับเงินรางวัล 3,500 ดอลลาร์คุณโบชิค่ะ2ใบปะ2ใบ Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is a ticket to go to Paris. And send it. ขอบคุณค่ะ มี2ใบให้ได้รับนะ ใบหนึ่งเงินรางวัล อีกใบหนึ่งเป็นตั๋วนั่นเองนะคะ และถึงเวลาแล้วค่ะ ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆ ให้กับแชมป์ของเราในรายการนี้คุณแม็กซี่ซีวีรับไปเลยนะคะเงินรางวัล 7,000 US ดอลลาร์ และเช่นเดียวกันค่ะโควต้าในการไปแข่งขันต่อนะคะ อย่างที่ปารีสและประเทศจีนค่ะ คนเดียวเลยเหรอถือคนเดียวเลยนะ เขาบอกว่าให้ถ่ายรูปแต่งไม่ต้องอยากได้จริงฮะไม่เนี่ยใช่แล้วน้ำต้องถ่ายแล้วไม่ต้องยังไม่ต้องเพราะว่าเขาอยากได้จริงให้เขาถือ2เรารับตั๋วของเราไปด้วยเลยนะคะตรงนี้อีก1แผ่นป้ายนะคะนี่ค่ะแล้วเดี๋ยวถ่ายรูปได้เลยถ่ายอย่างเดียวก่อนหรือเปล่าใช่อ๋ออย่างนี้เลยนะเอาละค่ะและตอนนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวเชิญคุณแม็กซี่ทีวีอยู่กับเรากันก่อนนะคะและขอเรียนเชิญค่ะนักแข่งที่เหลืออีกทั้งหมด7ท่านค่ะขึ้นมาถ่ายรูปร่วมกันนะคะบนเวทีแห่งนี้ค่ะตรงไหนจะเป็นนี้เลยเขาจะไปไหนนะแล้วทีนี้เขาจะต้องยืนรอหรือเขาจะลงไปก่อนเพราะตอนแรกค่ะ
เราออฟซีนด้านล่างอย่างเดียวใช่ไหมซีถามเดี๋ยวยืนออฟซีนจุดเนี้ยครั้งเดียวเลยใช่พูดไปเรื่อยๆแล้วก็ตามสคริปต์ได้เลย
และนี่นะคะคือทั้ง8ท่านกับ8คนสุดท้ายที่เป็นสุดยอดในการแข่งขันของเรา Golden Spatula Open Tournament เซต15 KO Coliseum นั่นเองค่ะนี่คือโฉมหน้าของพวกเขานะคะและเชื่อว่าเราจะได้เห็นพวกเขาเนี่ยกันไปอย่างต่อเนื่องนะคะในอนาคตอันใกล้นี้ เดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะกล้องไหนเอ่ยกล้องตรงกลางนะคะกล้องนี้นิดนึงค่ะทุกคนเป็นวิดีโอหรือว่าภาพนิ่งคะวิดีโอค่ะทุกคนโบกไม้โบกมือยิ้มกันได้เล่นกับกล้องกันได้นะคะ This is a video you can movement here มาได้เลยนะคะ1 2 3 1 2 3 let's go ขยับไว้ โอเคมีกล้องไหนอีกไหมคะตามต่อวิดีโออีก1ตัวนะคะตรงนี้มาไหมตรงกลางภาพนิ่งค่ะทำมือได้นะแบบเย่อย่างงี้ยกมือขึ้นมาเฮ่ได้ค่ะตามนั้นเลยนะโอเค1 2 3เฮ่โอเคเรียบร้อยตรงไหนอีกไหมคะมีอีก1 ใบมี1 ใบแหมตัวเราเยอะนิดนึงนะคะเดี๋ยวถือร่วมกันเลยตรงนี้สำหรับแชมป์และรองแชมป์ของเราที่จะได้ไปต่อเช่นเคยนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามากันตรงกล้องกลางก่อนเลยนะคะกล้องกลางอีก1 รูปนะคะเตรียมตัวเลยยิ้มกว้างๆเอาไว้เนี่ยตอนนี้1 2 3 1 2 3แอคชั่นโอเควิดีโอด้วยไหมคะโอเคนะวิดีโอเริ่มจากฝั่งซ้ายนะคะทุกคนเตรียมตัวโบกป้ายกันได้เลยค่ะไปยิ้มหวานยิ้มหวานโอเคค่ะและแน่นอนนะคะว่านี่คือการแข่งขันของเรานะคะในเซต15นะคะซึ่งก็ต้องบอกว่าต้องขอบคุณค่ะสปิริตนักกีฬาของทุกท่านนะคะผู้เข้าแข่งขันของเราแล้วก็ต้องขอความแสดงยินดีกับทุกท่านในที่นี้ด้วยนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันของเราค่ะใน Golden Spatula Open Tournament เซต15 KO Coliseum ก็จบลงไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะใช้คำว่าสนุกสุดมันแล้วก็ลุ้นรวมถึงสร้างความประทับใจให้ได้แบบมากๆเลยต้องขอบคุณค่ะ Oppo ผู้สนับสนุนหลักของเรานะคะรวมถึงผู้ชมทุกท่านค่ะที่อยู่ด้วยกันจนถึงตอนนี้ค่ะ And that's wrap for our CSOT Set 15 KO Coliseum. What an exciting, thrilling, and unforgettable day of competition. We'd like to give a big thank you to Oppo, our main sponsor, and of course to all of you watching with us until the day end. และตอนนี้แน่นอนค่ะว่ากิจกรรมในบูธของเรายังไม่จบแต่เพียงเท่านี้นะคะยังคงมีให้ร่วมสนุกกันอย่างต่อเนื่องตลอดทั้งวันค่ะแต่ว่าสำหรับตอนนี้เนี่ยในส่วนของการถ่ายทอดสดนะคะน้ำต้องขอตัวลากับทุกคนไปก่อนค่ะแล้วไว้พบกันใหม่โอกาสหน้านะคะสำหรับวันนี้ขอตัวไปก่อนสวัสดีค่ะและลำดับต่อไปค่ะเดี๋ยวเชิญยินดีต้อนรับทุกคนอยู่ภายในงาน Thailand Game Show 2025 นะคะเข้าสู่ช่วงเวลาของเกม Golden Spatula ซึ่งไฮไลท์หลักของงานในปีนี้เลยนะคะก็คือ Golden Spatula Open Tournament ค่ะชิงเงินรางวัลรวมมูลค่ากว่า1 ล้านบาทแล้วก็ยังได้สิทธิ์ไปแข่งขันต่อในประเทศฝรั่งเศสรวมถึงประเทศจีนสำหรับผู้ชนะ2 อันดับแรกอีกด้วยค่ะมีเรื่องนะเราน่าจะมีเรื่องอ้าวหายอ่ะเฮ้ยข้าวครับถึงตัวยังไงวะบูแพทย์โดนจับโค้กไป1โอ้หนาปั๊บเลยอ่ะโอ้โหได้แขนเลยอยู่ที่แขนเรียบร้อย
ครับมาสู่ในวันนี้ฮะวันที่เราจะได้รู้กันนะครับว่าใครจะเป็นอันดับที่1การแข่งขันของเรานะครับกับ Golden Spatula Open Tournament รอบชิงชนะเลิศครับแต่หุ่นยนต์มันก็แข็งปักเหลือเกินกระโดดตับทีได้มาปาดไปเหลือตัวเดียวหมดบอดเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวก่อน